9 hours of racing at the Watkins Glen International Speedway. Green flag flies in the air from the flag when you see him over there on screen. Right now it's a drag race into turn 1. Look out for goals. He's got a big challenge here by the 147 car of Muser.
On the way, as I say, the green flag's out and away we go. As I head down to turn 1, and it looks like Miato's got a great start off the line, and the Aston Martin, as I say, just got mugged a little bit into turn 1. Oh, there's a bit of argy-bargy there between Brewer and Harry Phillips. So it looks like
at the very front of a Ferrari lockout of the front row. Here for the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. The driver's ready to go. The green flag waves. We're underway once again. Great start from Abeladze as he leads them down the hill. McCormack looking to try and solidify his positions.
big weight lifted off his shoulders as he comes across the line now, and Sasaglater and Vanari Racing are going to win the 9 hours of Watkins Glen in the FLExTREME series here at Watkins Glen.
Final corner, checkered flag waving in the air all the way down to the pit wall. Checkered flag here for the Legion of Racers 889 in the 9 hours of Watkins Glen.
The penultimate round of the VCO LFM FLExTREME is going to come to a close, and it is Williams Esports for the second time this season on top as they come out of the final corner. Dara McCormack Igor Rodriguez, Tinko van der Velde, your winners here at the 9 hours of Watkins Glen. An absolutely superb performance, dominant throughout the end of the race, lapping every single team on the field.
Well, hello everyone, it's time to bring VCO LFM FLExTREME to an end. What a journey it's been on since we got our draft show underway, but we land up with this BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car at Paul Ricard with a title fight on our hands. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, delighted to be alongside with Lewis McLeod. Luke Crane will be joining us in just a moment's time as we get ready to go racing for qualifying. But Lewis, this has been a fantastic season, of course, such a novel concept, Niels Naujok's baby, if you will, and we've had a lot of fun, and now we get to see BS competition and Williams Esports go up for 6 hours of racing to try and clinch a championship.
Yeah, it's been a season of massive ups and massive downs. You know, we've had some very high positive moments, had some great racing, we've had some less great racing, particularly at the end of lap 1 there at Watkins Glen. But the positivity is that we're coming into this championship finale, a bit of a rerun of what we were trying to do a few weeks ago. But really importantly, it is a tight championship fight, just 8 points separating the top 2 in the title race. I think we're in for a bit of a thriller, to be honest. That's what I'm keeping my fingers crossed for anyway.
Absolutely. I think this is what we've kind of been waiting for as well. Let's grab a look at those championship standings just so that you are aware, because what a dramatic race that we had at Watkins Glen. BS competition out in the qualifying 1. I had to work their way all the way forward from the back of the grid, but we're able to claw back the deficit such that Williams Esports only enter this round with an 8-point margin at the very top. There are some battles further back. Yeah, Seed now in front of the Unicorns of Love as they fight for 3rd and 4th positions as well. But of course, most of the attention is going to be on the top. You see those manufacturers there, of course, to say this was a 6-round championship. 4 of those races in GT3 cars, 2 in spec vehicles, 1 in a Porsche Cup car, and of course this one in the BMW M2 CS Racing Cup machine. It's been very interesting seeing how the manufacturer choices and the BOP ballast, Lewis, has all played out.
Yeah, I mean, it's been the more fascinating side of it. I mean, I don't mind the cup races that we've had, but I did really like how we were doing, you know, the balance and stuff. I'd like to have done the full season just in that, maybe with some slightly shorter races and such, but it's certainly made the championship more interesting. I mean, look at that. With all the different manufacturers up there in the championship, it's absolutely wild. You know, Lamborghini, BMW, Honda, Porsche, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Bentley, the top 7 completely different cars. That's what we love to see. That's what this entire BOP budget and stuff was about. Is trying to level it and make sure that they're making their own BOP.
I don't know if there are any championships where you could really say 7 different manufacturers inside of the top 7. We've had a lot of fun with it. Prizes, lots of them to talk about, some courtesy of our partners, including HyperX, who have dished out some headsets for our Cash, Rivals, and Challenger Split champions. Don't forget, it's not just about this Cash Split, although for today, only coverage available for the Cash Split. For the driver that has the most awards over the course of the season as well, they get a special prize for being our MVP, most valuable player of the competition. But it's not just HyperX, Lewis, Next Level Racing in on the fun as well.
Yep, certainly so. Once again, handing out a couple of prizes. One to the most positions gained throughout the season, get themselves an Elite Gaming chair, the leather version. But then the Next Level Racing Send of the season. There'll be a post-season vote which you can help us with, where the top 10 passes the season. It'll go to a vote, and then the winner of that will get themselves their own chair. And having sat in one for quite a bit of last weekend, they're actually damn comfortable. So, you know, I wouldn't mind one myself.
Sounds like
Next Level Racing, hello.
Exactly. You got to get on the blower to the team down in Australia to see if they'll be able to send something over to you. And not just physical prizes, but of course, cash prizes as well, as the Cash Split denotes. Fastest lap, best fight. That's something that you'll be able to vote on once we close our season out. But of course, for the top 3 in the championship, €2,000 to be split across of those 3 different teams. Let's bring in Luke Crane as we get ready for qualifying, so that Luke Crane, we can talk about qualifying, because this is where we start to do things quite uniquely, at least within the world of sim racing. 3-part qualifying with each of the drivers required to go out through one stage of qualifying, and you get 1 timed lap to make your way through towards the top of the qualifying sessions.
Well, first of all, good morning to everybody. Hopefully you're all well and all that good stuff. But yeah, qualifying is very unique here. We've got 3 sessions, top 25. Is it top 25? I think it's top 25, right? Then top 15, and then we got 15 left in the final one. Every team is allowed a joker during the season, which means if they have a poor lap at any point, they can use it. But the biggest thing really is that Williams Esports and BS Competition have both used theirs, so they cannot use it today. So whatever happens in qualifying will indeed happen. Also, we are recording the start of the other 2 splits. They are going to be 6 hours long, and the end, so we should be able to see that during the broadcast as well. So yeah, hello anyway, guys. You guys all right?
Ash, let us know where you're watching from. If you joined us for the Esports Racing World Cup last week as well, let us know how you've had a bit of a restful week, hopefully, after what was a stressful weekend. To Luke's point on the jokers, we mentioned, of course, already BS Competition's issues in qualifying last time. Felipe Bakita unable to get a lap time on the board after cutting the track during her attempt at a lap time. Saw them start all the way down the back. Definitely not something that Williams or BS Competition will be looking to do, because it's not just, of course, about the track position for this race itself, but the reason why we haven't really talked about what the championship equation is just yet, Luke, is because there are points in qualifying as well. And so by the time we get to the end of the 3-part qualifying session, we'll get a much better understanding of what the championship equation really looks like.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to mention the points after this qualifying session, because ultimately it could be tied, it could be a change. As it stands, it is 8 points between the two. Williams do lead the championship. They took the lead by winning last time out at Watkins Glen. So yeah, exciting. But pressure on for Felipe Bakita, considering you expect Bakita's one of the very best on from her region, if not in the world, from ACC. But bowled it, if we're going to be completely honest, last time round in terms of qualifying. So lots of pressure on those shoulders today. Can Felipe Bakita just get a banker time in? I think that's all it is today. Just make sure you get a time in, make sure you're in that top 25, move forward to that next stage.
She's the one that's the question mark in this car, in my opinion. Not because of the speed that we know she can deliver, but because we haven't seen her in this BMW M2 CS Racing Cup car before. At least for Niels Naujoks and Alpha Camera, the other 2 drivers in this machine today, we've seen them in the BMW Sim Live finale at the end of last year dominate as BS Competition ran 1, 2, and 3, with Naujoks picking up the victory. But
look at Bakita, just like hand on the face, like, oh, I've got this long straight to deal with. Oh, that's brilliant. Go make yourself a cup of tea.
Yeah, we don't even get the chicane to at least interrupt us. One thing that drivers have said, though, Luke, that I do find quite interesting is, despite the fact that it is such a long straight and now finally you can focus on the fast right-hander at Cena's, some of the teams have been saying that there isn't necessarily as much draft in these cars as we'd expect, and so maybe we're not going to see 3 and 4 wide as frequently as we'd hope and want.
It's going to be about the exit, really, to be honest, like exits of every corner, because it's such a momentum-based car. So if I think we're still going to see those 3, 4 wides, because people are going to be making mistakes. If you get bogged down out of a corner here, you are absolutely buggered. So you need to make sure that you're getting a good exit, especially onto that back straight, which is about 3 kilometers long.
So the time's starting to come on in. Van der Velde at the very top right now, as we start to see more and more. 5 cars so far represented, but about 0.8 of a second splitting them. One of the bigger margins that we've seen in terms of buffers. Bakita's done enough at least to put a lap time on the board that will see her up onto 5th for the time being, but almost 0.7 off of the pace of Van der Velde. Slightly smaller field today, I would note. So we're taking 25 machines through to qualifying 2. It means only 6 machines will miss out in qualifying 1.
Yeah, any teams that haven't turned up should be banned forever, in my opinion. They should not be allowed to race in any competition ever again. I think that if you signed up for a championship, you honour it by being there every week, especially when there's money on the line, but that's just my feelings. I think that might not be good enough from Bakita, you know? 0.8 of a second now off of the pace. That's worrying for BS Competition. Imagine they go out at the first stage. I think it might help that there's only 6 teams that go out, in all fairness. Actually, is there already 6 cars behind? Yeah, there is. So unless there's a couple of people that do indeed take a joker, I think they're going to be okay. But yeah, not really. There's a lot of nerves in that car, I think, today. That's for sure.
I think you pointed it out correctly, right? It's such a momentum-based car that with one-shot qualifying, I think I'm more concerned in you're just trying to get a lap on the board rather than put the best lap together, and at the very least, Bakita knows that that should be good enough with 22 cars now finished up in qualifying. Still 3.5 minutes left to go. We watch as the RCI Esports 799, a team that's been campaigning a big boatly over the course of the season so far, works its way through the final sector. A couple of cars have already indicated Joker attempts will be used. That's the number 1 West Competition BMW, which we have been able to say through the majority of the season as well. I think as Team Shazoo Racing, bit of a drift out of the final corner there for Laurent as the RCA Esports car comes towards the line. Don't forget that you can use the hashtag FLExTREME to stay involved on the social media. Racing Club International already doing so, and Laurent up to 19th.
Yeah, 19th position there. Oh, a little bit of trouble, I think, potentially. Although, how many cars are yet to go? 6 cars. So, ooh. Yeah, would need all 6 cars to go faster. Maybe there's a couple of jokers as well. Race Anywhere right now with Maciej Heiler. One of the most impressive performances from a team, I think, this season. I didn't expect anything from them, but they've actually been exceptional. So, yeah, Race Anywhere have done pretty well. I'm expecting them to be up and amongst it. That's for sure, especially for the second part of this qualifying, maybe all the way to the third one. So that will push the likes of Laurent down on man. Luca Burke in P18, I think, is guaranteed to go through right now. I'm very surprised that Jan van Ommen is only in P16, but again, it should be just about enough for Burst to go through.
2 minutes to go, so drivers, I think, will have started or will be getting ready to start what would be their penultimate lap in terms of the run if they haven't already left pit lane. Plenty of time still for the handful of drivers yet to throw something onto the board as the Aspar Esports team very wide for Jorge Lopez as they sit in 24th, yes.
What do we have to type for just for asking for a friend here, what do we need to type to send a tweet and maybe get on the stream?
Hashtag FLExTREME.
Okay, cool.
At VCO Esports as well, don't forget. Team Ballast Esports getting in with some poster action as well. Seems like we're going to be kept entertained by the social medias here today. 90 seconds then left in this session. I think 4 drivers still have yet to put themselves on to the clocks. Still waiting to see if, outside of the 2 drivers that have taken the Joker, that included Team Shazoo, who have seemingly bailed. Aspar down onto pit lane, but I feel like our qualifying order is basically locked down now.
Well, Heiler invalidated lap time? The Race Anywhere car? They always leave it till late, so I'm assuming they're going to be putting a lap time in late here.
I'm not 100% sure on that. There we go. Heiler's now onto the board, up in 14th position, so they kept it as late as possible, but comfortably inside of making it through. Remember, 25 advanced to qualifying 2, and then the second drivers will head out for that portion of the session when we take 15 to go and fight for the pole in qualifying 3.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. I made it. I made it onto the stream. Hi, Mum.
No pufferfish, though. I'm
no, I was literally about to delete it and do it with a pufferfish. I was quick enough.
There you go. So now you know what you have to do for when you're back on commentary during the race itself to keep us entertained.
Yeah, 100%.
So I think that's basically it. 171 and the 977 are both on pit lane, and I do not see any other jokers that were elected, so I think we know who's advancing out of qualifying number 1, and it is the 333 below rather. That will now wait and unfortunately have to see the rest of the cars roll out for qualifying 2. This is again one of those unique things about the championship, Luke, the fact that all 3 drivers do have to be around for qualifying, even if all 3 drivers don't end up being needed in qualifying.
No, that is true. So, yeah, it's kind of, do you put your strongest driver out there first and then, risk potentially missing out on a pole position at the end just to make sure you get to the second qualifying session or maybe even the third qualifying session? It's always been used strategically, and we haven't seen the same drivers be in pole position week in, week out, right? So it's kind of worked. In that regard, we've had some real shocks along the way. Of course, BS Competition doing a last to first challenge last time out. Didn't obviously quite get to first position, but had a hell of a race. And it's just given us some nice storylines to kind of reflect on as the races have gone on. So yeah, I really like this qualifying format.
I've been enjoying it too. West Competition Racing did improve on their Joker, but I think we're already up in 25th. So they would have made it through anyway. Team Shazoo are still out on track, so I'm not sure if this is their timed attempt or if they are simply making a return to the pit lane. They will sweep their way through the final corner. Do note as well that pit entry, once we get to the races after the final corner rather than before like it is now in the real world, Shazoo will run their way to the line. Can they displace RCI Esports? No, they do not. No improvement there, and so 25 cars now locked and loaded for qualifying 2 as we get a look at that long run down the back straightaway that Philippa Bakita has already shown us, Luke, that drivers will get bored on.
Yeah, they certainly will. There's plenty of time there to go and make yourself some food. I will shout out to Barmy. Barmy's just sent a tweet in as well that came up on our screen. Said he's here for the racing, staying for my shirt. Unfortunately, I'm just in a normal t-shirt today, Barmy. I didn't really think about putting a fancy shirt on, and I'm only going to be on camera for like 2 minutes later on. But I don't know. Maybe I'll have a little look around for you.
Yeah, you did. You really dug into me about my what were you calling it? Yeah, about my jacket last week. You were not impressed.
You stole from your dad. You stole from your dad for sure. Like,
actually,
no
was my dad.
Way that's your dad. Oh, it was your dad's jacket.
No, it was not.
Oh, that would have been amazing.
Unfortunately, the problem is that I am taller and wider than my dad, so none of his jackets fit me anymore. Great poster, as always, nice. By the great team at BS Competition. As we continue to scroll through some of our social media posting, I've looked some of these graphics that teams have got now, Luke. I know you were on the lookout for a painter, but just like how painters have become so talented and they've been able to express themselves so well with the cars, I think some of the posters the teams have got now are fantastic.
Yeah, it's been pretty exciting. Actually, there was a poster yesterday. Actually, this is nothing to do with this. It's to do with a podcast. It's like the Formula One podcast, and they left the Getty Images stamp on there. Yeah. But yeah, it just, you have to market your team these days. It really is quite as simple as that. It's not just up to the drivers to show their personality. Your team has to have their own personality. Something BS Competition do extremely well. Yeah. Florian pays us, so we better say that. But yeah, no, more and more teams are doing that, right? I saw a really cool poster from Redline for Pesk today, actually, with Diogo and Gianni on there as well. So that's everyone's kind of doing it now. And again, Mike loves doing this. The whole transition.
I know.
Pictures. It's always raining. Does it every single time. It's just like, maybe it could. Oh, it actually could rain. To be fair, what am I talking about? It actually could rain. So, yeah, that would be pretty mint if it did rain. I will just say something. George Morgan just sent me a friend request on Facebook, so I think I've made it.
Oh, there you go, big time.
Yeah, unbelievable. I just ran them out of the blue.
So qualifying 2 is going to get underway. A minute away from getting underway. Sorry, I was just getting a bit lost in my own mind because Luke, ChatGPT and AI is all the rage right now. Have you had the chance to play around with ChatGPT?
Nope, I have no idea what that is. You have to explain here.
So we both know commentators, at least in my case, are not very good. I mean, it's very different for you and the Pufferfish. The Pufferfish gang clearly know what they're doing in commentary. I need a lot of help, so I decided last weekend to get ChatGPT to try and help me out for some broadcasts that I was doing. And I asked it to tell me some jokes about racing cars at Mid-Ohio. I don't think I've ever seen a less competent commentator in my life. So if you were concerned, Luke, that ChatGPT is coming for your job, you don't need to be worried anymore. Now, the one thing that AI can do quite well...
It's quite incompetent.
Apparently. Dane's going to come for you, not for me.
I got work with the year.
I got to work with him tomorrow, unfortunately. But yeah, the one thing that I think AI can potentially do quite well is poster design. It's going to be interesting. Danny Ogurbe, though, I think, who is the man behind most of the VCO, the BS Competition posters that you will have seen on the VCO Esports channels, he will try and put up his own little fight. Remember, we started with 31 cars going into qualifying 3. We have whittled them down to 25, and now a different driver will head on out for qualifying 2. Once again, 10 minutes will be up on the clock. Drivers get 1. They choose to grab their jokers, and then, of course, narrow it down to the final 15 and send them out once again. This has been a season where we have had a couple of races, Luke, distracted, I think is the right word, by the amount of rain that we've had during the course of the event.
Yeah, ironically, every race I've done has been bone dry, so I've actually not experienced any of this. But yeah, I saw at Monza, it was like a monsoon at one point, then it dried up again, right? So it was a bit of a ridiculous race. Yeah, I kind of would like to see that today. I would like to see a bit of weather, but it just seems like every time I'm here, it's dry. I will say one thing to everyone watching at home: please send us your favourite pufferfish pictures. At VCO Esports, #FLExTREME on Twitter. Maybe even your favourite fish picture, but ideally your favourite pufferfish. That'd be great.
Oh, well, here are some of the favorite drivers out on track. Maybe we need pufferfish stickers. We just need pufferfish stickers on their faces now, or they have to be Enzo Benito. It's one of the two.
Which one's your favourite driver there? Which one was your favourite in the pictures?
The one that we can only see half of is great. I think that's Martin Laurent, who has moved from the rig to wherever he's going to be watching the next parts of qualifying. I did notice we don't have any spy cams here. I think technically my favorite has to be Niels Naujoks though, because if I say anyone else, my paychecks may bounce.
Ah, that's a good point. Yeah, everyone's favourite sim racer, Niels Naujoks, the mayor of Funtown.
Yeah, the Silver Fox. Yes.
I've got no favourites because I'm an impartial commentator.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, if any team wants to send me T-shirts, don't forget that I am not an impartial commentator, and you can actually get my bias. Brabham Esports, one of those teams that's trying to win my affection, but there's plenty of competition for that one. Drivers are out on track for qualifying. They're rolling out for their outlaps right now. You said it earlier. You said this is a momentum-based car. You think that draft's going to be important. Potentially during the course of the race, to which I'd put to you, Luke, drafts surely then is quite important in qualifying as well.
Yeah, for sure. If you could be within draft on that back straight, it's a double-edged sword, right? If you're too close to someone and you can mess up, or if they mess up, you kind of are buggered as well. But if you can get that toe and they're also pretty quick in front of you, then you're golden. So yeah, I think it's just better off being on your own. It's all in your own hands, and you've got nothing really to be worried about. But I think when it comes to like the final session 3, that will be the difference between maybe a pole position and a top 10. So yeah, that's what I would say. Brabham Esports probably the favourites to win today. Nothing to do with me receiving a hoodie from the team or anything like that. Also, there are some merch available, so yeah, go and search it out.
Yeah, so that is a great thing as well. A lot of these teams now do have the merch available for you to go buy. Some more expensive than others, which I always find quite interesting. And then you go and compare it to Formula 1 team merchandise prices, and you're like, okay, this is actually maybe reasonably priced. Unless you want to spend $150 to be plastered with a bunch of Formula 1 team sponsored logos on you. On a very plain design, at the very least with some of the Arnage competition t-shirts, for example, since they are apparently sending me not just they haven't rather just sent me one, they're going to send me a new one. They've got designs and everything on their shirt, so it's fantastic. Igor Rodriguez in the Williams Esports BMW for the second part of qualifying. Arthur Camera in the car for BS competition. So for our two title fights, protagonists, it's going to be, if they make it through to qualifying 3, if being the operative word, I guess, Luke, it will be Dara McCormack in the Williams Esports car versus Niels Naujoks up in that BS competition car. And I think we're basically all on the same page out of the Esports Racing World Cup that if we're on ACC, you don't want to be up against Dara McCormack necessarily.
No, you certainly don't. But BS competition has been a measure for Williams as a team. So both teams have performed exceptionally well. That's why there is only 8 points between the two of them as we come into qualifying. I would love to see them qualify P1, P2, to be honest. Maybe that renders this race a little bit boring in terms of everybody else. I just want to see them two go at it. I want it to be nice and clean. I want them to be fighting for 6 hours. Because generally we see them when they are qualified at the top end, they are close to each other the whole race, aren't they? The way strategies worked as well, they kind of sometimes in front of each other and swap positions and stuff. So yeah, I really want them to fight it out today and just give us what we really want. Yas Heat, they're too far back to be challenging, unfortunately. So yeah, bit of a shame.
Too far back to be challenging realistically, mathematically, maybe still in the hunt. Don't forget.
Oh, yeah.
Drivers do get 100 points just for finishing the race, and then the winner gets 100 points. So a maximum of 200 from the race itself, but there are some points for qualifying as well. 20 for pole, 17 for second, 15 for third. So for Williams and BS competition, there is definitely something to fight for, not just track position-wise in this qualifying session. Now, we've been quite complimentary about Williams Esports over the last couple of weeks about the fact that they make it quite easy for commentators to differentiate the different cars that they've got, because this, of course, is distinctive with the white nose. You've got the Razor BenQ with purple and green noses at the front. I will note that because this is a rescheduled race, we were meant to, of course, run this, what was it, about a month ago at this point. So Duracell logo on the side of that car. They forgot to get the new sponsors on there. Just a reminder, if you want to apply for the Williams team manager role, it is available, so you can do that and make sure that they get their pace up to date for us as well.
Yeah, lack of power though, for sure. As Rodriguez, there's no worry about Rodriguez, is it? He's performed exceptionally well. He's actually quicker than the BS competition car, which, again, if they both don't go through to the next stage, they'll start ahead of them, which is all they need to do. Make sure you're ahead of BS competition going in, and BS competition have got exactly the same plan: be ahead of Williams. I will say one thing, Arjuna. I think we are capturing the imagination of the younger generation. I got home on Monday last week from the ERWC, and my 7-year-old had been watching all 3 days. And he had to miss the last hour because of school. He had to go to bed for school on a Sunday night. And he went, "Did Redline win? Did Redline win?" He was so excited. And yeah, he's a Redline fan now.
I mean, with you as his dad.
So they do. So I got a hold of Dom. I said, "Dom, do you do kids merchandise?" He goes, "You don't." He's going to send him a load of hats and stickers and stuff, and my kid's face is like, "Oh, that's amazing." So yeah, it, like the youngsters, you know, he watched all 3 days. He loved it. So I think even though they've got a short attention span, these youngsters, the sim racing, the way we're doing things and stuff is working. It's good.
Hey, I've got a short attention span. When you've got 10-minute races, it's perfect.
When you have to, right?
Yeah, well, the only problem is then when you've got to sit for 20 minutes watching my face in between the races. That's the part that we want to try and get rid of. It is Williams 1, BS Competition 2 on the board right now as more and more times start to trickle their way on in. Remember, the top 15 advanced so already. We have 2 drivers and 2 teams that are on the outside looking in. One of them, Queen's Design, in that number 23. You've also got the number 72 Brabham Esports car that's 18th. And the 123 Burst Esports machine all sitting behind Armentario as TF Racing winds themselves up down the back straightaway. Only a handful of cars still yet to punch a time in, and as per usual, we're going to be waiting the longest, I think, for Race Anywhere Simsport and Victor Nikolai to come across the line.
Did you just get a Stained reference in there by any chance?
Not
on
intentionally.
The outside, and I'm looking in. No, okay. I thought that that was what you're doing, but
Not intentionally, but I'll claim it.
It was brilliant. I will say one thing: we've not mentioned them. Unicorns of Love. They're P3 right now, and if there's any team that will want to spoil the party and go out there and win this race, it will be them. And they're quick enough to do it. I would love to see Yazheat qualify with Unicorns of Love, 3rd and 4th, and basically have the top 5 as they are in a championship at the front, and just have just a big old fight. That'd be amazing.
Unicorns of Love really started the season off spectacularly in their Porsche, fighting with Williams Esports at the Circuit of the Americas. Unfortunately, after that, 2 consecutive races outside of the top 10, and despite a 4th and then a 3rd last time out in the final 2 GT3 races of the season, Unicorns of Love have only really been able to bring them back into contention in that fight for 3rd. And of course, with silly season continuing to, I guess, work its way through, because apparently it hasn't ended. Plenty of mix-ups across of the board in terms of driver lineups for BS Competition, Williams Esports, Yazheat, and the Unicorns of Love. So it's been interesting for us to watch all of that as well. So Victor Nikolai out of the final corner. I get the sense setting up a lap as he'll come across the line with less than 2 minutes to go, and very much keep us waiting and keeping those on the bubble in suspense. TF Racing in the 41. That's the other machine that we have yet to see throw a lap time on. And Nikolai through the 1st and 2nd corner. It looks slow, but in slower cars sometimes I feel like you always know you're going to see a lot better racing. Just because you can stick a little bit closer, you can rely a little bit less on downforce, and so I think that's one of the reasons why, Luke, I'm really looking forward to seeing how they race today.
Yeah, it's much more about the driver and the machine, isn't it, today? Which is always fun to see, and that's where more mistakes creep in. I will say this, I've only done half the championship this season, just over half, I guess. Victor Nikolai has been my driver of the championship. As much as Darren McCormack's been out there, you know, all of the Williams drivers actually, BS Competition, Yazheat, Unicorns of Love, they've all been pretty exceptional. For an individual driver, for a team, I think Victor Nikolai, he's just always always something happening when he's in the car during the races. And, you know, sometimes you'll see him down in 25th, and then by the end of his stint, he's up to P15. Like, always moving forward. So Victor Nicolai has been very, very good to watch so far this season. Heading down the long back straight. Eventually, we will get there if he doesn't run out of fuel first in towards that sweeping right-hander. There we go, opening it up nicely. And one thing I do like about ACC in terms of its track limits is you've got those little markers, as you can see there on your screen. Make sure you're inside of them and you're good to go. So you can run a little bit wide. You can use the extremities of the track, and yeah, it's not going to really cost you your lap time. Then you've got this next, another sweeping right-hander. The track's so wide here at Paul Ricard. Some people say it's probably the most boring track of all time. I'm in that park as well. I kind of agree. But with this car specifically, it should be a lot more fun. But it is just about making sure you hit your braking mark, make sure you get in on the power nice and early, because it's so easy to lose time, Arjuna, here. If you run out onto the curbs on the exit, they're so raised that it will send you off into Narnia. So it's all about being precise.
I feel like sometimes I'm trying to find Narnia based on when I try and drive around this track and the runoff area all around you. This is a car that we saw dominate a race earlier in the season back at Monza. Grabbed a victory. Victor Nicolai does just enough to bring him up into qualifying 3. TF Racing will be the final car to work their way on through, although there does seem to be someone out on track with them. Arnage Competition also working their way through as well. On the bubble right now is the 77, so it's going to be Visceral Esports watching on and hoping that there's no improvements from the two cars working down the back straightaway.
Yeah, this is 50p, 5p time right now. For the Race Anywhere team, currently in P14. Babin is also praying that there's no improvement, but unfortunately TF Racing and indeed Arnage are two very good teams for those drivers. So again, heading down in towards that final sector once again. Giannis, I guess they've used their joker. They've overweighted long here. They've used their joker, right?
No, the 41's been waiting long. I did get confirmation though, 240 Arnage Competition has indeed taken the joker, despite the fact that they are inside of the top 15. So a bit of an interesting call there, but I guess they were a little bit concerned that they were not going to make their way on through the final sector though. The number 41 continues to work its way on through.
You've got nothing to lose though, have you? Because you have to use it this weekend. If you haven't used it already, you're like, if you don't use it...
But you could have saved it for qualifying 3 is the thing. If you were inside the top 15, you could, still have a chance. Hold on to it.
Yeah, but they probably figured there's a couple of quicker cars and just wanted to guarantee themselves through. That's probably what they were thinking. It could
go either way. No, and this is one of those things where, again, you said it. You have it, and today is the final chance to use it, so you might as well if you feel like you need to. So 2 more cars across the line. It starts with TF Racing. What can they do as they power their way to the line? Enough to jump inside to the top 15, bump the 77 out of the running, and so it will be now Visceral Esports that will start in 16th spot, and the first of those missing out. 15 cars ready to fight for the pole next, Luke.
Yeah, certainly are. The Race Anywhere team just about making it into that top 15. Of course, as you mentioned, already dominated the race this season, so I think they're a little bit out of position. Should be a little bit higher, but it's a fresh start in qualifying 3. That's the beauty of it. Like anything that's happened before, as long as you've made it to this point, everybody starts on a fresh lap. So everybody's on 0 once again. So yeah, it doesn't matter where you got. You could be P1 in qualifying 2, and it means absolutely nothing.
I did mean to try and look at some of the drivers and some of the other cars as we worked through the qualifying session. There was some intrigue as to who was going to step into the Triton Racing number 10, with Dominic Blyer finishing up his association with the team last weekend at the Esports Racing World Cup. Haven't really seen who's going to be jumping in there. We half expected 2 weeks ago to see Charlie Crossland, one of the new recruits for Williams Esports, in the number 5 today. That has not played out. Instead, the traditional 3 that have competed through the course of the season continued to fight their way on through. Once again, we get a look at the drivers, although if we go back to that previous page, McCormack on that left side for a moment, I think if you're asking me who my favorite driver is now, Luke, it's the lamp in the bottom left.
Yeah, McCormack is a special talent. I think there's right now there's 2 emerging in the world of sim racing, him and Luke Bennett. I think those 2 have got everything in terms of ability, talent, pace, but they've also got the right teams around them. I think having Williams around you and having Redline around you, they're going to grow up within that organisation. They've got some older heads around them as well. So I think these 2 are going to be superstars moving forward. But Luke Bennett isn't in this race. Let's talk about Dara McCormack. Just has been around for a couple of years. First year, very sporadic in terms of performance. There was performances every now and again where you're just like, ooh, this kid's pretty good. And then last year, just hit a different level consistency-wise. Yeah, just a serial winner, right? Learn how to win. Disappointment does that when you've thrown a couple of races wins away, which he has done. It hurts, but he's learned from it. He's moved on, and now probably, for me, pound for pound, the best driver on ACC.
So I think it takes a while for everyone to get their sea legs in sim racing. McCormack's someone that got his start in the world of Forza on a controller, and then he had to adapt to playing on a steering wheel as he got to grips with sim racing, and so he's very much gotten more comfortable. Here's a look at the results out of qualifying 2. Margin at the top, just over a tenth of a second, but it is Williams Esports that are in front of BS Competition, crucially. Heading into qualifying 3. Those are the top 15 that advance. Race Anywhere Simsport, the final of the machines, with Visceral Esports leading the machines that unfortunately do not make it in. Yeet Esports apparently yeeted so much that they are yeeted twice on the qualifying standings.
Yeah, it's kind of like, you're 25th, but we're going to make sure that you feel like you're 25th by being 26th as well. So, yeah, not ideal for them, but I'm sure we'll see them during the race. That's the beauty of this race. It's a long race, 6 hours, and qualifying isn't everything, as we saw from BS Competition last time out. So, yeah, maybe we'll see them a little bit later on.
I feel like this is definitely also a track kind of like Watkins Glen in... Well, there we go. There's a proper pufferfish.
That is a pufferfish. Oh,
but look at those lips. Those
I want to know whose lips they are. That's what I want to know.
Luke Crane's lips.
No, they can't be mine.
No?
No. Oh, that would be pretty impressive if it is. But that is some pufferfish, isn't it? Oh.
That is. Don't forget hashtag FLExTREME. Send Luke pictures. Yeah, I was going to say, just send Luke pictures of pufferfishes and we'll be set for 6 hours. 100%.
Honestly, anyone send me their favorite pufferfish pictures, I would really appreciate it. I found a GIF the other day where it's a camera going into a wave, and then when it went through the wave, it's just really smiley pufferfish. It made my day.
You need to send the GIF, the video that you shared with me and Lewis earlier.
Imagine if that could be played on broadcast. That's the best thing I've ever seen.
I know, exactly. That was the poster, by the way, one of the posters that our genius at VCO, Danny Elgabe, has been working on. There we go once again. Again, at VCO Esports, if you want to stay in touch with us over the course of today. And indeed, across of the world of VCO Esports, don't forget that when we do some of our fun little esports racing leagues or VCO Pro Sim, you, the community, get to pick where we go racing. And it's always nice when you take us racing at the tracks which are good, which you didn't do on day 1 of the Esports Racing World Cup, because we should have gone to Silverstone instead of Imola. There, I said it.
Oh, why? When we leave it to people voting, they always let us down, in my opinion.
They didn't let us down with Phillip Island, in my opinion. I thought Phillip Island was mint.
I didn't want Phillip Island to be chosen, but it kind of worked out quite well, I suppose. But yeah, all 3 choices were against what I wanted on the weekend.
What was day 2? Oh, day 2 was the vote debacle as well, when we had to go and manually count the votes because our automated tool wasn't working as well.
50-50. No, it's that close. Yeah, so I think the automated system had stopped it when it was 50-50. So we have to then go and count it.
Yeah, no, the automated system actually apparently was just ignoring some tweets and stuff. So they had to just go. Poor team at VCO counting manually to try and make sure that things worked out. Again, if you're watching live on VCO Esports Twitch, unfortunately today, no challengers and rival splits to follow along with, at least in terms of the broadcast. Those races will be running, albeit in a slightly shortened length. We will bring you the start and end to those races over the course of this cash split 6-hour race. But if you want to follow the webcams for the various drivers here today, head over to twitch.tv/VCO Esports. Hit the command center button where you'll be able to really dial into the focus on the drivers' faces. Focus, hopefully not because it's raining, for the 3rd and final section of qualifying. 31 teams entered. They've been whittled down to 15 that are ready now to fight for pole. And surely you have your fastest driver in to close the season off in qualifying, Luke.
Yeah, you'd think so. There's some teams that probably couldn't afford to do that, I would say, as well. So you've got to be careful of that. But the teams like BS Competition and indeed teams like Williams, they will absolutely be putting their fastest drivers in. Arthur Camera in the car. I'm sure he did qualifying 1, didn't he? For
that will update in a second. That will update to Niels Naujoks. The tower is always delayed. It's always an interesting.
There we are.
Yeah, always interesting commentating on ACC.
Yeah, no, that's true. So at least I was right about something. At least I actually knew what I was talking about, which is very rare. As people will point out on Twitter, no problem.
Hey, a broken clock is still right twice a day.
That's a good point. Well made.
And it turns out commentators can also be right once every year. At least in my case, that seems to be the cadence with which I am factually correct about things. There is not just the man behind the competition, but the man driving in the competition, Niels Naujoks. For those worried about conflicts of interest, don't worry. Niels has absolutely no input on race control, as we discussed last week on the VCO Esports studio.
Which is what we're paid to say.
Which is what we are paid to say, but to be fair, Niels and indeed the team at BS Competition have not always been on the right side of race control's decision, including last time out at Watkins Glen. Sometimes it doesn't help to have the spotlight on you. In this case, BS Competition may be getting more severe penalties than they would have wanted.
Yeah, it's like Rainer Talbot, not racing today, but he is the bad boy of sim racing right now.
Oh, is he?
Oh, he is the bad boy. That's what I've painted him.
What's he done?
He's had one incident, so I'm just like, so I've called him the bad boy.
So he's now the most hated man in sim racing, got it?
Well, I'm not officially allowed to say that, as you know, Arjuna. I had a court case last year to deal with in regards to that, and I nearly went down for a 10 stretch. So let's not say things like that about drivers. But yeah, Arthur Cameron now is known as the naughty boy of sim racing, and yeah, it may or may not be true.
So the naughty boy,
Rainer Talbot.
the
And
silver.
Why not? Both of them.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say. So if cameras, if Talvar's, got his label, we need labels now for the rest of the BS competition team. Niels is the Silver Fox. I think we've already kind of dubbed that, or maybe he self-dubbed it. I'll be honest, I don't really know. BS competition does have a lot of drivers now, though. I don't know if you've really looked through their lineup, Luke, but I was just thinking.
Them every week, Arjuna. So yeah, I'm fully aware of how the herd. They are a herd now.
It is a herd.
Niels is chicken legs, by the way. That's what I thought.
Chicken. Ooh.
Mate, he was in shorts in Poland, and he has got maybe the smallest legs I've ever seen.
I was going to ask, did you join the gang at ESL for their sim racing run?
No.
I did find it quite interesting. They had the first run, which was like 12 people showed up for, and then the second run, which like 2 people showed up for.
I was doing bicep curls.
There you go.
At just the right hand at the bar, so that's what I was doing.
Yeah, hitting the iron. Isn't that what they say?
I don't know.
You're doing your protein powder.
By the end of the night, I was drinking maybe some iron. I don't even know what I was drinking by the end of the night.
You started the drinking before you wrapped up on ERWC on at least one occasion, or at least you had gone off already. I don't blame you.
Maybe more than one occasion.
Maybe more than one.
The whiteboard saved me.
Oh yes, we did eat some of those magnets off of the.
There was drinks behind the whiteboard.
Again, if you're wondering what we're talking about, Esports Racing World Cup. Day 1, I think, is probably where Luke started the eating, but by day 3, he had the most fun with it. Is that fair?
Yeah, it was all about having fun, right? That's what the ERWC is. We have serious events, and then we have obviously it's a serious racing event, but in terms of like we try to have a bit of fun with it and try and
play some games.
Yeah, try. Oh my god, poor Lewis lost at the worst game show ever.
You wanted both of in those games as well. Margin at the top as Naujoks gets provisional pole is 600th of a second. But here comes the man we've all been waiting for. Dara McCormack is only 3rd, tied on time with Bastian Richter. But I did say I expected Niels Naujoks to be maybe the strongest in this car. BS competition right now on top with 7 cars with proper times, 8 cars rather, with proper times on the board.
And I said, if there's one team that are going to come here and spoil that party, it's going to be Unicorns of Love. They are starting on the front row as it stands. So, yeah, very interesting indeed. What about Malinovsky? Can Malinovsky, he's that one-lap genius. His old Malinovsky. Obviously, he can race as well. He's one of the very best in sim racing on ACC specifically. But it is his qualifying pace that is exceptional. He's got a massive hot lap series on his YouTube, guys, as well. So you should go and search out Tortellini on YouTube. But Malinovsky, can he provide a shock? Well, has he put a lap time in yet? No, he's still 17th. So, yeah, keep an eye out for him.
Yep, still waiting for that 666 to work its way to the line. The Absolute Motorsports Assetto sim racing machine, the 88, powers its way towards the line. Not sure, by the way, why Race Anywhere SimSport are classified as being so slow that they are 166 seconds slower than Niels Diox, but we will try and get some clarification on that one. Absolute Motorsport only grabbed 10th, but here does come the Yas Heat machine. Distinctive yellow colors on the side of that one as well. We'll see what the time is next time by, because I think this is him building up to start the flying attempt.
Yeah, certainly are. There we are. It's Malinowski across the line, so it is going to be a late one. I wonder if we can get a cheeky little onboard camera here, a little bit of cop cam as we come through the first corner in the Yeti Cup.
I don't think you can say that on broadcast.
Cockpit cam.
You said something else, I thought, for a second.
Did I?
I thought
sorry.
so.
I've got an emote where. Okay, I've got an emote that's a cockerel holding a camera, and we call it that. That's what we call it. So, sorry, it's just yeah. From my stream, my bad. Right, through turn number 4. Sorry, Florian, he's probably sat there spitting feathers. Through turn number 5 we will go then, and now this is all about setting yourself up for that long straight. This is probably the most important part of the circuit here. So if you make a mess up through here, you're in trouble. So yeah, shape it up nice and wide then for this left-hand. That's turn 7, and now it's the long run down here, and you can just see how slow this car is to accelerate. And yeah, if you get a poor exit, ultimately you're going to be in trouble heading all the way down here. By the time you get halfway along here, you would have been overtaken. So you've got to make sure that if you're ahead of someone, you get a really good exit, and if you are behind someone, you can also set yourself up for an overtake. Up into 6th gear then, still on this long back straight, and now this is where things get really, really tricky. This is probably the one of the fastest corners on the circuit. Again, heading onto the blue part of the curbing there, just to indeed open up and try and carry as much speed as you possibly can. You've got to keep within those little markers on the left-hand side of your screen, using all of the curb to open up this sweeping right-hander. And now this is where it gets tricky, because you've got so much track to use, and in some corners you've got to use the whole track to really open up and carry speed. In others, it's slower to do so. So you have to absolutely maximize every corner as we now head into the slowest part of the circuit. And that is the final 4 corners through this left-hander. Now we've got to sweep it over to the right-hand side. And then we've got one of the most long-winded chicanes in the world of motorsport coming up. And it kind of goes back on itself here. So you've got to switch over to the left-hand side. The corner keeps going, it keeps going. You've got to go over to the left-hand side as far as possible, open up the final corner, use a load of curb on the inside. And now you can run it out nice and wide. And it's now all within whether you've got the time or not. It's all up to whether you've been quick enough over the course of 3 sectors. Has Malinowski been able to produce something magical here? It's P6 for Yas Heat.
So it's good. It's not magical, is what we'd say. No indications that we're going to see anyone from the very top going out once again. But again, with the final jokers available for the drivers, they find themselves out on track. Carbon SimSport seem to be running their way on through. Did see that Race Anywhere SimSport had requested a joker, but I've not been allowed to go and do it, unfortunately, so we'll have to wait and see exactly who will put some improvement in. Potentially it will just be the Racing Point 85 as well as this Carbon SimSport number 90. Now, with Williams and BS done in qualifying, Lewis McLeod has already started to work its way through some of that mental math that we'll have to do. And as the championship sits right now, 20 points again goes to pole position, 15 points to 3rd in qualifying. The margin has come down to 3 points between Williams and BS competition if it holds as is, which basically means finish in front of the other and the championship is yours.
That's exactly what you said last time out, wasn't it? That's what we want. We want them to be in that position where whoever finishes ahead of the other team, they are going to win the FLExTREME championship. This is ace. In fact, it's gone down to this. Also, it's 2 of the very best teams on ACC going at it with a little bit of seasoning of Unicorns of Love. Like, they are going to be involved in this today, that's for sure. It's really all about whether all 3 drivers can compete with BS and Williams, because we've seen Unicorns of Love up there, but they tend to have one driver that's weaker than the other 2. So yeah, is today the day? Is this car the deciding factor as well? Have they tamed this car enough to really put themselves in the hunt for this race win?
Some drama in qualifying, by the way. Race Anywhere SimSport, that 55 there. Flying lap didn't count, so they're 166 seconds slower because that's the combined out lap and flying lap that has been counted on the board. Arnage competition will also drop back to 25th for violating qualifying rules in qualifying session number 2. So plenty of shaking up there as qualifying officially now over. Williams officially will head into this 6 hours of competition with just a 3-point advantage over BS competition. I mean, my oh my, Luke. It is going to be a feisty one. The start here going to be, I think, somewhat important for those two teams at the front to stay out of trouble and keep themselves in the right places. And then from there, it's all going to be about strategy. Again, 600 splitting the top 3 in terms of times on the board.
Yeah, certainly did. BS competition officially taking that pole position. Unicorns of Love and Williams Esports are in 2nd and 3rd. And I think that's a good thing. I don't think the start is as important as we have seen across the championship, because Unicorns of Love are that quick. So you're not necessarily going to be held up by them. If it was one of the slower teams in terms of race pace, out-qualifying them, you'd be a little bit worried. But I think that those 3 teams could run together for the entirety of this race. So it's pretty exciting, Arjuna. This is what we wanted, right? We wanted to go to the last race, have very much nothing between the top 2. That's exactly what we've got. We're going to see them basically fight it out. We're going to have a showdown. Even though it's a week later than the World Cup, we've got a showdown.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and again, remember, this is a rescheduled race, so a lot of these drivers had done their preparation a month or so ago and then had to re-gear, basically. Not sure how much evolution they would have had necessarily on setups. Not like anything has majorly changed. Same race distance and same everything. What's up, Luke?
West Side Competition Racing, P4. Complete. I would say team Racing Point before the season started. I wouldn't be expecting them to be in the top 5. They're currently 5th in the championship, so actually it's pretty good from them. But yeah, West Side Competition. They still haven't tweeted me to say stop saying West Side Competition, so I'm going to keep doing it. They're qualified P4. It's a really good qualifying session for West Side Competition.
No court case, at least so far.
I'm sure there will be.
I think at this time it's probably only fair that we bring back in the one, the only Lewis McLeod. And Lewis, interesting qualifying session. I don't even want to ask about your impressions on it, because qualifying is going to be irrelevant when we reflect on the season realistically in about 7 hours' time. 3 points. It comes down to that between Williams and BS after what has been a remarkable season so far.
Yes, it is muchos fascinating. I'm very intrigued as to see where the race is going to go, but that's where it comes down. Like you were saying, through the qualifying session, it's exactly the way we wanted it, in the sense of whoever beats whoever, they are the champions. You know, with some subtle exceptions depending on where they finish in the order, but realistically, they're going to be inside the top 10 with us. 3 points difference between each position. It's how we want it. It's how we want to see them fighting, them battling, and it's how we want to see this title crown. I'm a little concerned as to see how the racing will be around here, but I mean, let's be honest, it's a cup car around Paul Ricard. That straight is 1.9 kilometers. Surely we'll see plenty of overtaking.
We're going to step aside for a couple of moments here on VCO Esports with qualifying in the books. Don't go anywhere, though. We're ready to go for 6 hours at Paul Ricard. The racing and the cash split coming up next.
Hey, chat.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to what is hopefully not going to be a rainy Paul Ricard. Hopefully sunshine bathes the track as we get ready to go for our championship showdown here in VCO LFM FLExTREME. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside with Lewis McLean as well as Luke Crane, as we get ready to take the start of the cash split. But of course, before we get to that, let's not forget 2 more splits of competition. Both the Rivals and the Challenger splits have already started, Lewis, and we're going to grab a look at their race starts with their drivers going for 3 hours of competition here today.
Yeah, we're probably being thrown under the bus a bit here. Dylan Tan starting on pole position, Bergkamp, Game and Felipe alongside. We're going to try and react to this as best as we can, but yeah, we're going to have a bit of banter with this one. Racing down towards the first corner, obviously we'll take a little bit of a guess as to how this is going to happen in the cash split as well. A decent start from Polyakov on the race down towards the first corner. F1 Memes Racing, great team name, but at the moment all 12 cars look pretty tidy through the first corner. Link, no major bits of contact. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, thank you, Lewis McLean. Yeah, you're
thank you.
right
I did
there.
notice he said McLean.
Oh, did I?
He does it on purpose this time. How's your dad, John? Is he all good? Yippee-ki-yay. Yeah, Dylan Tan getting a good start. Again, Dylan Tan, Frank Bergkamp, I would expect them drivers to be in the cash split. If I'm honest, that's how good those 2 drivers are. Specifically, Dylan Tan's been dominating the split for the whole season, to be honest, as an individual performer. But this is a good start. I tell you what, some of the liveries here are absolutely phenomenal as well. But yeah, this is a really, really good start. It wasn't good at Watkins Glen. It was actually a mess. Half the grid were already rendered useless after about 3 corners. So this is nice to see.
Just the 12 cars of racing in it, just 3 hours of racing. You've got the Armamentario car, of course, we've got one of those up in the cash split behind the Revolution Sim Racing car. Our first run on the Mistral straight towards Scene, and it will be a little bit of defence from Bergkamp pulling it over to the right-hand side. It's a very fast right-hander. They will see if Gamay can go around the outside, getting pushed a little bit from Diakovsky behind. A couple of little bits of snaps of oversteer, I think that was. Maybe even a little bit of contact into the corner, Arjuna.
How much wider do you need to go? Yes, apparently is the answer to that one from the 147. We've got our first look, though, now at how much the cars kind of pull along in that draft on that very long back straightaway. And we didn't get 3 wide. Yes, I know there's only 12 cars, but I do feel like, I don't know why I get the sense, Lewis, that we are going to see the type of race where you're going to see cars basically blocking each other, and so we're going to see some breakaways forming through the group. And I think we are going to see drafting trains where a lot of teams are just thinking about fuel mileage, at least at the start of the race.
I think, like say, you have to. You're not. The thing is, again, you're not going to save that much time in the actual pit stop from saving the fuel, because obviously it's tyre limited with the actual stationary time. But still, it's just about like how much fuel you actually have to put in the car. You might actually put in a slightly lower tank just to make sure the car's faster in the early stages or whatever. You know, those kind of things which will be playing on their minds. I don't think any of those things will really play too much of a factor onto it, but yeah, the train will play its part, as that was an enormous moment from Diakovsky, and Felipe is going to get under the inside. As much as their team might be Pit Stop UK, they're doing the racetrack FRA realistically, and there is a move from Felipe on to the next race, and whoa, my goodness me, that is significantly wetter. Whether we're looking for the race start and the cash split, I'm hoping for something a bit more like this. That'd be a bit crazy, wouldn't it? Lettinen starting from pole position ahead of Grosser, Moreira and Prepolita as they'll race down towards the first corner. I suspect this one might be a little bit more chaotic in what looks like torrential rain, which has absolutely slapped the rivals. Split bits of contact into the first corner. That is Voss getting pushed out just a little bit wide. I think Jimenez might be the one making the move.
Yeah, Lovering dropping a bit further back there, actually, isn't it? Yeah, Lovering was P6 to start off with in the 120 car, but yeah, the conditions making it very difficult. It is wetter than a Lotto's pocket, isn't it? This is soaking here in the Paul Ricard. Hopefully we get a bit of a mixture of this. I don't quite want to see it be a river for them, but ironically, again, it's a cleaner start than what we saw at Watkins Glen, so maybe the track just helps out in that regard, as the first corner is quite quick, so it's a bit more difficult to make mistakes through there. Moreira then is now dropping down position as well. I think might just about hold on to P2. Oh, no, maybe not. Bit of a slip and a slide. And I'll tell you what, Gruss is going to go, oh, that's lovely. Thank you very much. I'll come through. And potentially by the time they get down to the end of this straight, we'll be in P2.
Yeah, I've got to say, I kind of feel a little bit for Moreira in that, because you can kind of see we're just going through a corner, and even these kind of cars, you're not expecting to have the power to get a little bit of oversteer going through there, but certainly all of it was causing that little drift through the corner, going into the car on the outside, just a little bit of a brush of contact. Once again up into Scene. A few more bits of side by side despite the wet weather conditions. This is Shatska coming down the inside into Scene, bit of side by side ahead of all that, and let's see if they all get through cleanly. It seems as though no one has died just yet.
I think to Luke's point earlier, right, they're all being a little bit smarter and waiting for opportunities and mistakes to present themselves. That's why we had a couple of 2 wide. They were almost 3 wide as they dived their way through that very long right-hand sweeper, and now there'll be a bit of contact as they're almost pushing each other off the road, but they somehow are still making it all work. They're all pointed in the right direction as your leader scampers away with the battling behind.
Yeah, Prepolita, absolutely superb to give that one a go. But sorry, it wasn't Prepolita, it was Moreira, wasn't it? Gross. I mean, great bit of side-by-side racing. It's not great for lap times, but it's great for the show, isn't it?
It's not quick, but it looks great. So that's great. Oh, there's
See ya. That's quite a few
left there. That's they've gone for the new pit entrance, but unfortunately that's not the pit entrance on this game. So they've got to wait now until they get round here. That's what they were trying to do. They weren't. They just made a mistake. But now I think Gross is in second spot. I think he started in second, right, as well. Or was it Moreira? Actually, it's Moreira, wasn't it, that started in second position. So Gross is now actually no P3. Prepolita, which is some name by the way, is in P2. But the one driver who's winning in this situation is, well, winning the race, Littinen, who's out there in the lead, hasn't really had to do too much. He's just been looking in his rearview mirror, maybe not able to look at the battling because of the spray coming from the back of his car, but ultimately seeing the gap grow in the timing.
Yeah, if we do have weather anything close to this through the cash split, our main priority of conversation will be about tyre pressures. Some drivers and teams can get them slightly wrong in conditions like this. You're just up and down and all over the place, and the car can be somewhat undrivable. Sheldon Muscat for the Geeks Energy car might well lose a position here. Chartier's down the inside. Obviously, that one's not going to quite work out, so Sheldon Muscat is able to hang on, as will see more bits of this proper touring car racing with some of these dives.
I mean, what did you expect in this sort of a car, I guess, at the end of the day? Now, I find it quite interesting, the stark contrast between rivals and challengers at the start, because it's a car that doesn't necessarily have the most things that you can adjust, but the question will be, how much will you have adjusted to handle the balance between dry and then wet running, Luke? And it's one of those things that once you're committed at the start, you are truly committed.
Yeah, they got 3 minutes where they can see the conditions though, so it's not a case of they're completely blind to it. But yeah, Lewis is the one that's right on this one. It is all about tyre pressures. In terms of the setup, there's not a lot you can do with this car, in all fairness, because there are a few tweaks you can do, but it won't make the biggest amount of difference. Because a GT3 race and you had wet conditions, and yeah, that would be, you could almost change anything to really help your case. But tyre pressure is everything on ACC, especially in wet weather conditions. So yeah, interesting. I'm going to disappear now, by the way, so I'll let you two crack on with the start of this race. I'm watching YouTube and I'm watching Twitch, so anyone watching right now, let me know who you're supporting, and I'll be back for hour 2. Good luck, lads. Have fun.
And send an overwhelming amount of pufferfish, please.
Remember, again, hashtag FLExTREME so that Lewis can join the fun as well. To that point, though, Lewis, I think one thing that the rain also does mean is that whereas in the GT3 races that we had, as we'll scroll through some of those social media posts once again, but in the GT3 races, rain allowed maybe cars that were not as quick in the dry, potentially struggling with their BOP ballast choices, to be brought back into the equation. With everyone being in the same car, it's not necessarily the case here today.
No, it's wide open. It is, it's down to the drivers, it's down to the teams. Like I say, if you get those tyre pressures correct, which I would, it's not the easiest to kind of get bang on, but these teams are experienced enough that it shouldn't be too difficult to kind of work out where they need to go. They're used to racing on ACC and used to figuring out all those little nuances and what to adjust throughout the race. So realistically, it just comes down to what you as the driver can do. Another fantastic poster there, as we are readying ourselves to find our first ever champions of the VCO LFM FLExTREME Championship. One final race left to go in the season. The champions should have already been crowned. But obviously, the slight delay to this round means we get this barnstorming final.
Oh, that poster was right. It was the poster for the last round that was technically incorrect, because that poster that we just saw had round 5 crossed out and round 6 added to it, whereas the poster for the rescheduled. Yeah, getting myself confused. Minor details.
You saw GT3s, and you were like, yeah, boom.
No. So the poster for the last race, so for the GT3 at Watkins race, you know what we did for that is we had round 4 crossed out, and then we put 5 next to it, which technically is incorrect because that was round 6 that then became round 5.
6 crossed out and then 5. Yeah.
Exactly. Here's a look once again at all of the drivers' faces. This time we don't see any lamps, although again, Martin Laurent still yet to move over to the rig. He's in his engineer position for the time being. It's always great though for us to be able to follow the drivers, especially sometimes when we follow them outside of their rigs, as we do in the case of that mysterious driver in the middle.
Who was the lamp? That's what I want to know. Whose does that lamp belong to? By the way, you can see with Darren McCormick, I know because I did ask on the Williams Esports stream, still has the wristband on from
ESL R1.
Yeah, and I was like, because he said he wanted to find a way of getting it off, because it's one of those things where it's like the bit of fabric and then they've got the little plastic thing with the teeth in it. And he said he wanted to find a way of taking it off without destroying it, to which... pair of scissors. I was like, no, I couldn't.
That's what I did. Yep.
It's got to get off. I can't. I was like, no, I can't really deal with watches or anything like that. So like those kind of things. So, no, thank you.
No,
he's still got it on.
My
Respect.
Porsche Indy, my first in-person event, I was really trying to find a way to finagle it off without having to cut it, and then I got so sick of having it on that I was just like, no, scissors, it's off. I don't care.
I still have the bit of fabric in one nice piece, right? So that's not been cut, but the plastic bit was gone. So theoretically, I could just get on or whatever. That was just the way I was like, I just cannot.
You cannot.
I cheat the system. Sorry, guys. He
does.
I tell him my hand's too fat for it to fit on, so then I just put it on like my lanyard, so I keep it all intact, and I get to keep it.
It didn't go well with some of the security guards, though.
Oh, there we go. More pufferfish.
Yeah,
there it is.
This
Good
one's
luck to all the teams.
It's from Luke, though, isn't it?
It is true. It's the second one that we've seen from Luke so far today.
Where was your? Is that a photograph from ERWC on Luke's? Is his profile picture? Or was that? Is that another? Is that? Yeah, it would have been.
That is an Elliot picture. Picture, to be more specific.
That's true.
He smashed it.
He did. He's tried making us look all right. Couldn't get any photographs of our junior though, because
got really weird when he was in my hotel room trying to take pictures though. Anyway, good luck, lads.
Oh yeah. Some of those meme templates have been quite fun. We've been enjoying ourselves behind the scenes. Luke Crane comes in, causes chaos, and then disappears from the scene of the incident.
He's gone to go and watch Formula 1 free practice. Which, by the way, I can see a Discord with quite a few drivers on, where a certain person who used to race in this championship, who's not racing this championship because he's no longer signed for that team. You know what I'm talking about. Is there with F1 with everyone. Just watching F1 with everyone.
Do I know who you're talking about?
Well, they used to race for a team in this championship, and they're no longer racing in this championship because they've switched teams. I can't think about it for a second. They did their last race for that. It's Blyer.
Okay.
Goodness me. No, they're all just watching Formula 1. I'm like, mate, I'm sure this race is starting soon. But no,
it is hopefully starting soon.
We'll keep our fingers crossed. We're not sure what conditions it'll be starting in, though. Obviously, we keep getting teased wet stuff on this B-roll.
So George Boothby was the stream with which, and Jardier, those have been our two weather sources, basically, over the course of the season, I think it's fair to say. I think Niels Naujoks is going to have to be our weather info source today. Now, there's still a couple of minutes left in free practice in his stream, and it is still as sunny as you would like. So...
I would be shocked if it was wet for the race start.
Yes. We were,
shocked. I tell you,
I'm struggling. I don't know. I feel like we're not going to get rain today. There, I said it. In Cash Split, to be specific.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. It's bone dry out there in beautiful conditions. I would tend to agree. I don't think it's going to rain today. I think we're gonna have a nice, calm, easy, dry day through it, and fingers crossed we'll be able to get all 6 hours of racing in. Of course, to be fair, the first time we attempted this, we got as far as Q2 before we.
We're further along.
But now we're doing better. Again, we're just we're waiting for the start of the race. Still, there's a couple of minutes left of free practice. Typically, we are normally about 20 minutes delayed on these. I think we're probably going to be in the same sort of vein by the time we move over into the practice into the race session.
Well, think back to Monza, right, Lewis? I mean, we talked about Caracas and Race Anywhere Sim Sports, great drive there, but that was basically. Cash Split was mostly raining for the course of the day. I think Rival Split was similar, and then Challenger Split was bone dry for 9 hours. So it's very hard to say that we're having one weather setting in one split, so it's going to be the same across of the others. But Yeah, it's one of those situations where I think the teams are just now waiting to see until what's going to happen when we switch on over to the race.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, in some races where there are multiple races happening at the same time, sometimes you kind of be like, what's happening in the other splits? Let's see if we can get like a rough indication. What we found out, especially through this championship, and generally, with certain things in NAC, there's no point in looking at what's happening in the other splits. Focus on your own. Like, treat it as its own race. See ya. As he's hailed from the ring, he's gone. Is that a car seat?
That does look like a proper car seat.
I mean,
just picked up from the skip or something.
Well, I don't know about. Let's get down and throw too far under the bus. My goodness.
Well, hey, there is nothing wrong with there's nothing wrong with picking something up from the skip. Lewis is just being very, very classist, almost.
Oh, very much.
You can get perfectly comfortable rate seats to go on your rig at every price point. Look at Lewis.
You absolutely can. No, absolutely. If not,
sim racing elitist.
Well, if not, you just badge your sponsors enough until they chuck a couple of
next level racing.
Away. Yeah, exactly.
Next level racing.
I'd take another seat. They were very comfortable, I will say. Like,
I know. Well, you're getting me jealous now. Here we go. Here's a look at some of the next level racing prizes. I'll take one of those. I'll send you my address.
I did think about asking if I could just take one home, considering Luca took a fair few things, magnets, one of the belts. I was like, would they miss a chair? I'll take it.
I hope you took a set of magnets so that you can be yeeting them across the room from the comfort of your home.
I didn't. I did see that Luke did, though, and he's got them all on a whiteboard in the background of the webcam that we can't see because he's a bit too...
I just assumed he got 12 Redline magnets or 12 Enzo Benito magnets.
No, but he did take the whiteboard just so he can write I love Enzo on it and have it in every broadcast. But apparently Enzo loves him. Even sent him a Valentine's Day message. How romantic is that?
Setups in sim racing. It's not now just about the cars, it's about the drivers as well.
That's nice. That is cute. That is cute.
We've got about 2 minutes to go, Lewis. Let's focus in on the championship, I guess. At this point, qualifying has brought BS competition slightly closer. It's maybe oversimplifying it slightly to say whoever finishes in front of the other wins. That's the case if basically they finish inside of the top 10, which is our expectation. If there was to be a little bit more struggles for them, though, if they were to finish, mired in the top 20 or whatever, then things start to get a lot more interesting and a lot more tense.
Yeah, I mean, like, we're going to be... Thankfully, we don't have to be too swift on the numbers, at least in the earlier stages. But we can just focus on the battle at hand. Right now, I'm going to ask you a question, and you know what it's going to be.
Yep, I do.
Who do you think's coming out on top?
BS competition. I don't. Given how close it is, and given the situation, knowing that it's finish in front of the other, it's the strength of the experience with the car that I think is going to be the first defining difference between the teams, and this is where it goes back to BMW Sim Live. I know you unfortunately missed it last year, the final itself, but yes, competition finished 1, 2, and 3 and never looked like they were going to be challenged. I would struggle not to put money down on them if you forced me to.
I would go Williams, so that's good. So we can see the grid here as we've got a few more minutes of them lining up on the grid, getting ready to go. So we can see the grid ahead of us. BS competition starting from pole position alongside Unicorns of Love. But behind them, their main championship rivals. A very interesting qualifying session. Dara McCormack missing out by absolutely nothing from starting on the front row, set exactly the same time as Unicorns of Love, but still has to settle for third in the race. West Competition Racing with a superb qualifying session will start this one from fourth and will allow the rest of the grid to roll their way through, pointing out another few of the big names in there as well. Obviously, over on the left-hand side, you've got the Yaz Heat car, the 666. They are ones to keep an eye out on. Great livery, by the way. Thanks for that one. They're ones to keep an eye out. They've an outside chance of the championship, but still there is potential for them. But they will be starting this race from sixth in the 666 as we'll let the rest of the grid roll their way down. Race Anywhere Simsport also a bit further down here, starting from, I believe, 13th position. They are race winners this season in that exceptionally dominant fashion. I also didn't even point out that Hello YouTube, Igor Ogrodnikov starting from 10th place. They've had a very poor season, looking to end it on an absolute high. Not sure Okay, here's another question for you. Is the team that wins the race, is it going to be BS Competition or Williams, or do you think someone else is going to sneak something special through for the finals?
No.
Do you think it's going to be one of those two?
Yes. I mean, let's be honest. Let's be real. At the end of the season so far, with one race still left to go, who have been the two most consistent teams? Yes, they both had one race where they've had to fight their way back up through the field, but not because they were slow, because there was some sort of incident, whether it was at the start of the race, whether it was in qualifying, that has forced them to fight their way back, and they've always fought their way back.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of one of those ones where it's hard to put it past those two, but I'm going to put it past those two. I think why not? I think, yeah, for some of these teams like Unicorns of Love, I think they're going to try and end the season on the highest of highs by taking a victory, maybe even the 666 as well, despite being complete outside chances of the championship. Yeah, I know the experience of BS Competition, and I know the outright speed of Williams. I'm only leaning towards Unicorns of Love more to be like, I think they do have the pace, but also, I'd quite like to see it. And then, so it's a special way for them to end the championship. But that said, all I know is it's going to be 6 hours of wheel to wheel and potentially significant door to door action.
Yes. Well, to your point on the Unicorns of Love, I still think that they are a team that will look back and say that, you know what, we could and we should have probably fought for that championship. Second in round number 1, but then the start at Monza really just caught them out, and they got collected, dropped back down through the field, finished 24th in that one, after cycling around for basically 8 hours and 50 minutes with damage on their machine. Came back 11th at Barcelona, which I think was a difficult round for them, but 4th and 3rd in the 2 previous rounds of the championship. I definitely think the Unicorns of Love will reflect on this season as a season of what-ifs overall.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of teams that are in that boat, though, aren't they? With the whole what if. A few teams have really, really impressed. On the odd round, RCI Esports being like quite high on that list, but they've had a couple of very impressive races, and the other ones have been pretty average to poor. And I think that's okay. Not every race can go well. There are those teams that we expected to fight towards the front, like you say, Unicorns of Love and teams like that have, kind of not perform to the level. Yazzie can also be thrown into that one. It's kind of like it's a tough one, but that's how seasons like this go. I've seen this more times on ACC than on any other platform, where for whatever reason over a 5 or a 6 round championship, to actually be consistent, I don't 100% understand why. It's for whatever reason the hardest platform to be consistent on over a season in endurance. I don't really understand why, but that just seems to be the case. Every endurance racing championship that I've found, that I've commentated on, there isn't a season where the person that wins the championship finishes in the top 5 of every race. It just doesn't happen that often.
Interesting. I just don't have enough experience with the platform to say whether I agree or disagree with you, Lewis, on that one. What I will say is I found Redline's comments after the Esports Racing World Cup quite interesting, in that they, despite the fact that they have, been able to get more familiar with the platform, they still can tell and they can feel that they are missing something in setup in terms of driving. Whatever the case may be, they are just not as quick as the best of the ACC teams, which always kind of made me wonder what institutional sim-specific knowledge is important to drivers to try and figure out. So with that said, I find it quite interesting that you say that it's so hard to be consistent here when some of the best drivers in the world, in fact, I think we can call them the world's fastest sim drivers now, as the 2-time Esports Racing World Cup champions, are saying that this is a platform they're still struggling to figure out.
Like I say, it's the nuances of each platform. One of the biggest things on ACC is genuinely it's things like tire pressures. Things that are making sure they're in the perfect window. I've driven on my fair share of platforms. I've raced R-Factor 2 moderately competitive, not very competitively. Ooh. Moderately. iRacing, I'm terrible at. That's fair enough.
Lewis,
what?
Sorry, I know you have something important. I have something more important. 30 minutes from now, guess what's predicted?
Probably rain.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, fair enough.
And it's gonna. But the timing is what's so important, right? Because this is a race where you evenly split it. basically top of the hour. Pit stops should be pretty simple there, right? Not going to be so simple if it starts raining cats and dogs 30 minutes in.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, it should spice things up. It's such an awkward time. I'm not sure. Like I say, I mean, it's at that perfect point where it's a little bit too awkward for a lot of the team. It should be early enough that even because if it pits like 40 minutes into the race, right? If it rains 40 minutes into the race, then you have to pit. You're still kind of on sequence, provided the rain actually kind of works in your favour. You're still on sequence to do the same amount of pit stops because obviously it's a 65-minute stint limit. Whereas, like this, that's not necessarily the case. You might have to do that extra splash here and there or something like that. It keeps the strategy wide open, and it looks like we're not going to avoid the rain. I wonder who that plays in favour of. Is that more towards BS? Is that more towards Williams? I honestly wouldn't know.
I think the thing to remember out of the last race where it wasn't necessarily rain that was the thing that changed the strategy for BS competition in particular. That was more the damage that they were trying to get repaired after the start of the race. But they were off cycle very, very early as Niels Niox is going to murder some cones there.
Classic.
I'm now trying to remember. Monza was one of those races where it rained for an hour, then stopped raining for an hour, started raining for an hour, stopped raining for an hour. I feel like I said I didn't think it was going to rain, but now I feel like knowing that we have predicted rain in 30 minutes, this may be a wild one where the weather defines so much and strategy calls have got to be figured out on the fly.
Yep, if there is a time that you wouldn't want to be a part of any of these teams, now would be it, because it's going to be a very difficult 6 hours of racing as we head into the final round of the VCO LFM FLExTREME. Our journey across the esports racing world has taken us from the end of 2022 to the start of 2023, and we have a championship fight which comes down to just a handful of points between the top two in the standings. 3 points separating them. Niels Niox for VS Competition, Darren McCormack for Williams Esports. The two teams will go toe-to-toe in a battle for victory in the championship as the final race of the season is underway. Unicorns of Love getting a ball start from the front row of the grid as we'll head down towards the first corner. Green flags waving galore. Who's going to go for a dive down the inside of the first corner? Darren McCormack's going to hold on the third position, not looking to make any progress on Bastian Richter as they funnel their way through. It was a Apostle that was getting to the inside of him, but I think might actually lose out to potentially a good start from the Yaz Heat car that might will be moving its way up into fourth. It's a great start from Malinovsky to go from sixth up inside that top four with a bit of a move around the outside heading into the chicane.
Nice tidy start though. They single file it up at the front, but a couple more battles further back as they all just jockey their way through, all trying to make sure that they take the start as the opportunity to leapfrog their way on forward, do something similar to what Malinovsky did in being able to be aggressive and positive at the start. But now for the very first time we wind ourselves up on this long back straightaway, and we'll see just how important the draft will play out to be.
Yeah, roughly 1.9 kilometers from that left-hander onto the Mistral straight all the way up to Scene as the very first time we'll see the slipstream take into effect. Should be a bit tighter in the cash bit than it was in the rivals and challenges, just courtesy of how close these drivers are. And you can see Bastian Richter's closing right into the back of Niels Niox as they cross over into Scene. You can see plenty of side-by-side in the background. I think it might be Race Anywhere Simsport going on the defence. Certainly was. They might actually be attacking for some positions inside that mid-pack. A couple of dives as they head down into the double right-hander, and see you to some of those cars in the background. They are way off.
Yeah, just pushing the limits too much, but 3 wide now with the opportunity presented to the RCI Esports car to send it down the inside, and you'll grab the spot ahead of the Assetto Motorsports car. But Race Anywhere Simsport still continuing to defend strongly, and now as they work their way towards those final 3 corners on the lap, no real breakaways despite the fighting further back in the pack. It's still one long drafting train as we complete the end of lap number 1.
Yeah, it was a bold attempt, shall we say, from Verstappen to have got to the inside in such an aggressive way, but still managed to slightly make it work. There's a couple of little moves in the background as well. We now look at Symphony of Pistons with a slightly more toned down livery than the norm of what we expect, but a side-by-side ahead between Piffet and Get Fisher. Get Fisher on the right-hand side in that just exceptionally bright Pulse Sim Sport car will try and go for a move around the outside, but obviously that one isn't going to work. If they're hanging on, as they'll start to calm down, start to go single file just a touch, and start to have a little bit more of a breather at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, I think now, hopefully, we all settle into line and we realize there's a long way to go. Let's not forget, we do have live race control, although fortunately I think maybe for the first time this season there isn't much for them on lap number 1 to really have to work their way on through, because we all did get to the line and right on cue as they worked their way towards the middle sector of the lap. A bit of a traffic jam forming. Not sure if there was contact there, but it really checked them up.
I'd be surprised if there wasn't. I'd be absolutely surprised if there wasn't contact in that. Didn't exactly see 100% what happened, but it certainly caused an enormous bottleneck behind. We're looking at Robin Schaefer, and it's all those cars behind where there's a very, very large gap now, courtesy of a couple of those problems. There's going to be any side-by-side on the ramp towards scene. At the moment, I think they're all separated by enough that there shouldn't be any moves heading through that exceptionally fast right-hander. You can see up ahead, who is that? Is that Igor Ogorognikov potentially on the inside of someone heading through the corner? I'm not 100% sure.
I think it
Might
would
be
have...
Babin.
Oh, it was Igor Ognorodnikov, just in a slightly different livery this time around, which is why we got a little bit confused. Visceral versus Race Anywhere SimSport as the red machine pinches that green car as they work their way back onto the power. Richter, though, you can see putting the pressure on your leader, with Dara McCormack starting to drop back, albeit slightly.
Yeah, the cloud cover's really coming in. Again, rain's expected within the next sort of 20 minutes, potentially even earlier than that. Final corner ticked off. You're absolutely right. Bastian Richter's there, knocking at the door, trying to go on the attack. Dara McCormack's got troubles from Maciej Malinowski behind. Apostle, Arndt, Matea as well. Svidjuric keeping them close in tow. 6 cars behind Dara McCormack. Fastest lap goes the way of Bastian Richter. Malinowski taking the defensive line from Apostle on the start-finish straight as they head down to complete the second lap into the braking zone again, and Malinowski focusing more rearwards than forwards.
Looked like Gerardus was still trying to work his way past the 911 Hello YouTube machine in that battle for 9th and 10th. Haven't seen them swap around, but maybe an opportunity for the 69 to work its way on closer. A bit of an overlap for the Griphax engineering car as it backs out of that one into the braking zone. Momentum-based cars, and I don't think really wanting to risk potentially dropping out of the draft of those in front of them. The margin between 8th and 9th position at the timing line at the end of Sector 1, 1.1 seconds.
Yeah, heading through this super awkward right-hander. It's sort of like this slightly later apex bit as you're trying to pull it back over to the right-hand side, throw it through the left-hander, making things very, very difficult. Right now, whilst BS Competition are leading the way, the car directly behind them, they shouldn't be worried about too much. It doesn't make any major difference to their race. If Bastian Richter gets ahead of them and pulls them along, pulls them to a much larger lead, that's actually a great thing. To be honest, there is only one team that BS Competition are focused on beating today. That is the team that is running in 3rd position. That is this team. That is Williams, trying to beat BS Competition. BS Competition trying to beat Williams. That was a very wide moment for Maciej Malinowski. And Apostle should be through this time, heading through the double right-hander. You can hang it around the outside, though. It gives you inside for the left-hander after this.
We have just seen it, though, so many times that drivers not willing to necessarily run too far wide as they work their way off of that complex. Malinowski holds on to 4th for the time being, but just look how much that battle has really allowed those behind to really stretch back up into this train, into that final corner they'll go. McCormack finds himself 1.2 back from Richter, and so even though he's now got the clean air behind, he's going to be more focused on trying to ensure that the top 2 don't break away, and he's done a good job on this lap in particular to be able to bring the gap back down.
Yeah, by the way, just going to point out one thing, because there's a couple of people with slightly higher pings in this race. Niels Nyox being one of them, Dara McCormack being one of them. It's not actually Nyox or McCormack. This is something that actually Luke Craig told me in the last round of VCOxLFM FLExTREME. It's to do with the car. Now, obviously, Philippa Bakida is one of the drivers inside the car, and so it's taking it as well using Bakida's internet connection. She's obviously racing from Australia, and so it's taking that into account for Williams Esports. Of course, Igor Rodriguez from South America, etc. It's kind of, you'll see it like jumping around quite a bit, and on that one where it jumps up, that's what Bakida's netcode or connection is at. It will be fine when she gets to the car. It will be raceable. We've seen that before. Philippa Makita's taken part in these races, but don't panic too much. They aren't in a poor position when it comes to that connection. Gert Fischer still trying to battle it out with Pivet, and also Verstappen ahead. This could be a good up and under from Gert Fischer, but not going to work out on this occasion.
It's got the double draft now as well. You can just see how close he is. Sometimes you don't want to be too close to the car in front when you get onto these long straights, because it does mean that then you have to pull yourself out earlier than you'd want. But with the speed of these machines, I think he actually did end up timing that quite nicely. And maybe RCI is going to feed a little bit of draft to try and help the Pulsar Sim Sport car to work their way on forward. Not going to happen, at least for the time being. A little bit more side-by-side further back as they'll fly their way into this fast right-hand kink with some squeezing going on, and Armentario being shoved off the road.
I'm not sure if that was Armentario being shoved off the road. I think I get the feeling it might have been a little bit more of a squeeze. I don't know. I'd want to see it from other angles, from up top and all that kind of stuff. I get the feeling there might have been a bit more of a squeeze and a bit more of a pinch in there, which, yes, I get it. You know, the whole thing of like, are you alongside and all that kind of stuff. I mean, realistically speaking, especially into that corner, just give the room anyway, because if you're going to get tapped, you're probably going to go for an enormous spin. Thankfully, didn't do on that occasion. Bastian Richter keeping Niels Nyox very, very close for company as 10 minutes almost complete in the race. 4 laps down, Nyox holding on to the race lead, but the crucial gap is the 1.1 seconds back to Dara McCormack, who's pulling out a little bit more over Maciej Malinowski, who is holding up this enormous train, potentially doing a little bit of a favour to Dara McCormack there.
I feel like McCormack right now, I don't know if he's maybe just driving within himself. I don't feel he's got the same pace as Nyox does at the front. And I feel like if there is one small mistake out of McCormack, maybe it's out of this next sequence, right, coming on to that back straightaway, it's going to allow those top 2 to break away. And once that happens, I think McCormack is not going to be swallowed up by the pack behind him. I don't mean to say that he's going to drop like a stone, but I think the race is going to shape up very differently if Nyox is in a breakaway at the front and if McCormack is more worried about those behind him. The one thing that we know for sure, again, just I think to remind everyone, at least how I'm viewing this race, Lewis, is that Nyox has one teammate in Alpha Camera that we know is very competent in this car. Maybe slightly slower, but just as quick overall in consistency. Makita maybe the question mark there. Rodriguez and Van der Velde were quick in qualifying, but we have no real sense of their race pace in this car.
No, but I will say for a couple of points to make out here. The first one I make is with McCormack could potentially be looking after his tyres a little bit more and managing that side of it, because these can burn out their rears particularly a little bit more. So potentially there is a little bit of that going on. Well, that will only know as the stint unfolds, right? So that's that one ticked off. As to it comes to when it comes to teammates, got to be said, last round when we were racing at Watkins Glen, I mean, yeah, obviously after you'd gone to go and do Porsche Esports Super Cup, big boy over here, it was a really clear visual. Tinko Van der Velde and Igor Rodriguez, they were not far off what Dara McCormack. As a team, they were insanely fast, and so we're pulling out like just an enormous margin, because as a team, they were all running around at pretty much the same pace. Now, obviously, you would copy and paste that over to BS competition. I'd say Philippa Makita is plenty fast enough. Of course, did qualify to go and take part in the FIA Motorsport Games whilst racing around here in the Australia qualifier, and then obviously went out to Circuit Paul Ricard and then raced virtually, of course, but actually at the circuit in the same race, of course, that James Baldwin went on to go and win for the FIA Motorsport Games and get the gold medal and whatnot. Philippa Makita has proven that she's plenty fast enough, but that qualifying Q1 did pose a few doubts, and potentially doubts that will linger in the mind even going into the race. So hopefully there's those concerns will be put to bed pretty quickly for the BS competition team.
I think the main thing is at least they have a time on the board in Q1 this time around.
That is the important one.
Compared to 2 weeks ago. So I don't think they'll be too concerned. Side by side in towards, and that's going to potentially give them 3 wide as they funnel through that right-hand sweeper. They are really starting to continue to squabble more and more further back, and they're tripping over themselves to some degree as well, and allowing the gaps towards the front to just be stretched out that little bit more right now. Still only not even 15 minutes into this race, and we've had this conversation before. What is an endurance race? I feel like 9 hours you feel a 9-hour race is lengthy. As a driver, having done my fair share of 6-hour races before, with 2 drivers, I never feel like 6 hours is a long race. With 3 drivers, I feel like it's almost a short race.
Yeah, because you only do 2 hours. I mean, it depends. Well, it depends really how much you want to do. Again, the driver minimum drive time in these races. What is it in this? Is it?
It's 3 hours and 15 is the maximum
I was going
drive
to say, I
time for
thought
today.
because it was 4 hours 20 in the 9-hour races. Yeah, 3 hours 15.
Hashtag
So
nice.
yeah, exactly. Effectively, it's 3 stints is what it is. Obviously, the rain that's on its way is going to sort of like skew that a little bit. Which also, actually thinking about it, let's think about that for a second, because
Ooh.
obviously you've got your faster driver in now. So if you were planning on doing 3 stints with your faster driver, you can only now do 2.5.
True.
Or
Good
you will,
point.
sorry, you will likely only be able
Yes.
to do 2.5, dependent on how hard the rain hits.
Tinko van der Velde focused on his championship fight, and Luke Crane has just said, by the way, that he remembers back at Watkins, McCormack being maybe a little bit slower at the start of every stint and maybe preserving the tires a little bit more. But I find it very hard to compare trends from the GT3 races to this race, because the Lamborghini would have handled very differently to the BMW, as an example, right, in terms of how the tires developed over the course of the stint. And so while we have some understanding, it's hard to kind of translate that knowledge directly into this race, as well, Gerardus really now all over the back of that Hello YouTube machine, still unable to find a way past.
Well, if there's 2 cars I can tell you that don't drive particularly similar, a Lamborghini GT3
Right,
and
exactly.
a BMW M2 Cup car. Probably not 2 of the most similar, but so yes, we can only take things with a pinch of salt. But it is interesting to note that I cannot describe to you, sat at home, if you're watching and you've never really raced, I can't describe to you how hard it is to start, particularly at the start of a race, to start a stint slower than you can go, right? That is insanely difficult, especially when people are pulling away from you. And this, there was that kind of the patience factor that we saw in the previous rounds of the season, to be honest, and what we see quite a lot in this style of racing is that you need to be patient, especially when it comes to focused on the tyres. Luca Burke, I think, is about to get, is that Burke at the front of it? Yeah, it is. He's about to get swallowed up by a whole group, as there was quite a lot of bump drafting in there. I thought I'd gone back to Daytona. I was commentating on Daytona yesterday. I thought I'd gone back for a second, man.
I thought we were commentating on night racing for a second there as well. I think that was what I got more confused about. Again, I think we're just seeing, right, the fact that the runs that you get on that back straightaway are maybe not as significant as maybe we were hoping for, and this is why Niels was saying that maybe the combination of the Porsche Cup car at Barcelona, the Porsche Cup car here and then this car at Barcelona may have been more interesting. But again, the VCO community decided where we're racing, so if you've got an issue with it, you can blame yourself. I was
That's
just looking.
true.
No, it's 100% true. I was just looking at our weather update, by the way. 10 minutes away is rain. 30 minutes away is cloud cover. So if we're going to get rain, it's likely to be short. Is it worth a gamble to come in and grab rain tires and change pressures? My feeling, at least right now, is probably not.
Yeah, it depends. Obviously, it depends how hard the race. It depends on so many factors. Maybe they will probably have to come in, get on the wets, and I mean, like, it's tough. But like that rain sequence, genuinely, I know it's obviously very early in the race, but we always kind of say this as we see Jorge Lopez trying to defend a little bit here. I think getting to the outside, that'll be Morant going for a move around the outside, squeezing in. It certainly is, but then look who's coming through, of course, it's Team Shazoo. Valek getting up and under, getting past Morant in there, and moving their way up inside the top 30. Solid read, by the way. But that rain genuinely will decide who's battling for the win in this race. I promise you that.
Agreed, and that's why I thought it was so important to talk about at the start. The timing of it is what makes it so important, is the fact that it doesn't let us really get into the full meat and rhythm of the race. It's going to change it instantly, and it's going to make the bigger teams that have the resources to figure out what they want to do on strategy calls, it's going to put them most on the spot to figure things out. A couple of side-by-side moments, though, as they finish up a 2-kilometer blast at full throttle, effectively.
Yeah, a couple of dicey moments. This 3 wide Certainly won't be 3 wide heading into Scene, because out wide is the Aspar car, and out even wider goes Morant. That could be both positions lost by throwing it in a little bit too deep. Squeezing it into the double right-hander they go, and they're all survived. That's the important bit.
Absolutely do. Luke Crane continues to watch along in our Twitch chat, by the way, as do so many of you. Let us know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from as well, and what you think is going to happen in the cycle of pit stops, because I've very boldly said that you're not going to need to come into pit lane, but like Lewis also said, it's with absolutely none of the relevant information as to how heavy the rain is going to be, how much the lap times are being affected, and so of course there are much more intelligent people behind the scenes that will figure that all out for the teams, and we did mention that slightly earlier. Williams Esports, for example, still looking for team manager, head coach, but plenty of these teams, including BS Competition, we mentioned just how many drivers they had with Luke Crane earlier, they've got people that are there just to be engineers as well.
Yeah, but like I say, the entirety of all these teams are very, very busy when it comes to race days. Not just drivers, not just when you're in the car. Everyone outside of the car, drivers when they're outside of the car. Although, to be fair, quite a few of them are literally just watching Formula One and stuff. So that's the kind of thing. It's sort of like it's very selfless unless there's something slightly more interesting going on. At which point it's sort of like, oh, you're in the car. Yeah, see ya. I'm off. Bye. It's like, oh, right. Oh, fair enough. Don't want to win this championship then. Can get very salty indeed. This is the grouping for 4th position, which is now 1.1 seconds off the back end of Dara McCormack, who is very much racing his own pace. And Sebastian Apostle is going to the right-hand side of the white line. That's very scary, as Malinovsky's properly pinched him over. It's very bumpy out there. Still has the inside just about as they throw it into Scene. These don't have the downforce of the GT3s, so they're not absolutely lobbing them in at high speed like what we see typically around Circuit Beauregard. But Sebastian Apostle, I think, is bored of the back of that Yaz Heat car. Bored stiff.
Ferdinand Arndt had the wipers on, by the way, as he now tries to take advantage of all of this and slide his way on past the West Competition Racing Machine. Don't think the rain is on the track just yet, but keep your eye out for it to be there momentarily. There it is! It's like a switch in the sky, isn't it?
It certainly is. I mean, to be fair, there was one final in the last endurance race that I did in ACC. I did turn on the hazards, the wipers, everything, because I just thought it'd be funny to do a lap in bone dry conditions with all of that going on. Of course, in this case, they are actually using them properly, and Felix aren't just getting ahead of the wipers there. But the rain is most certainly coming down at the moment. Then, so that's 20 minutes into the race. Obviously, they don't have to come into the pit lane immediately to go and get some wet tyres, but. And this is going to be a passing shower, but still, it's awkward. Again, these are the times where I'm glad I'm not on the pit wall for any of these teams.
I wonder maybe if Williams Esports also have a car that's going to work a little bit better in the rain. Maybe they have slightly compromised in the dry, planning and hoping and praying for some rain. I mean, these are the nerviest moments for the teams, for the drivers as well. Changeable conditions. You can see how much the cars are still squirreling around, even in the braking zones as well. McCormack is in no man's land right now, with Malinovsky really putting the anchors out to try and stop Apostle from working on through. He finds himself with no pressure behind and time up front to try and catch these top two. All he's got to do now is focus on hitting his marks.
Yeah, certainly so. We'll keep our eye as we ride on board with Bastian Richter. Is there going to be any defensive move taken from Niox? No, because Bastian Richter is more than happy to sit there at the moment. A little bit of a bump draft that will just help them a little bit. Again, push them a little bit further away from Dara McCormack. The fact that these two have just essentially locked together is what's going to really assist them pulling clear of the Williams Esports car that now finds itself 1.8 seconds. See ya, Maciej Malinovsky. Bye-bye. Out of here. Comes back onto the racing line. Wow, that was out wide.
Just a little bit out wide, not the first time, not the last time. Behind him, though, Apostle and Art going side by side once again. I think the weather starting to catch some of these drivers out. Apostle has Art sliding next to him, but somehow just enough room being left between the two of them as they're almost slowing down to a crawl. And now the Racing Point BMW gets its way past. I believe that is Art in the number 7.
Yeah, certainly giving it a go. Matej behind, Arndt, Apostle still ahead. Maciej Malinovsky, having gone massively off the circuit, has slightly gained from it, but I think that's more because of all of the dicey stuff from behind. No one's biting for the pit lane yet, certainly not wet enough. I mean, you can see there's no spray coming off of any of these cars. Just got to deal with these conditions. The thing is, there's no downforce pushing these cars into the ground, so it makes these kind of conditions almost even harder, if that makes sense. You know, like typically in a GT3, these conditions are pretty difficult, but you've got all that downforce kind of keeping the car onto the road. When it's like this, it's a bit more like, well, you know, hope you got quick hands.
Yep, no, absolutely. I've just been watching on board with Niels Nayok's perspective as well to see what he's doing around the track. Not looking too stressed, at least for the time being still. These two are really hammer and tongs right now, ding-dong, back and forth between the two of them, sliding around as they just really extract the most out of these machines as well. Already, though, Malinowski able to break a bit of separation, and the likes of Swiderek, the Hello YouTube machine as well, they've all closed on the back of them. Hello YouTube, after Ogorodnikov started off maybe really on the front foot, starting to look good once again.
Yeah, like I said, they've had a very much a poor season, especially for a team that actually, despite being a complete joke, does actually have some decent drivers in it, including Igor Ogorodnikov himself. We're on board with Marcin Swiderek at the moment, keeping up with Matej, going, you know, following in that slipstream wherever it goes, side by side ahead between Apostle and Arndt. Is Arndt over onto the right-hand side and coming straight back over the nose. That... Oh, sorry, it wasn't. It was Apostle that was coming back over those. I don't understand why you would do that, ever.
I mean, I just get the sense right now that the dry tires have no grip and they are throwing their cars in with so much speed and are willing to run off the track. Apostle will slide in behind that number 7 Get Closer Racing machine for the time being, as Swiderek in the Carbon Sim Sport car fires it up the inside of the Racing Point machine for 7th spot. But increasingly, you can tell from the body languages of the car that the track is being lost in terms of dry running. Apostle almost loses it in effectively a straight line.
No, I mean, no, I get the fact, you know, these conditions are difficult, but he did literally just move straight over the nose of Felix Arndt on a straight. You know, which I'm not about.
Oh, I'm not either. You know that.
I'm not about that. But I think, you know, Apostle's lost the position to Felix Arndt. Maybe sort of like, you know, was like, all right, off you go, lad. Yeah, let's sort this out between ourselves. Hopefully, race control don't get involved. Either way, 25 minutes, 2 seconds of a lead the top two have over Dara McCormack, who now has 3.2 over Maciej Malinowski. McCormack lost quite a bit in the first bout of this rain. Lost out, you know, sort of like half a second. Or so, maybe even slightly more in that kind of like the first lap where the rain was probably coming down. It seems to have rebalanced himself ever so slightly as we look back towards Marco Bischoff trying to get past Chris Sievert, almost down the inside. And the Symphony of Pistons car is able to hang on from Kramer Racing Esports.
Luke Crane has just let us know that track limits are... Oh, there's a car violating some track limits. Track limits are based off of the dry speed, so the speeds at which they would be running off the track in the dry. So likely not going to be getting too many warnings and whatnot, even if they are bending the rules. Eduardo Freitas would not approve of some of these lines, that is for sure. Chris Sievert, 4:50 in the morning. I'm sure he's awake now. Because he's got difficult driving conditions and a machine behind him, despite the fact that it's got no livery, that will want to work its way on forward.
Why do you know it's 4:50 in the morning for him, Arjuna? What reason could you possibly have that information in your head?
I wonder what time it is for me.
It'd probably be 4:50 in the morning.
I've got the excuse for when I struggle to talk words as a commentator, though. So
so does Luke today, actually. Luke's
Fair.
quite ill, bless him. So just me. I have no excuses other than, you know, my brain doesn't work.
Other than the normal ones.
Yeah, exactly. Marco Bischoff, 3.5 kilometres off of the circuit, rejoins it as he's going skating around the outside to try and... I mean, the final parts of that was all very good. It was the departure from the track which was less good. Robin Schaefer also trying to get involved out wide into this corner, by the way, is probably the corner that I enjoy the least around here, and that is saying something.
I was about to say, because there are not many racetracks that I enjoy as little as this.
No, me neither. I think it is up there, even regardless of the runoff. It is
Yes, agree.
Just the worst.
It's featureless. It is legitimately featureless at the end of the day. Like, the only semblance of elevation change that you get is like through turn 1 and 2, where there's like this little bit of an up and down that you get, and it's like, oh great, that's my roller coaster, I guess, or something like that. You know what is a very underrated track? I was talking about this with some of my friends a few days ago. People only. Luke Crane will agree, but people, the track that I'm thinking of is a track that people only don't like, Lewis, because they are bad at driving it. It is as simple as that.
Which track's that?
It's a track that we raced on earlier this season.
Which track's that?
Circuit of the Americas.
Oh yeah, Luke hates it. No, I don't mind. I find
Right,
Cota's very much a. I find it's very much like I just don't really care. I'm like, it's fine.
Fair.
You know, it's like, yeah, whatever.
There is this hatred, though, that people, especially in sim racing.
Spies.
I think in sim racing in particular, it's because if you've got just a single monitor, it can be quite difficult to pick up your apexes. But yeah,
I mean, turn 1's horrendous. Let's be real.
turn 1's not that bad.
I mean, it's pretty poor. As Ogrodnikov and Sviderik are going to go side by side. We'll continue this discussion in a second, as it could be Ogrodnikov straight around the outside of Sviderik, but a couple of snaps of oversteer on the exit. It does seem as though the rain's almost like let up.
It does. Yeah, well, Niels Nauyok's weather report, at least based on the information that we're getting from his stream, is that it is, quote-unquote, now cloud cover.
So it has stopped already?
Yes.
Interesting. Robin Schaefer down the inside of Chris Sievert. Obviously, Gert Fischer behind. Robin Schaefer with a couple of kicks. Oversteer and try. Oh, he misjudged that one. Unbelievably. Robin Schaefer slapped on the brakes a little bit, was trying to pull over to the inside of Chris Sievert, and I think it can only be described as an overwhelming misjudgment, that.
I'm going to quote from you, Lewis. See ya.
See ya. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I feel bad for Chris though.
Yeah,
He's
poor
gone.
Chris did nothing there. You could see that the LFM machine was very sideways off of the corner as was trying to get the power down out of turn 11, that long right-hand looper. Yeah, unfortunately, Robin, LFM is going to have to penalize the LFM machine.
Oh yeah, that is the slammest of slam dunks if ever I've ever seen one. So yeah, that probably will be dealt with. I've had a couple of things from race control, including a warning going the way of the 666 Yaz Heat car, I believe, after contact between them and the number 7 is Gert Fischer will get underneath the inside of Robin Schaefer. So that'll be the move for the Pulse Sport car. There is confirmation of what I was talking about there. The 666 Yaz Heat, Malinovsky behind the wheel. Steward's decision is a warning. It's a last warning as well. So, you know,
So yes,
really don't do it.
True, yeah, yes, Heat, hoping that they don't become yes Yeet for the rest of the day, because definitely don't want to attract the ire of the stewards. Well, I was totally not reading on the left side of the screen where there is quite... I've got to shout out that number 43 Esports team, because they put their team name inside their driver names, which again, commentators need help, so thank you for doing that. But I saw that, I was just like, it's a perfect opportunity for a pun here.
Oh yeah, for sure. But also, yeah, any other teams in future? Also, Aspar have done it. Yeah, we'd love to see more teams doing it. Obviously, we did have it in the VCO Esports Racing World Cup on day one. And so hopefully we get to see more of that, because it does make things very helpful, especially when we don't get team logos and such on the timing tower. As we can see, Alexander Chichinov behind Luca Burke, who this group was a lot larger the last time we checked on it. I think there was about 5 cars all going side by side up towards scene. It's certainly less than that at the moment. I think they've all just split apart rather than having any major dramas.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. It's almost like fighting tooth and nail this early in the race. It's not the wisest move to... instead of, rather, at least in terms of on the clock, it's not the wisest move. Sometimes track position can be quite important. Gerardus and Piffet have dropped off the back with all of their squabbling as well for 12th and 13th as we ride on board with the Absolute Motorsport machine as it rides its way down, poking to the outside and towards turn number 1. 1.7 seconds the margin up the road to the Griphax engineering machine as they do run into the braking zone alongside. And Piffet's going to give this one a good go, you know?
Oh, I'm not sure about it. Bit of curb being used. To be honest, I'm more surprised I've actually got through that. Congratulations to the pair of them, Gerard and Sam Piffet. That was, I say, plenty of space was given. Maybe the camera angle was making it a little bit deceptive there, but certainly looked absolutely superb between the two. Just the perfect amount of space, although that is not going to be great. Gerard is out a little bit wide. Piffet going for the up and under, coming through to the chicane. Might have to do it for a second time to get to the inside, working around this super awkward right-hander, especially in conditions like this. At the moment, though, it's just great racing between the two.
Oh, it's fantastic. You love to see it, although I think it is going to allow the Visceral Esports machine behind to close on in with our RCI as well as Kramer Racing in tow as well. Riding in that draft, are we going to see some bump drafting being played here? Almost a half shot there, but pokes out to the outside where, got to be careful. We've seen how many cars have run off the road at this very quick right-hander.
Yeah, as we'll see potentially some more as Maciej Malinowski still fending it off. That is Felix Arndt trying to get around the outside, moving over the nose. It's going to be 3 wide down to the double right hand as Apostle has gone back down the inside. The number 1 car 3 wide once again. This is going to end in tears for sure, and potentially for Maciej Malinowski, who just manages to get it back onto the racing line. Yegor Ogrodnikov potentially going to come through as Apostle is now trying to fend off Mateja potentially, is it? I think so.
We didn't get a look at Malinowski's block all the way to the inside wall earlier, but that was, I think, definitely over the line on the first look that we got. This one, not the wisest, definitely not egregious though, but you can just tell how much he is necessarily struggling with the balance of the car, is switching back. Hello YouTube to the inside. Somehow with contact they don't go around, but continuing to bleed time. Malinowski will hold on to 7th.
Oh, this is dramatic. I mean, it's entertaining. I'll give it that as once again Malinowski with just the biggest of big blocks, and once again that will be Sidorik just having to back out there. Big send from Yegor Ogrodnikov, who's gone down the inside potentially too deep. The pair of them have got their way through. It's been brilliantly read from Maciej Malinowski. He's been squeezed off on the exit. 2 for the price of 1, almost but not quite. Malinowski dragging it side by side with Ogrodnikov, whilst as soon as the rain's cleared off, this has been turned up to 11 when it comes to Crazy Town.
You'll notice some of the cars with wipers off, some with wipers on, so clearly conditions improving at this point, and you're right, it was almost as though they needed a little bit more grip before they really kicked things off. Malinowski back down the inside, bullying his way on through, and here comes that Race Anywhere SimSport machine with Carbon getting ready maybe for a quadruple draft down this long straight.
Marek Schintz getting squeezed off just a touch from Yegor Ogrodnikov, who then receives the slipstream. It is Schintz though who follows in on that slipstream. He's staying behind Maciej Malinowski. He's going to go to the left-hand side, right-hand side of our shot now in that bright green car. Marek Schintz is going to try and do something. He's got Yegor Ogrodnikov behind on the right-hand side of them. You've got Maciej Malinowski as well as Marcin Swiderek sat off the rear end is Karpinen, watching all of this unfold, thinking this is surely going to end in tears. Big send going into the corner, and it should be Marek Schintz with a super move. Yegor Ogrodnikov's out wide, rejoins behind Malinowski and sends it again. That was never going to work. That is a prime Yegor Ogrodnikov send if ever I've seen it.
Prime, I think, is being too kind.
Oh no, that I mean that's
I know
what I see from him.
No, I know, but I feel like subprime is probably the correct way to describe something of that intelligence. Not sure what was going through the mind. Not much, I think is probably the answer there. Once again, though, they're all pointed in a straight line, so I guess all's fair in love and war, although Race Control may not agree.
Oh no, I think Race Control will definitely disagree with that. I think that was way too much from Ogrodnikov.
Over the line.
Sent it down the inside there. That was absolute madness. We'll see some of this unfolding. I think this might be the exceptional defense. And by exceptional, I mean you take that how you want to take it. Interesting is another way you can put it. Watch Malinowski here.
It's well, okay, actually no. It's not as reactive as I thought it was on first look.
I think Apostle drives off the track.
Yeah, no, I agree. I thought it was reactive initially, but I think Malinowski was always shaping to the inside there. And I don't think that was necessarily too bad. Now, the aggressive defense that we saw a lap before, not this lap, the lap that we just saw where they went 3 wide, I think that was maybe a little bit unwise. Nothing wrong with it, but unwise. It is Ogrodnikov with some new colors on the car for the very first time this season, by the way. Hello YouTube have found some sponsors that maybe will not want the attention.
I was going to say, I think that might just be an in-game livery.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
I think so.
It's snappy. I do like it.
Yeah, I mean, you love a bit of DHL livery. Fair enough.
Do I? Oh,
I don't know. They're the ones that are delivering my Arnage competition t-shirts, though. So,
Lewis, someone in our chat has just reminded me as well. Yassit have already gotten a final warning.
Yes, exactly. I was about to say that. Just looking over at it. Race Control looking at some other things. They've just looked at an incident between the number 7, Get Closer Racing, and the number 1, of course, being that West Competition Racing car, and there's been no further action on that. So they've been looking at a few things in it. Yeah, if they're looking at things to do with Yaz Heat, eek. This is another look at this from Ogorognikov. I mean, talk us through it. This was definitely too much.
Yeah, I mean, he's off the track. I think half flashes the lights here for a second as well. I don't know what more to say, to be honest.
There's not much positive.
The pictures say it all. A picture says 1,000 words. What does a video tell you then?
I mean, it wasn't great. Let's go with that. It was a little bit too much, but I say Race Control will take a couple of looks. Before you let you go for a little bit, any final notes on the weather radar? Anything from our weather reporter of Niels Nyox?
I was enjoying myself so much I didn't even realise we were coming to that time. Weather radar. You want to make a prediction, Lewis? You want to guess?
I'm going to say it's clear.
Yeah, as clear as you'd like, which makes me a very sad boy. Not just because I have to leave the booth, but because there's no more rain.
Right, out he goes. Luke Crane's going to jump back in. Marco Bischoff's jumped into the pit lane. What do you make of all of that racing?
Malinowski was far too aggressive at the start of all of it, in my opinion. When we came up the exit of the long straight, he blocked. It's like 2 laps before they all came together. He swung out wide and then blocked, and then there was a bit of side-by-side where it was like really nice to watch, and then it got more aggressive as each time they started banging each other. Sorry, that's probably the wrong way of putting it. Each time they kept touching each other in the corners, it just got progressively worse. It was almost like, okay, if you're going to do that, I'm going to do this a bit worse. Oh, okay, now you've done that, I'm going to do that a bit worse. And it was inevitably going to end up like that. I would love to have seen an hour worth of that racing, but unfortunately, whether it be real racing or sim racing, you just don't get that. You will never get that kind of racing for that long period of time because people get bored and they just want to hold their position. And they also realise how much time they're losing. But it was phenomenal to watch. But for me, I think Yaz Heat might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think there's a couple of teams in there that might get a bit of a stern telling off from Race Control, but courtesy of the final warning that's already gone the way of Yaz Heat, I can definitely see a potential penalty heading their way. We've got 20 minutes though, roughly, until the actual pit stop sequence. You were kind of saying this earlier that Darren McCormack starts out a little slow at the start race, which what we saw at Watkins Glen. As once again Fabian Piffet gets to the inside of Maciej Malinowski, who again have that side-by-side off of the double right hand, the inside for the left. We'll see if the Yaz Heat car can hang on. Certainly does on this occasion. Do you think that's what's happening here with Darren McCormack? He's playing the tyres a little bit of a longer game?
I'm not sure. I think because of the weather, it's hard to really predict that. I think, have they gone a little bit slower to make sure they had a lot more grip during the wet part of this stint, considering they're going to be on dry tyres? I don't really know. I guess we'll only find out when it's a full dry stint when he's in the car, but as we know for Williams, he won't be in the car until hour 4?
Probably,
the way they do the 6 hours, normally they do 2 hours each, right, and they do 1-1-1. We just had Turbium in the chat trying to fight like this against Igor as a guaranteed for a crash. I think you could probably put Malinowski on that one as well. Malinowski and Igor are very aggressive drivers, and they've got incredible pace. They're incredibly talented drivers, but it's like a light switch. As soon as they feel wronged, they just change the way they drive and become very aggressive.
Yeah, they like I say that, especially when you have them both on circuit at the same time, it can get a little bit too much of the elbows out. Kind virtual drivers by TX3, the first team in the race to receive a penalty. That one being a 10-second time penalty, which should be taken in the pit stop, provided they actually get the penalty.
TX3 get a penalty. Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thunked? It was against Drovac, I think, in the number 38. So there's contact a bit further down the order, and yes, virtual drivers by TX3 receiving another penalty this season. They've had a few, I think. I don't want to throw them under the bus thinking how many, but I think this season it's probably been above 5.
Yeah.
Hey, you
like
shouldn't ever get.
You've got to collect them all, haven't you?
Well, I remember racing in a championship once where people were saying it was an 18 race championship. You know, we had 10 license points, and someone said that wasn't enough, and I was like, that's one every other race. If you're getting penalties that quickly, you shouldn't be racing. But each their own. As we'll see, once again, this battle will continue to some degree. Maciej Malinowski down the inside of Marcin Swiderek is going to get out wide in the Carbon Sim Sport car. Will jump back onto the racing line, probably behind Malinowski and potentially even behind Piffet as well.
Yeah, that's kind of what I like about the penalty system within an ACC, because if they do get a penalty, it doesn't kill the battle, because it happens in the pit stop phase. So we get to see this until at least they come into the pits. Malinowski with a little bit of breathing room. We've got Piffet, who's ahead of Manos Gerardis. Piffet and Gerardis, that battle they had together was perfect. And I've been very critical of Gerardis over the years because of his aggressive nature. But him and Piffet, that was superb to watch. And also you and Arjuna's commentary was ace to listen to as well. All complement each other nicely. But now they've got themselves a Carbon Sim Sport car in between them, the meat in the sandwich.
Oh, it's a shame because I really hate commentating with Arjuna, but that's fine. Yeah, I know we all do. Stereo. That's why I'm so glad that he's doing PES Casino. We don't have to commentate with him for.
He has no idea how glowing of a reference we sent into Porsche.
Oh yeah, exactly.
Please take him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's the greatest commentator ever. He should have won that award. But yeah, whatever. Marek Schintz into the Marek Schintz into the pit lane, as we'll see another penalty. 10 seconds going to Yeet. It makes sense. A team called Yeet Esports getting a penalty, kind of fair enough. Obviously, some of these earlier transgressions in the races, race control getting through a few of them, of which I think they probably have quite the list.
Yeah, certainly do. It's sort of mandatory. As part of their contract, they have to get at least one penalty. Otherwise, otherwise they're not allowed to race again.
They've got to change the name to. What's the opposite of Yeet? It's just not Yeet. That sounds terrible.
Tia,
because it's backwards. Yeah. No, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeet's not a real word though, so.
No, yeah, but let's be honest. Yeet isn't exactly a. None of these words are real.
Maybe they become Yaz Yeet.
Yaz Yeet. Nice. Well, I mean, we'll have to wait and see what happens because they might just take over positions-wise, depending on what happens to Yaz Yeet throughout this race. Whether they can actually stay involved in these
partnership no one asked for.
Dependent on. I mean, I'd like to see it.
Yeah, at least see the merch of Yaz Yeet.
I'd get some of that. I don't know if I'd pay for it or if I just demand some t-shirts and stuff and buy some broadcast. Gerardis once again down the inside of Marcin Swiderek as he'll go through the double right-hander. A couple of taps of the brakes just to get that nose in. That double right-hander is so awkward, especially in cars like this.
Look at this. Look at the room being let. Well, as I say that, Swiderek is just side Swiderek bloody Gerardis off the track. But the room that's being left by these is, you know, the original battle we were watching with those 5 cars with Malinowski and Ognoroknikov. You just was not going to get that room left on the outside of corners. So it's nice to see these all driving with their heads a little bit because it's a long race. The last thing you want is to have a car that's so damaged that you lose so much time. And ultimately, a lot of these teams, they don't really have a lot to fight for today. So it comes back to the old, why do you sim race? You sim race because you want to have that side-by-side action. You want to get out of the rig and you're like, oh, Jesus, I'm sweating. That was incredible. A big smile on your face. It kind of comes down to that today for a lot of these teams. So I think it's nice to see some of the teams, at least, racing in that regard.
Yep, absolutely. That's what we want to see. You know, with it being the last race of the championship, you're going out there for either a great result, which everyone's going out for a great result, of course you are, but then also part of the time, if you kind of sat there down the back end of the top 10 or outside of it, down at 20th position, whatever, you're just going, okay, do you know what? Let's just go and have a good race. Let's send the season out. And these cars, even around here, they are very raceable. You can make some moves should you wish. So it really opens up. We've seen plenty of that. Unfortunately, we're not seeing any of the racing towards the front because Bastian Richter is not going for anything on Niels Nyox just yet. Playing way too much of a long game. I say way too much. He's playing the smart game right now.
He certainly is. Again, McCormack just staying around that 2 seconds off the lead of this race. Bastian Richter playing a clever game. I think again the bump drafting is probably the best option at this stage of the race. What do you do if you're Williams, though, right now? Of course, you know you have to finish up ahead of the BS competition car. Do you just mirror what they do in terms of strategy? Don't go off strategy right away? Because they are notorious for trying to stay out a few more laps. Well, hello, off we go. They've just ended off at Magny Core. Christ. Williams are notorious for trying to do something a little bit different. But today, you just want to keep them in your eye line, right? As we see Malinowski trying to make another move here on Karpinen, I think. Yeah, he's already made the move on Ognoroknikov. It's not kind of sorted itself out. By the way, I can now say that name, apparently. I've not even been practicing, but here we are. But look at the back of that car. Wow. That is... There's been some nudging and banging into the back of that car. Christ.
Yeah, Maciej Malinovsky's Yazzie car's seen better days. Let's go with that as they'll head through the penultimate corner. Out wide is Grip Packs Engineering. Carpenter will bring it back over to the left-hand side and send it through the final. As to your point, what do you do if you're Williams? As we'll see, Igor Rognan will come into the pit lane. I think the thing is, if you copy what BS Competition do, you're less likely to beat them because they are good in this car, etc., etc., etc. All those kind of things. I think the big thing for Williams is just do what they've done all season. Focus on themselves. Don't. I know that sounds obviously really hard doing a race because obviously you are focused on the championship fight and all that kind of stuff, but try and ignore it as much as possible. Focus on what you're doing. Focus on your strategy and focus where you are in the race. If you get involved with some wheel-to-wheel contact, then combat, then fair enough, start thinking about it. But right now, Williams are not in a bad position. Yes, they've been hovering around that 2-second off kind of area, but they are genuinely starting to go fast in that grouping ahead. The last couple of lap times, Dara McCormack has been faster than Niels Nyox. And so by not panicking at the early stage of the race when the top two ahead were clearing away, they might have the tyres to come back into it in the final sort of 10 minutes of this, and then maybe even go that little bit longer in the race, and again try and play that longer game that we've seen Williams Esports do so many times this season.
Yeah, I would stay where I am. I'll just mimic them as far as we could go and back that my team's quicker over the course of a 6-hour race. That's what I would be doing. Yeah. Just so you've got them right in front of you, then they can't catch you out with something. I would always be waiting for them to come into the pits, basically. I wouldn't be trying to undercut them or anything like that. So that would be the decision I would make. But Richter right now and Nyox, they are fighting, aren't they? Richter has decided that we want to try and get ahead. And that is also key to be ahead going into the pit stop phase as we are closing in on it, because the pit lane or the pit entry is horrendous. But if you're behind another car, you're going to lose even more time. So it's probably a good idea to be out in front.
Oh yeah, it's up there with one of the worst pit lane entries in the world, but that's fine. As they have to pull very hard right at the final corner. We'll see what they're like across the line. Niels Nyox, Bastian Richter and Dara McCormack separated once again by 2 seconds. That time across the line, it was a 2 minutes 12.655 for Niels Nyox. It was a 2 minutes 12.472, so 2 tenths faster over the previous lap time from Dara McCormack, who is starting to reel the pair in. I get the feeling that when we approach that first pit stop sequence in the next 10 to 15 minutes, that the three of them are going to be separated by very, very little. The three of these separated by very little already, because Maciej Malinovsky trying to keep Karppinen at bay after getting back through. Pivet also involved. Martin Sviderik, I'm sure, has the pace to close back in on this fight as well, especially if they're going to battle this hard.
Yeah, certainly. Karppinen decides to not try and make a move into the first sector or into the first corner. There's a flash of lights there. I'm pretty sure Malinovsky knows you're there, my friend. Yeah, you can say hello all you like. He knows you're there. There's a big BMW behind. And this car's so cool to race. I was part of the DTM team for the last couple of years where the BMW M2 Cup has been a support series. And it's phenomenal. And actually, I'm sure I've told you this before, actually. There's like 20 cars, and on the Friday, they all do a draw as to which car they're in. They have a different car every weekend. It's
oh, you haven't told me that. That's sick.
Yeah, so they have this, like, all the engineers stay with the car. So you have a different engineer and different like pit crew and stuff the whole weekend. It's like every weekend. So yeah, and there was always like conspiracy theories about one car, like because Scheffler is the like title sponsor of DTM last year, and there was a Scheffler car, and everyone was like, "That's the quickest one," and yeah, it's kind of funny.
That's to be fair. Part of me is like, I really like that. I mean, part of me is like, oh, I don't know. I'd want my engineers and stuff, but I like the idea of like jumping. I mean, it's just. It's something different, isn't it?
It's a proper junior championship. That's why it's kind of
exactly.
They learn so much more by running with so many different people, right? So they'll find some information about setup from one team, and then they'll take it to another team. And so by the end of the season, everybody's kind of like every driver's learned so much that their development's been it's been accelerated.
Yeah, and not every car will drive exactly the same. That's just a fact of motorsport in general. These cars do go through an awful lot of brutality around the race circuit. They do tend to go, I'm not saying that one will be faster than the other, but there might be some things where that car slides a little bit more in the rear. And so you're learning those subtle differences between each car and why something doesn't feel right. And then to another, I'm very intrigued. I quite like the idea. So again, it's something different. yeah, and it kind of removes some of the complaining, or maybe adds some of the complaining.
Just a TNSR in the chat go. Has now Yox already complained about the BMW not being competitive in this race? And then VCO or Florian's put not yet, but will happen.
It's unfortunately true. It's funny. I mean, he can't be complaining too much.
Yeah, the BOP's a mess.
Of course, everyone's in the same class. There is that, but also, sometimes, sim races we just like to complain generally. Yeah. I certainly do. I'm the
random
worst
excuses, mate.
Oh yeah, you know me and my excuses.
Yes, I do. After last weekend, I know all of them now.
I've got quite a few. No, I don't think. No, you don't even know the first chapter of my book.
When
it comes to excuses, mate. I've got loads. As we'll see, a big send from Yeet. Obviously, they do have a penalty looming over their head, which has still not been dished out yet, but they should be getting one before the pit stops as they're trying to fend off Bogoroditsky and Magnini, who were behind. We're on board with Joris Apple as well.
This is lovely. Oh, there's a fourth car joining in as well. Babin here as well. Oh, no, sorry, we're looking a bit further up. I'm looking at Nikolai, who's got the fastest lap. Sorry. Oman's there as well. So this is lovely. All four of these cars are going to be basically in the quickest formation lap. There's a bit of bump drafting happening here as well. And by the time we get down in towards the right-hander, yeah, there we go. A little bit of a nudge. It's almost like we're both going to come through here. So we're both going to make up some positions. Lovely old job. Shade's going to be in P14. Or is he going to gain? Yeah, it's going to be P14. And then just in behind him, it's going to be Apple, and then you've got the rest of the gang. But I tell you what, this is going to chop and change over the next couple of corners for sure.
Yeah, Magnini getting to the inside. Bogoroditsky, your absolute favourite, Balance Esports, sat there as the fourth car involved in this, almost trying to get a little bit too much. That was always going to be a bit of a pinch. Bogoroditsky had got to the inside of Apple, who was getting to the inside of Shard. Unfortunately, once you commit to those kind of three wide bits where you're only slightly aligned, it's always going to end in tears. There was a big one from Bogoroditsky, and Yeet have themselves been yeeted.
Yeah, they have been yeeted, and they're going to end up now the fourth best car of this group, although they're now side by side with the Balash Esports. Again, doesn't look like a Balash Esports car. It's just so different now. It's actually pretty cool, to be fair. It looks pretty good on the M2. Yeah, I prefer their old one, though. I like the obnoxious purple. But as we come around the final corner, we're about to start another lap, and, well, this group, first pit, actually, it's going to be Apple who comes into the pits. Yeah,
Joris is like, see you, lads, I'm out of here. Bye. Into the pit lane I
go.
To
be fair. The amount of time they're losing running side by side, like I know you're going to lose a bit of time in terms of tyre pressure, getting new rubber onto the car. I've seen a couple of people say they should probably, people are going to undercut. It actually doesn't quite work out like that. You lose time for the first 3 laps of an undercut, but then the tyres get up to temperature and it's pretty good. But then again, I guess every car's got to go through that 3-lap pain. But when you're running side by side like that and it's just crazy action left, right and centre, it's well worth coming in because they're all going to continue the battle. You might be able to jump them and get a bit of a gap to work with and be on your own for the second hour.
Yeah, especially in cars like this because they take so long to get that heat really into the tyre. Because they're going so much slower than a GT3 where you can chuck it around a few corners, at least start getting some progress on it. In this,
nothing really pushing them down as well.
Exactly.
No real arrow on the car.
Well, I mean, you think of it this way as well, like you put all that heat or whatever heat you can put into in the first few corners, and then you have a whopping nearly 2 kilometers straight before you actually get the next corner, where obviously you're losing all the heat in the tyre again. It is quite difficult to get that heat into these tyres when you're first leaving the pit lane. But I agree, getting out of the train sometimes is the more important bit. Just getting out of the fight and stop hemorrhaging that kind of time. We're looking at Sacha Vasner behind Karzard and that Queen's Design car, Shichinov behind, back up to the battle inside the top 10. Piffet battling it out with, that'll be Karppinen, 8th position at the moment ahead in that Grip Hacks engineering car. Absolute Motorsport Assetto going out way wide, and that was never going to work out in a handy overtake, and so that gap and that group will grow.
Yeah, and the track is sort of always evolving now because it would have been green and then it's gone to fast and now it's gone to optimum. It's probably not optimum again now, to be honest. If not, it's at least fast. So yeah, they're always finding more pace each and every lap time. Malinowski's kind of dealt with that a little bit better than everyone else because he's got a gap now of 1 second, which is not a huge gap, but in the context of how it's been for this first hour, it's massive. Because they have pretty much been touching bumper to bumper with cars throughout the first full hour. I'm expecting to see on the next lap a lot of cars starting to come in, but Romat's just come in actually in P13.
Will there be any lingering issues, obviously using a slick tyre in the wet, having them slide around quite a bit and then going back to dry? Will there be any lingering problems from that, or they're still going to be all right?
It's more tyre pressure. You just lose so much tyre pressure more than anything. In terms of actual graining or anything like that, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It's obviously not ideal, It shouldn't kill the tyre too much, but if anything, it probably will extend the tyre life, but it just won't be as quick.
Right.
So yeah, it's not the craziest thing, and we didn't really have a lot of rain, did we? It's not like it ended up being a river at any point. So if it had really downpoured, I think we would have seen cars come in, because it would have genuinely been even sort of 2, 3, 4 laps in really wet conditions. You lose enough for a pit stop, so that's why we didn't see anyone coming, because there wasn't really enough rain. But yeah, interesting to see. We just had a nice little shower. Oh, we got a pufferfish. Oh, come on, Barmy again. So, that was the same one again. It's the pufferfish picture for me. Nice.
Just wants to
Whose lips is it,
pop
though?
it up on the screen. I don't know. They're not yours. Don't worry.
Not.
Obviously, if you want to send pufferfishes or various other tweets, you can do so. Hashtag FLExTREME, or you can just go at VCO and start slapping them on there. But hashtag FLExTREME to get involved, and then you too can send us pufferfishes or various other. Maybe sim racing related things. If it's not going to be a sim racing related thing, then it has to be pufferfish related. Those are the only 2 criteria.
Oh, no, I've got 3 criteria.
You have a third?
Yeah, so pufferfish, if you can send a pufferfish at VCO Esports, hashtag FLExTREME on Twitter, or your favourite ever sim racing car, a picture of it, or your ever race car of all time. My favourite
race car of all time
is a Renault Laguna from 1996.
Yeah, you were saying this obviously last weekend when we were having a little bit of a chat. For me, I've like I said, I wanted a championship in a Renault Laguna where I painted it up as a police car because I thought I was going to be really bad. 4 races into the championship, I had a pole position. It was hilarious. It was quite a serious competition as well. As we'll see some of these battles, it'll be the Matario car over onto the left-hand side, trying to get past Low Fuel Motorsport on the drag race up towards Scene, and I get the feeling that Shitinov is going to make the way through. Not going to be fought too hard from Vasner as the switch works. Dara McCormack, though, the really important thing, Dara McCormack has closed up to the top 2. It was a 2-minute 12.6 in the previous lap time from Niox. It was a 2-minute 12.3 from Dara McCormack. He's flying at the moment.
I will say one thing. I think if it hadn't rained, this would be much bigger improvement from Dara McCormack. I feel like he would have found a lot more time. So it's kind of like, again, the tyre life has been extended a little bit because they've not been whacking the rubber off. It's as simple as that. So yeah, right now Dara McCormack will be pretty happy with this, as we've got Raffia, who's got a 5-second penalty, 10-second penalty now.
Yes, the virtual drives by TX3 in it.
Yeah, of course. Well, why is it taking 20 minutes to be added?
Don't get me started on that.
Yeah, I'm not going to. Let's just not talk about it. How was your trip home last week, by the way? I got something. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Whatever you're into. It's just showing up his sexy folders. Fair enough. How's your trip home? Because my trip home was a story.
Oh no, mine was fairly fine, other than having a minor argument with Cam on a golf course, and then leaving all of my audio equipment back in Simply Race. So I had to go back there. What was your story?
Watching Florian panic driving on UK roads was the funniest. Then missing a junction on the motorway, which is then everyone else's fault. And then watching him panic going on country roads for about half an hour. Just about made it with about 2 minutes to spare. Then there was signalling issues, so my train didn't turn up for half an hour. And then got to Basingstoke and looked on the app, and I'm like, hold on, why have we stopped here? Looked on the app, train's cancelled. Someone in the Basingstoke going, oh, literally just said, yeah, your train's not going any further. Can I get a refund for this? No. Cool, brilliant, nice one. So yeah, I had to kind of go across country to figure my way back home.
How did you get home from there?
No, I just got another train.
Was it? There was other ones running. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no. Why do you think I drive now? I can't deal with the trains and stuff. It drives me crazy. Bless him, Florian. I did wonder if Florian was driving.
Oh, it was so funny. It was so funny. Like me and Yannick in the car, and he is just panicking when we were on a country road and there's a lorry on the other side. Like, oh my god! Because he's used to being on the other side of the car. Yeah, so he's like, we're bang in the middle of the road and he's got so much room on the left-hand side. It's so funny.
I mean, I've done some driving in Spain and such. It is terrifying driving on the other side of the car. So I feel bad for him, especially over some of the roads and stuff in the UK. But it's all right. It's moderately competent. A couple of indicators, like it's being sent off there from Nike. I think that was the communication to being like, I'm coming into the pit lane this time. So
don't overtake me. Watch him stay out and be really
yeah, right.
Yeah. Don't overtake me, please. I'm coming in 5 laps time.
What a tactic. I think,
for sure.
thankfully for Niox, there is a car between themselves and Williams Esports is obviously joined in on this fight. We did say coming into this pit lane sequence that the three of them would be pretty close.
Please all come in. Please all come in.
I was going to say that they can.
They have to. Oh,
no, they can go one lap longer.
Yeah, just about get away with it. Oh, I'd love for them all to come in.
I think Williams will go one lap longer.
I do appreciate everything you did last week, Florian. It's just a funny story. This is what we wanted, Lewis. We wanted these three to be battling it out, right? They qualified P1, 2, and indeed 3. This is what we wanted from them. We wanted them to battle it out like this, and it looks like we're going to get it as BS are going to come in, Unicorns of Love are going to come in, and Williams are going to stay out. Okay, Williams might be able to jump them here.
Classic Williams. That is classic Williams. They love just going longer each time they go racing. So that will be Dara McCormack going one lap longer. Got the Aspar car directly ahead, having just come out of the pit lane, I do believe. A few cars into the pit lane. By the way, we've got another penalty to update you on. Bang. It is the 142 Simway that Pro by Vides car. It'll be getting a 10-second time penalty. They'll be serving that in the next pit stop, having it's just come onto our screens. Also, we did see there was a note between Lukaszek and Maciej Malinowski. A curious thing there. It was an NFA. I don't recall what the incident was there between the two. And also, I don't think it was Lukaszek. It would have been Svideric behind the wheel. That one being the Carbon Simsport car. But that one being classified as no further action. So at least they're getting away with one of the things. This is a bit of a drag race off of the pit lane. And it still will be BS competition ahead of Unicorns of Love. Switch of drivers, though, Arthur Camera replacing Niels Niox.
Yeah, who's Bastian Richter stayed in the car by the looks of things. There we go. Off we go. So, oh, sorry, have they changed drivers?
It's Nick Huben in the, you can see it in the bottom right. So Huben's jumped in behind the wheel. It's a classic tower.
Yeah, my broadcast is very small on my screen right now, so yeah, I couldn't barely see the bottom right corner. But we're about to get a bit of split screen action once Dara brings his car in as well. We'd love to see the split screen action, see exactly how this is going to go down. But Dara McCormack has stayed out a lap longer than P1 and P2, but they were pretty much all high-fiving each other as they went into the pits. So they were very close to each other. Who will win out? Right now, it's going to be between BS Competition and Williams. I think that they're going to be almost tied, but because BS Competition will have the inside line, not coming out the pits, they will hold on to the lead here. But I think it will literally be side by side by the time they get down in towards turn. And they've got to abide by the pit line, right, on the exit.
I believe
so. It's not like Williams can just move across and block. So I think BS might, by the time we get towards that braking zone of turn 1, just about be in the lead.
Well, we'll have to wait and see. Into the pit lane, Dara McCormack will go. There'll be a switch of drivers. Which one will take over? I get the feeling it might be Tinko van der Velde. He was the one that did the first qualifying session as they'll enter their box. And again, the reason why we're really focused, this is not just for the race lead, it is for the championship as well. Just 3 points after qualifying, just 3 points separating BS Competition and Williams Esports. It is a fight between them. Whoever beats the other team, they win the title. It's about as close as it can possibly get in a championship like this. 4 hours, 55 minutes left to go in the race, so plenty more stops, plenty more drama. Final sector being ticked off from the two behind. I get the feeling it will be as close as you're saying. I get the feeling this is going to be very, very tight off of the lane, and I think we'll see McCormack being released in the next sort of 5 to 10 seconds.
I think he'll be second. I think he's going to filter right in between you two. There we go. He's dropped down, and off we go then. Down towards the pit lane exit, and
it is quite
still a fair old margin. There's still a fair old margin, still a long run. Mike's got all sighted in our ears. Mike, done it. No, it's a long pit exit. Chill out, Mike. Stop getting so excited. And now we're about to get the pit limiter off, and now you've got to get up to speed. Here we go. So there's the BS Competition car, and there is the Unicorns of Love. The Williams car filters in. Oh, has he? Yeah, he has. He's got in between them. So he will not have the tyre pressure, though, so the Unicorns will love know that. They will absolutely force the issue. But Dara McCormack has kept right with them, and we know he's going to be faster over the course of the stint by the end of it. Anyway, it's not Dara McCormack in the car, right? Is it? It's Tinko van der Velde. So now it's up to Tinko van der Velde. 3 new drivers in the car. Will we have the same result? Tinko, we know, is absolutely rapid.
Both our predictions worked there. I said Tinko van der Velde was going to get in behind the car, and you said it was going to be that close in the exit of pit lane. We're very good at this. We're just the best.
Broke the system. You just literally broke the system.
Just too good. That's just how it goes. I think, though, like you say, that there's going to be some slight pace differential between them now. I would suspect Arthur Camera. particularly Arthur Cameron and Huber should be able to pull away from Tinko van der Velde for the first couple of laps.
Is Tinko in like a local village pub, by the way?
I think so. I love the brick wall.
Love the
it.
brickwork in the background.
Maybe it's
like
not even real.
Next to the fire as well.
Do you think you could set up a sim rig in your local pub? I
something I should probably try, right?
Partially, I reckon I could. I reckon I could set up a sim rig in my local pub. Without the permission, obviously.
That's the whole point of sim racing, isn't it? You can race anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there is a team on there called Race Anywhere, so, you know, shout out to them. They're racing from 4th position at the moment. So, you know, I mean, I just... The thing is I don't actually think the wheel and the pedals is the difficult thing to carry around for sim racing. It's the computer and the screens and all the cables.
Yeah.
That's the nightmare.
It's not as easy as it used to be, is it?
No. Well, I find, obviously going away to do some broadcasts and stuff. Cause I've done my fair share from various Airbnbs and hotels and whatnot. And, you know, obviously if I'm going abroad, it's just a laptop. Whereas sometimes I have taken all 3 screens and like my PC and the green screen and all the lights and everything like that. And I'm looking at my car being like, this looks ridiculous.
You find it really hard to relax in hotel rooms as well, don't you?
Very much so. Yes. Impossible, so I might say. Yeah, no, sorry about that, mate.
Cam didn't help you?
No, he didn't actually.
Oh, okay, cool.
He did not. Apparently, I snore quite a bit though.
Okay.
But no help on the relaxing front. But oh well, each to their own. Moving on from that, 1 hour and 10 minutes left to go in the race. Arthur Cameron still leading Huben, and then Tinko van der Velde again dropping off around about a second off the rear. And instantly, these lap times are much faster than what they were as we were expecting from the end of the first stint. Just because once you get those fresh tyres on, there might have been a bit of graining on them. They are just significantly faster.
Yeah, 100%. You've got to look after them for the first few laps as well, because if you overheat them, like, you're in trouble for the rest of the stint. So you've got to sort of baby them in. And obviously, you know, Camera and Huben had that extra lap to indeed baby them in as we go back on board. Well, we're back down into P18, P17 now, I think, because Sievert's made a move for the SOP as we see a bit of contact in the background. And, well, perfect timing there as someone ends up facing the wrong way. That is not ideal. That is Shinov in the 1-2-1. P22 it will be now. Dropped a few positions. And a little bit of naughty.
That was not great. Armamentario being sent off. Like I said, we've had a couple of issues like that throughout the race. But just, I mean, I think it's so easy to trip up over each other running around the circuit. And so, you know, oops for that one. They'll get back going again. And once again, race control will have to investigate. Maciej Malinovski staying behind the wheel of the Yaz Heat car. And after they've served their pit stops and some of the earlier issues of the race, not a penalty or anything like that, they're trying to work their way back up the order. We know this car has the pace. Macri ahead. Karpinen stayed behind the wheel. Babin stayed behind the wheel. Not sure who else. That's a very big send from Malinovski. He's got Yegor Rognikov also closing in, who has himself stayed behind the wheel. But that was a proper send down the inside of the Absolute car.
Yeah, that was a good move, actually. It was one of those where the driver in front just didn't have time to react. Tried to react and then ultimately lost the position. So that's really nice stuff there. It's aggressive, but yeah, absolutely fine. Victor Nikolai, how's he ended up in P4? Did they come in... Do you think they gambled and they tried to go onto wet tyres? Earlier on? Because they were down in P25, so, and they've not pit, so they must have pit already at some point. But did they gamble earlier on?
I think they pitted. So they pitted 42 minutes and 40 seconds into the race. So they pitted just after the rain had gone. So I did recall them gambling. They've gambled and pitted much earlier than everyone. Let's see what happened to Armamentario then, coming through. Our focus is on the 240 here. Symphony of Pistons directly ahead. Armamentario there over on the left-hand side as we come down into the chicane. Gone through turn 1, turn 2, now down towards 3. Riding on board, we'll see them go around the outside.
Oh, going to himself.
Yeah, they pinched. That was a full-on pinch.
Yeah, he's done it to himself there, I think. He needs to give more room. They're proper alongside at the start of the braking zone. Yeah, he braked a little... Oh, dear.
Well, this is not great, is it?
I
didn't even see what happened there with Babin.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see a replay, and yeah, I'll let you describe it.
No, I'll take to the description. Was it Malinovski?
Yes.
Okay, right. Well,
I don't know whether the car broke too early in front, but yeah, it was a little bit of love made between the two cars.
Yeah, well, again, we had bit of drama on the. I mean, I guess like new drivers in the cars and stuff for the most part. We have had quite a bit of drama since the pit stops have unfolded. Quite a few people tripping up over each other, and quite a few times that race control might need to come out and slap a few more penalties. Again, we did have that one that we did have pop up on our screen that will be dished out by the time we get into the second pit stops, maybe in the third, depending on how quick race control dish it out. But the 142 sim at the Promo Vida is getting a 10-second time penalty. Let's take a look then. So it's Grip Hacks Engineering on the right hand side. So that'll be Carpenter behind the wheel. Babin, who were on board with Maciej Malinovski, closing in, the absolute car in behind. Is it going to be a big send? Yeah, oh. I mean, that's a slam dunk penalty for Maciej Malinovski.
Yeah, I think that there's a bit of a mistake from Visceral. Don't get me wrong, they've not hit the apex or anything like that, but yeah,
and we're going a bit slow.
Yeah, plenty of time to react there for me. As we see the Visceral car now up ahead of the SOP car, RCI. SOP versus RCI. Oh, battle for the ages. So yeah, it's not ideal for Visceral, and they won't be overly happy. We go back up to the leaders, and well, Huben under a little bit of pressure here. The big winners in this situation are BS again. They were out in the lead by about 1.5 seconds for the first maybe 20 minutes of this race. They've managed to get that gap once again. And Tinker van der Velde, Lewis, he is definitely not going to wait behind this Unicorns of Love car for too long, is he?
No, certainly not. Especially partially not because of, for one, their championship rivals are up in first, but also there's a little bit of beef between the Unicorns of Love and Williams Esports, especially after what happened last weekend on Friday night when they took head-to-head in the showdown in the first day of the VCO Esports Racing World Cup 2 around Imola. And let's just say there was quite a lot of fisticuffs being dished out, and it was quite one-sided on that front as well. Either way, Tinko van der Velde has got to the inside as they come up towards scene at the end of the Mistral straight. He's only got a slight overlap, but it could be the move for second place. It could be the move they need. Obviously, no defensive lines being taken by Huben, and he's going to lift out, and Tinko van der Velde is going to move up into a very important second position, of course. Still not going to be good enough for the championship. There is one more car they need to overtake, and they've got 4 hours and 3/4 to make their way past Arthur Camera, who is presently leading the race, and at this point, winning the championship.
Yeah, really good move there. Basically, them making that move up the inside forces Unicorns of Love to back out, because we've seen, even in the wet conditions and dry conditions, there's no grip on the outside. If you get hung up on the outside, you're in trouble. So it's hard to keep the car in line as Visceral. And now under pressure from Symphony of Pistons as we head down to the exit of the long straight. RCI trying to follow through as well. But it looks of things, they are going to get through here nicely as well. Vermont trying to get into a position to take Visceral on, and by the time we get through this right-hander, Visceral have dropped 3 spots. Crazy.
Yeah, that was a pretty big send from Arnage, I think it was anyway. The Vermont straight down the inside, and like I say, huh? Oh, yeah, banner. That's where it's gone. It's gone in. It's been filed under B.
Right.
Unfortunately, it's not with us in this event. I don't know. I guess I think some teams just haven't had the time to do some, even though whatever. I don't know. There are some teams that don't have them. Maybe it's just not worked. I mean, this is ACC. Sometimes liveries don't work. We didn't have the Yaz Heat livery on the starting grid, and yet Mike pushing some buttons behind the scenes, and boom, we have it for the race. The fastest re-livery that I have seen. Actually, to be fair, no, the fastest re-livery that I've seen was actually in Moto 2. I think it's in 2017. Guy wins the championship, pulls off on the exit of turn 1. The team surround him, and they genuinely re-livery the bike in 5 minutes. And then he's got like a championship bike. It was absolute madness. It was at Sepang. It was crazy. Each their own.
That sounds incredible.
It was. I was on the edge of my seat. Actually looks really good, but each their own. As we can see, Victor Nikolai, not a glitch by the way on the timing tower. You're seeing 2 purple laps there, Arthur Camera and Victor Nikolai. Well, that's because they have both set the exact same lap time. Of course, Victor Nikolai's was a lot earlier in the race, being around about 20 to 30 minutes ago. Obviously, they won't be. They'll be in the pit lane around about half an hour. But Arthur Camera has set exactly the same lap time as well in the more recent past, as we can see what's happening with RCI. It really does.
So often in ACC. It's a really, I don't know whether it's less decimal points that they work it out on or something like that.
No,
but
it
does happen quite often.
To 3.
Well, in the results one, it's to 4 actually. So the result JSON files, it's 4. But I guess other games must do it to 5. I don't know, because it is really often.
No, I mean R Factor 2 does it to 4, and I'm pretty sure iRacing actually only does it to 3.
Yeah, right.
I don't know, because I've seen it more in ACC than anywhere else. It, like for example,
I think I've maybe seen it once in iRacing. Like, ever.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it a couple of times, like people setting the same like qualifying laps. I've obviously seen it quite a bit in.
Yeah.
I've seen that a fair few times. Obviously, we had it in this, but setting the same fastest lap, I've not really seen it too much. But who knows? Maybe it is an ACC thing. Maybe it's just a thing. Who knows?
Yeah, Mike's getting really excited. He's like, "Oh,
I was going to point it out."
Dropped the third. We literally commentated over the overtake, but don't worry about that. That's fine. I guess he's not paying attention to our commentary.
To be fair, I was going to say this. Not only is Luke ill, you're doing very well with it. Mike, our broadcast director, is also
really
ill. He sounds a lot worse than you do. And I've commentated.
He's like, "Oh, the race. We've just missed the race start. It was an hour and 20 minutes ago."
Poor guy.
He's a good lad.
He's got a bit of juggling to do. Thankfully, not having to do the broadcast for all 3 splits, so it's okay.
He must hate me. For the whole year we worked together, just for every opportunity, under that bus he goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think before you'd started commentating on broadcast that he's done, he thought I threw him under the bus quite a bit. Then here comes Luke Crane storming through the door.
Got paper over my cracks, mate. There's lots of them.
Oh dear!
Like the Grand Canyon of cracks in my commentary.
We all throw each other under the bus. It's the part of the fun, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially Arjuna.
6-hour race.
Especially Arjuna, he is.
Especially when Arjuna is not here and can't
defend himself.
Yeah.
Well, he's not going to be here for over 2 hours later on because he's gone off to go and commentate on. But imagine signing up for a championship which just clashes with the majority of the championship that you're already commentating on. I heard you were saying earlier about teams and stuff, and how if you can't commit to the full season, under the bus you go. But yeah, I think Arjuna should be in that boat as well. So
no, that's true.
So Florian needs to look for someone else.
He's trying to make a living, isn't he?
Ah, it's terrible. No.
Shows how professionally. It's not even in the chat. Listen to it. It's not even going to come back in. With me, I'm always listening.
Yeah, no, well, to be fair, normally when I'm off this for an hour, I'm straight down into the kitchen getting some food. If I've got enough time, straight over to the Mackies. You know me.
You love the Mackies.
4 hours. Yeah, I was going to say, who was it? Was it?
It's part of the race we're supposed to be commentating on. We've got a Carbon Sim Sport. We've got a 5-second penalty for causing a collision with RCI Esports.
Still nothing on Yaz Heat. I was wondering if that was going to be their penalty for the contact that we did see a bit earlier on. Ding! There it is. Literally has just popped up on my screen. There you go. You can see the penalty for the number 90 Carbon SimSport car getting a 5-second time penalty. And literally, as I said it, here we go. Penalty for the 666 Yaz Heat getting a 10-second time penalty for contact between themselves and the number 77. And absolutely no one is shocked. I like Yaz Heat, but it's a slam dunk.
Go back to the obnoxious livery. You don't have those issues, in my opinion. No, it's nothing to do with delivery. Yeah, it's nature of the car, right? They're all racing really, really close. Obviously, scrapes and scraps. Apparently, someone mentioned in the chat earlier on that they were having a conversation about potentially parking the car earlier on. They were running in 7th. So yeah, each their own, I guess. Yeah, apparently so. But maybe someone made it up. I don't know, but yeah, it's they were having a little conversation about it. Hopefully they don't, because they've got some serious pace in that car.
Maybe they were just desperate to go off and watch Formula 2. I don't know. I don't know why you would park. This is the kind of thing, is I'm like, when you've done a whole championship and stuff like that, again, a little bit of prize money on the line and that kind of stuff, and you're still running in a decent spot, I don't understand where the parking it would come into. I'm sure it's just maybe it could have been a passing comment that's been blown out of proportion or whatever. Maybe they've heard or something.
Oh yeah, I'll just mention what's just said in the old
Twitch chat,
in the old doofer. Oh, Gamer Muscle just raided the stream.
Who's Gamer Muscle?
He is the most. He's like the most curvy pit lane reporter of all time.
Did you see the shirt he posted on Twitter?
No.
Oh my god, it's
going to look now.
It was the most Luke Crane shirt I think I've seen.
I think and the worst thing is, he doesn't even follow me on Twitter. I'm pretty sure.
I don't think he follows me on Twitter either.
Oh no, we do follow each other.
He definitely doesn't follow me. He doesn't know who I am.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Little.
I didn't see it. I just thought it was dark blue with yellow all over
little badge on it. It's a t-shirt. So it's not kind of my wheelhouse, unfortunately, but yeah, he will look absolutely delicious in that. Good to see you again, Muscle. Hopefully you're well, mate.
Ah, dear. Well, Joris Apple's going down the inside of Lorenz, who's way out wide. Will rejoin. Steele staying ahead of Stanger as well in that Pulse Sims Cup. And I'll also second that one. We do like a little bit of game of muscle in the house. He's a good lad.
I'll tell you what, for someone who's never done any of like this pit lane reporting or live show stuff, and how nervous he was bloody brilliant. So yeah, credit to you, James. Other than that, you're rubbish at everything else, but that specific one thing you're really good at.
I still maintain that interview with Crimsix was hilarious as well. I don't care.
Oh my god!
Like, you should have respected him more for finishing the race. The race is already over by that point.
Excuse me, I need to turn, sir.
It's so good. It's just such a good bit of content.
Do you know what the crazy thing is? Any sim racer would have got funny with him on that as well. Like other sim racers would have got funny with him there. And yeah, Crimsix obviously coming from Call of Duty and always being interviewed in the heat of the battle and stuff, like, and they do listen-ins and stuff like that when they're actually racing. Like it was, yeah, he got away with it. So fair play. That was good.
Yeah, no, it was hilarious. I think we should again do more of those kind of things. What? What did I just see?
Mike, it's gone now. We need that back up. But that's yeah. Mike's just posted pictures of some buses that he's been thrown under.
Oh, I see. That makes more sense. Yeah. The list of them. As Martin Lorenzo gets back to the outside of Stanger, as they'll head through the corner at the end of the Mistral straight through Sing, and that is again. It doesn't look too difficult, but honestly, to have the confidence to throw it around the outside there and then remain here, it's very difficult. It has to be the up and under. You can't, especially like this late into a stint, you can't really hang it around the outside. Go to
it's fully ahead.
Not in the heat.
He was fully ahead on the exit of that corner around the outside, but there's so little grip. You got to go so slowly on the outside. By the end of by the next corner, you're already behind. So yeah, next time around has to go on the inside, unfortunately. But that was look, I want to see these drivers pushing. I love to see it. It's good. I
get the feeling that scene in this car will be just awful. The car, the corner at the end of the Mistral Straight scene. I get the feeling in this car would be awful. Because it's just like in a GT3 where you've got quite a lot of downforce, you throw it in and, for the most part, it bites or whatever, and you can do it at high speed. Whereas in this, I get the feeling it'll be so sluggish and
tire killer
through there, and a proper tire killer, yeah.
Yeah, you're sliding through there pretty much. So you're just gonna, it's probably the most important corner on the track, actually. Come to think of it, the one going onto the straight as well, because obviously you want to try and protect the position or try and gain some spots. But the exit of that straight, you just for the keeping hold of your tyres for the stint, for looking after those tyres, you've got to go through there so nicely and so smoothly, and it's almost impossible to do so, especially if you're under pressure. Yeah,
and like I say, it's not an easy thing to do in a rear-wheel drive car. That's why I drive front-wheel drives most of the time, because it's just a lot easier to drive, turn in, slam the throttle down, hope for the best, easy peasy. Yep. Whereas in this, around here, like you say, you kind of like, there's little bits of slip and slides. I wonder if that corner might actually get a little bit easier in the wet, because like, I get the thing where you're leaning on the front so much heading through there that if you're able to just kick the rear end out a little bit, it might actually make things a little easier. But it's just
hello
to something slightly different. Sam Fletcher drives by TX3, making a clean move. It certainly is. Rochelle getting down the inside of Seeley.
You're not sure how clean it was. It was certainly something. It was certainly a dive, and ultimately they then lost out on the exit because they ended up in Narnia, and now they're under a bit of pressure here from Kramer by the looks of things. Although as we get towards the back straight, all things have sorted themselves out. But that's how far they went deep into that corner. They're now about 0.8 of a second behind the car they overtook, and it was 2 corners ago.
Was there contact?
No.
Perfect.
No, the other car saw it coming from a mile away.
Yeah, exactly.
Not going to move to
it's just a
that
red,
lime
really,
green, that pesky lime green car. Nope.
Is that that's not an in-game, not a normal in-game livery, is it? Because it's my thing is that's not a normal Virtual Drivers by TX3 car.
No, it's normally dark, blue, black, and green, right?
They got rid of the dark blue. It's normally black, grey, and green now. No, it is. I guess it is. As we'll see them come through. I don't really know. It's the right green though, so regardless, they've at least picked that because it is the typical Virtual Drivers by TX3 shade. But I don't think that's an actual livery of theirs. I think it's just an I don't know. We're old men. We get confused in the commentary box these days. As Yeet will still remain behind. I do quite like that Yeet car, that Yeet livery on the MT.
Wolf Machuska saying yes, different grip level for each colour. What, cars? Oh, sorry, no. Gamer Muscle's just typed. Why is he getting timed out here?
Gamer Muscle.
This, honestly, I don't know how they've set the VCF set up this bot, but people are getting nuked in the chat for saying nothing wrong. He's just being timed out. Does ACC simulate the blue grip strips? Oh, now I understand. Yeah, different grip for each one. There's like sandpaper, right? So your tires just get absolutely munched the further you go off.
Yeah, obviously it's you actually saw it with Roman Grosjean. I think the first time they went racing here, where if you go in real life, if you go for a slide over, those red ones, like I say, they are like sandpaper. They will stop you. I mean, it is impressive how much grip they have and how much they do stop you from getting out of the barrier, but they will absolutely obliterate your tires. I don't think that's simulated at all, even remotely.
Oh no, Wolf says it is.
It is.
That's what he was saying.
Is it really?
Yeah. And he's pretty good at ACC, and I don't think you've ever raced on it, so I'm going to go with him.
I've raced with it 3 times, but never around Paul Ricard, and I would also go with him. Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely going to go with Wolf on that one.
But then again, maybe I've got too much faith that Wolf has never spun off around Paul Ricard, and so wouldn't know. You know? So that's me digging my way out of that one.
Mike with the gifts. What a guy. Sorry, I'm trying to help you out here.
Charadakis, Macri, and then Lukacek behind the rear end of this. A 4-car train for the final position inside the top 10. Also, have you noticed the gap between Arthur Kammerer and Tinko van der Velde? Less than a second between the two of them. Williams Esports closing in on their championship rivals. Ooh, I think things are going to get spicy in this race.
Yeah, for sure. And you know that Tinko will be just nursing those tyres into a decent temperature range, because he will, his teammate is one of the best out there right now, isn't it, in terms of Darrell McCormack. So he knows how to get the best out of his tyres. So you expect him to get faster and faster as the stint goes on, unless his driver style doesn't allow him to do that. That's really the only negative I could say from it all. But yeah, this is going to be interesting. 0.8 of a second. How long have we got left of the stint? Ooh, maybe 30, nearly 40 minutes? So 35, 40 minutes. So
yeah. For Williams, certainly close to the 40-minute margin. Again, remember they did go longer on the previous stint. They're only 23 minutes into this one. It was 1 hour, 4 minutes and 32 seconds from Darrell McCormack. So again, you can't really go much longer than that. Especially, to be fair, including there was a little bit of rain in the middle of it. I think they should be all a lot safer to go closer to the 29 lap stint in this over this one. So I suspect that's what we'll see out of a majority of the contingent in this race, as Giannis Charadakis looks to the inside, and TF Racing will make their way past the Kramer Racing Esports car, but that'll be way too wide. We've seen that one a few times today.
Yeah, it's kind of, you've got to be patient with your car in front. If you realise they're going to absolutely run out of road, just take the normal line and you're pretty much good to go. As we've got Rochelle trying to make a potential move. We'll have to be sent around the outside. Seeley holding on to that inside line in the number 39 car. And again, this is a battle for the ages. By the time they get down towards the sweeping right-hander, who will be in front? You can see, again, Rochelle trying to find that inside line and then ultimately having to back out of it. Now it's just a case of bump drafting. They've got Lopez in behind that's going to close up as well. And now is it a case of we swing out left, or is Rochelle going to try and find something up the inside? Well, here we go. He's pulled out to the right-hand side here, and he decides against it. So he's trying to force more of a mistake from the car in front. There is going to be no mistake, but now look at this. They've got the Yeet car right behind them as well. Yeah,
I mean, that's the other thing, is that you're not only trying to force a mistake from the car ahead of you, but also trying to distract the car behind. Looking backwards from virtual drivers by TX3, you can see that Yeet car is all over the rear end. Fair way off, though, on the exit of the double right-hander, allowing Rochelle just to pull out just a little bit of a gap. A much later apex being taken on Yeet because of virtual drivers by TX3 getting down the inside and going for a little bit of a door bang on the 39. Seeley going to be on the outside through the penultimate corner. I'm not sure if that one's going to work.
This is a dream for Yeet right now. I love this kind of, if you're behind two cars battling out and you just have the best seat in the house, you can pick up the pieces because you can decide where to go if you ultimately need to make an overtake, or ultimately if they hit each other off, you're going to gain those 2 spots for free anyway. So perfect spot here for Kramer to be in, albeit in P27. He won't be happy about that number, but yeah, can he potentially find himself a couple of spots? We head down towards turn number 1. Straight really isn't going to be long enough here. It looks like everything's kind of filtered out normally. So all good in the hood. Kramer looking to gain a couple of spots.
I think you kind of need to ignore the position, in these kind of races. I know it's easier said than done, of course, but focus on just the race. Focus on just enjoying the race, getting involved in a good little battle, and actually having a good time. Obviously, with it being the final round of the championship, that was out a little bit wide there, unfortunately, from Rochelle, and it's going to drag Seeley back into the fight. But again, the later apex being taken by Max Kramer for Yeet Esports, who were obviously a little bit higher up in this race earlier on, and so they'll want to tick past these few and get on after the race. They've got a whopping 27 seconds from the front of Rochelle up to the rear end of Koroshavin in 24th position. That is an enormous margin.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's when you can't really ignore the positions if you're behind that gap. You need to get on with it, right? As much as there's 4.5 hours left, you've got to start thinking about picking up some time. Otherwise, you're just going to be completely out of it. We've still got all 31 cars in this race. Yeah, Burke's in last position right now, but I still feel like they're running. So everybody's still running around, which is good. And this is the battle for the lead, so it is getting spicy. It's about 0.2 of a second between these front two. We're in the slowest, one of the slowest parts of the circuit. This is the sector number 1. So we've got sector 1 that's slow, the middle sector, which is pretty much just a straight, and then we've got sector 3, which is also very, very slow indeed. Are we about to see a change in the lead here, Lewis, or does Tinko just chill out, keep those tyres in a good range, and then make it a little bit easier for himself at the end of this stint?
I get the feeling that whilst Williams are faster right now, they would be wise to at least give it a couple of attempts to try and get through and try and get away. If they have the overspeed now, give it a go. If they try a couple of times and then it's covered off by other cameras, stop wasting time and just sit behind. But I would be surprised if they didn't at least give it a couple of attempts. Tinko van der Velde then right onto the rear end of Arthur Camera, and they've still got plenty of time in this stint. Again, closing on around about 35 to 40 minutes, or really 35 minutes left of this stint. So there's plenty of time to try and make their way past the BS competition car. And it does seem as though Williams are getting stronger as the stint goes on, and BS competition the reverse of that comparatively. So it seems that they separate quite significantly around the pit stop sequence, or after the pit lane sequence, and then come straight back together again, which, to be fair, I'm all for that.
Yeah, 100%. It keeps it prolonged for us, right? We get to see this battle sort of slow burn, if you like. We don't really want it to be over with a couple of hours to go. I don't think that will be the case. I think Unicorns of Love will have something to say in this race. Right now, though, these two do seem the quickest. I will say one thing. Huben seems a lot faster than he was last time out when we were with the GT3 car. So he's definitely in much more touch there. And he's probably the weaker of the 3 drivers for Unicorns of Love. If I could say such a thing, they're all absolutely incredible drivers. Yeah. So again, every time I say someone's weaker or someone's maybe not the strongest driver for their team, like, to be running in this race, you've got to be bloody incredible. So yeah, take it with a pinch of salt what I'm saying, that's for sure. Don't put it on Twitter, guys, and cry about it. Don't worry about your egos. But yeah, Huben doing a lot better.
Goodness me, that was the maniacal laugh that followed.
I just find it so funny. They say all the nice things in the world, and the negative gets taken out of context, and it just makes me crack up.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's certainly more so towards a certain black and yellow team on this grid that you've been pulled up on Twitter about that to some degree. No, I think your point is absolutely spot on. Huben is a fast driver, absolutely rapid, probably the slower one in that car, but that's a good thing for them because they're only 2 seconds off the race lead, and if that's with your slower driver in the car, then they are absolutely in the fight for victory today. Tinko van der Velde on the Mistral straight coming up towards Scene. I'm not sure it's going to be quite close enough to go for a move. Certainly not when you're battling for the championship. Is going to go for the look, though. Yeah, that was the wiser call. Back into the racing line with you.
I think if they get to the end of the final pit stop, Unicorns of Love, and they are within 5 seconds of these front two, knowing that they're going to be battling for the win and the championship, not just a race win, but for the championship, they'll be relatively happy, I would say. Yeah,
agree. Especially, I mean, like, if that is the case, what do you do if you're Williams and BS competition? Because, like, do you fight them that hard? Because, like, realistically, they're not a part of your fight. The race win. I mean, it's still a race win at the end of the day, but also
they don't care. They're not going to care about that. They're not going to care about
the
what Unicorns? Sorry,
I'm saying like Williams.
These two teams.
Yeah, are they going to care about the? What are they focused on right now? Because if I'm at that point in the race, I don't care about the race win. I care about the championship, and obviously Unicorns Love are very much the other way around. So I wouldn't fight them. if it got to
then
that
you
point.
put a car between you and the other team, so that's
That's
another
true.
thing. You can't do that. There's no way they're going to be. They have to fight. They've got to try and just make it a battle between. The perfect scenario right now for Williams and BS competition is that whoever you're driving for, your team drives away. You've got a 10-second advantage, and you're good to go. The next best situation really is that you're battling with Unicorns of Love only, and then really the third scenario is it's just you versus BS competition. So it's just you two versus each other. You've got no one else involved in this, so it's just about who's the quicker team. And I think that's what we're going to have, maybe with Unicorns of Love involved later on, if the battling does. Because in the last hour, if they're this close, they're going to be side by side through so many corners. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, working with whatever I can get from live timing. It was Huben who was nearly a quarter of a second faster than Tinker van der Velde and Arthur Camera on the previous lap. So it does seem as though the Unicorns of Love car is actually going faster. Actually very much akin to what we were seeing out of Darren McCormack in the previous stint, in the opening stint of this race. Seems a little bit closer for van der Velde this time. Once again, staying onto the rear end of Arthur Camera. Is this going to be the opportunity? Is there going to be a bump draft? I get the feeling I saw bit more of a bump draft between the two. He's got to the outside heading up towards Scene. There is going to be the defensive line taken from BS competition. Williams Esports are going for it now. Is it going to be the move around the outside? We can't really see. It's going to be out a little bit too wide. I get the feeling from Tinko van der Velde, and Arthur Camera with the inside line for BS competition is going to hang on to the race lead. It could be the up and under for Williams. Depends on how much risk they want to take.
And once again, there's no grip through that right-hander. Like, if you go around the outside there, you're in so much trouble. But yeah, it's a case of you just kind of need to back out, because I think that's going to ultimately kill your tyres over the course of a whole stint. So yeah, it's not. I don't think it's worth trying to go around the outside there. To be fair, yeah, there's no just about ahead, and maybe it's worth trying once. But if you get yourself in that position again, it's worth just backing out, just filtering in behind, and just make sure that you're quick throughout the stint so you don't lose any time.
Yeah, like I say, again, there is the subtlety of playing the longer game despite battling for a championship. But there's still 4 hours and 20 minutes left to go. And with that being the case, we're past 2 o'clock here in the UK. It's Arjuna's time to kick me out of the commentary booth. So, sorry, Luke, you got to deal with him for a bit. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
Hello again, Luke.
How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm doing all right. Was enjoying that last little hour that I was watching on for as well. Again, trying to pick up what I could from live timing, but you, I think, slightly right on, of course, maybe McCormack saving tyres at the start of the stint. It's come back to Williams Esports very much now. You were also right, or maybe this was Lewis being right. I forget which one of you said this. All 3 of the Williams drivers, at least today, likely looking at the very top of their game right now. Van der Velde all over the back of Arthur Camera.
Yeah, 100%. But then, yeah, they were at the top of their game last time out at Watkins Glen as well. So it's, the consistency they're showing is quite ridiculous, to be completely honest. I'm really impressed with Huben. I think Huben has hung on nicely to this front 2. He's not, a million miles away, whereas in the GT3s, just didn't quite have the pace of the likes of McCormack or Van der Velde, Camera, Nils Naujoks. The interesting factor is going to be Bokida. How quick is Bokida in this car? We know that Rodriguez is really quick because his qualifying time was exceptional. So it'd be interesting to see how that goes down with the third stint.
To the outside, once again, Van der Velde shapes up, but it's likely going to be a bit of deja vu, maybe a bit of contact between them as well, as all 3 of the cars maybe push the limits of the track a little bit more. They've got a healthy margin back to Victor Nicolai as well. He's about 18 seconds off of your race leader, 16 seconds behind Huben. So these 3 teams were all able to break away in the opening 20-odd minutes, and then once the rain came and the battling behind really did start to intensify, they have taken full advantage. That does remind me, I need to head on over to Nils Naujoks' stream so that we can get our weather predictions going once again, Luke.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you to do that, actually. I will say one thing here. Huben's closed up by about 0.6 of a second. And if Unicorns of Love could be right behind these 2 at the end of stints, just by the virtue of being on their own and closing up whilst the other 2 battle, they'll be so happy with that, because they are a dangerous team. We know they're one of the best teams on ACC, if not the best team. They've not quite managed to do one of the major competitions as of yet in terms of the endurance series. But this is the opportunity right today to get this race victory at the end. So yeah, could be there. Malinowski's still not served his penalty. Lukaszek still not served his either. But yeah, interesting.
You made the point, I think it was on Twitter as well, right? That the step up that we saw in the Esports Racing World Cup from the Unicorns of Love from 11th to 2nd, it's been great to see their development over the course of 2022. And I think it's exciting times for them moving forward. Again, I think I said this in the first hour of the race. Second in race number 1, the start at Monza caught them out. They were on the back foot from there and really somewhat out of the championship fight. So it's definitely still a series, though. Consistent results in the last 2 races coming into this one in those GT3 machines that the Unicorns of Love have very much shined. So have seen a handful of penalties, but overall I think it's only 4 or 5. Race control has fortunately, Luke, been relatively quiet today.
Yeah, there's been some bumping and scraping, of course. That's just the nature of the car and the circuit. It's so wide, you can run side by side through many of these corners. But yeah, the race control have been relatively quiet. A couple of penalties out there, lots of no further action, which is always good. We always want to make sure that they're allowed to race. I think that's the main thing. And racing, they are. Tinker van der Velde now, 700ths of a second behind the leader as we're on board here with Lukaszek trying to get up into that top 10. Macri just up ahead in the Assetto car. Long straight once again. We know the outside line just really isn't fast, or isn't really an option to make an overtake, as we head then down in towards it. The inside line taken by the Carpenters, but not defended by Assetto. And well, are we going to see a change for that top 10? Down towards the braking zone we go, and Assetto decides to back out and go, do you know what, we're not going to lose too much time here, you have it, and then we'll look to fight you again next lap.
7 seconds in front up to the Grip Hacks Engineering 69 machine, and so that's what this queue of 10, cars fighting for 10th rather is trying to close up on. I do wonder if you're now Van der Velde, are you as willing to try and fight? Because you know that, well, there you go, as we jump back to your leaders momentarily. Huben has arrived on the scene, and so it is not a 2-car train, it is very much now a 3-car queue. Last lap was not the fastest out of BS competition, as well as Williams Esports, about 4/10 gain for the Unicorns of Love team, and still got a ways to go, of course, until we got to the pit stop window. Speaking of pit stop windows and speaking of weather very quickly, Niels Naujoks's weather machine, aka the built-in ACC 30-minute forecaster, is saying dry for the next 30 minutes, so no worries about any sort of rains. One thing that, of course, we did see, Luke, is the fact that Williams Esports did go 1 lap longer. They ran the stint timer up to 1 hour, 4 minutes and 30 seconds, so within the 1 hour and 5 minute stint timer that you have to meet. But 1 extra lap may not be that significant in terms of pit stop time, but it may give them a bit more opportunity in terms of the windows to play with strategy through the rest of the race.
Yeah, 100%. By the end of this, it'll be 5 laps, right? If they can continue to do that. But I would imagine BS will now try and stretch it out as well. But they haven't been behind another car, so they've not been able to fuel save as well. So I'm not sure what the fuel situation is with these cars. Or to be fair, actually, I think they can run really long in terms of stints. I'm not sure it's that big of a deal leading. But Williams, for me, stint 1 winners. They managed to get themselves back up into the battle, even though they dropped a position at the start of this race. For stint 2 winners, I think by the time we get to the end of this, it's going to be Unicorns of Love. Yeah, this is a very good performance from them so far. They're not getting involved too crazily, letting the 2 in front battle enough for them to just catch up naturally, not using too much of their tyres. They're still going to be relatively quick. So yeah, I think Unicorns of Love are going to be relatively happy with how this has gone. 17-second gap, though, down to Victor Nikolai, who again has the fastest lap with Arctic Camera. Or I think it might be Niels Naujoks that has the fastest lap.
I think it was Niels, yeah. I think it was in that first stint. Of course, final round of the championship, a lot of these drivers have already started their attempts to qualify for what's going to be next. And that, of course, is SRO Esports as it returns for another blockbuster slate of competitions. Handful of drivers, of course, working through the pre-qualifying process that has begun. There are more details available on the relevant websites because I don't know those links, unfortunately. It's going to be a lot of fun again, manufacturer nominations, all of that fantastic stuff, and I get the feeling that based on what we saw in the GT3 rounds of the championship, Luke, and going all the way back to the BOP draft, to be honest, we should expect plenty of drivers trying to race in the Honda NSX in this SRO Esports campaign.
Yeah, I would imagine that's going to get nerfed into the ground, though, if they want it to be a if they want to have multiple manufacturers, and also there's some teams that are going to have to be, there's going to have to be like proper manufacturers for teams who are associated with them, right? Williams being with Mercedes as an example. So yeah, if they don't make it, if they don't sort the balance of performance, then it's going to be a little bit of an issue. But I'm sure they will. I think Mike just said there's going to be some sort of update or look into it moving forward before we get to the actual race as well. But also, you're going to get to hear our noises again, our voices, because we're
Potentially.
all doing that. Yeah, I think. Well, we're going to be involved in some of them. All of us are going to be involved.
Hopefully. That all depends on Mike at the end of the day. I mean, we put our names are down, but it all depends on Mike.
No.
So yeah, we'll have to wait and see. No throwing him under the bus between now and I think it's when is it, May or June. Ruby Acosta, we check in with one of the Queen's Design esports drivers, not racing but watching on in this final round of the championship. From Las Vegas, of course. That's because I think Ruby is going to be taking part in the competition that is going to be broadcast. Is it later tonight? It will be tonight in the US. Screen to Speed. It's a esports tournament for the US. I do believe Ruby part of the qualifiers there. And again, hashtag FLExTREME, hashtag VCO Esports, all of that good stuff. You can get in touch with us, and Mike Yao will throw you onto the broadcast. Always enjoy the fact that there are opportunities, and it's great that people get to fly out to Vegas to go and quote-unquote race in esports.
Yeah, I'm there in 2 weeks actually, commentating. So that's,
what are you commentating on?
the G Challenge.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, so we've got the G Challenge finals in Vegas. I'm not sure that none of the drivers are going to be there. It's all online, but yeah, I'll be doing it from there. That's where the studio is. So that's going to be fun. I'm actually taking the wife as well. She's never come.
Oh,
to my
nice.
work event. And yeah, she's not had a passport for about 15 years. So it's not arrived
Leaving
yet.
the kids at home?
Yeah, on their own. The 3-year-old and
Good.
7-year-old, they'll fend for themselves. They'll be
Good.
fine. Yeah.
Well, it means you can enjoy Vegas a little bit more.
Yeah, let's be flicking feces at each other by the time we get back. Poor little kids. But they're being looked after, don't worry.
Oh, your home's going to be destroyed.
Well, they're staying at someone else's house, so that's
Still watching
yeah.
this fight for the lead. It's going to be a lot of fun. Are those G Challenge races, are those going to be on Assetto Corsa as well, or are those on other platforms too?
Lots of APC action recently, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It's been, we had during the World Cup, we got it during this. We've got SRO stuff. Again, Mike's the best producer in the world, so, I'm probably going to be doing a couple of hours at least. And then,
There
yeah,
you
we've got all 4 regions. Oh, I'll tell you what. That is no. Oh, whoa, hold on.
That is championship implications as our
Massive.
2 rivals come to blows. Van der Velde tried the move to the inside. It was the only thing that was going to stick, but they two came together, and it's Van der Velde that loses out heavily. Not sure how much damage there will be on both of them. We were here having a good chit-chat. Van der Velde intent on trying to take the championship fight out on track.
Yeah, he's lost his cool there. I think that's a massive error from Tinko. Like, he has gone for an overtake, and I don't think it really was ever on. I need to see it again. But obviously he's overextended, and then it didn't look very good. It was a little bit, he was inside the other car and stuff, so expecting a BS competition Williams hybrid car in 9 months' time. But it was, just didn't really look on. So we'll have to see it again, I guess. But that's huge for Williams. Williams are going to be furious with how that's gone. They're not miles out of it now. They're still like 7 seconds off. They've still got a chance here, but they might have just thrown away this championship. That's crazy.
Will they argue that they were squeezed? I feel like we will want to try and see it, if possible, from up above, because that will give us a really good indication of the lines being taken. Remember, it's a long right-hand sweeper. It goes on forever. It is one of the worst corners at what is, at least in my opinion, not great track at the best of times. So that is going to be interesting. But my, oh my, in the blink of an eye, how the story of the championship and the story of the race indeed changes. VS Competition not out of drafting range. Hubin is there, and I think, like you said, they will be the biggest winners of the stint. Well, here we go. Mike Yao going up above. Talk us through what you see here, Luke.
Yeah, so we're going down the end of the long back straight here, so nothing really to do here. They've got the rubber banding, which is something that always blows my mind on ACC, unfortunately. And as we come then through there, everything's good, and it's just a really good run, I think, from Tinker Van der Velde. Oh, he sent it from far too far back now. That's all on Williams. Then these I think BS Competition have got they've got to be thankful that they've not been completely cleaned out there, to be honest, because they kind of got away with it. But yeah, Tinker sent that from them. Regardless of the warping, he's sent that from too far back.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can't say netcode or anything when you've sent it in.
Saved BS competition there. Netcode,
True.
Whatever you want to call it, netcode has actually saved BS competition there, because that could have been really nasty. And yeah, the drivers that have lost out are the ones that caused it, in my opinion.
No, I agree. And what's it that Modern Brundle says? A day late and $1 short. I think that basically sums up that move. And I mean, I think you said it. Van der Velde lost his cool there, because that was a totally unwarranted move, given that we had 4 hours and 15 minutes left to go, and that they were still running directly behind the team they needed to beat.
Yeah, well, Michael from Unicorns of Love has just said in the Twitch chat here that Tinker has connection problems. So that's also something. But again,
so maybe he could be struggling to see the car in front, I guess. I don't know.
Are we not seeing it the same then? Is that what could happen there? Because he still sent it from Narnia, if I'm honest. But or was he genuinely alongside in his point of view? Like, obviously, you'd have to get the footage from him to see that. That's the only explanation I can see, because he's too good of a driver to be sending it from there into that corner. And if he would have done it before that, surely, because he's been closer than that previously. So are we seeing something different to what he's seeing?
Yeah, no, so that's one point. I think that's something. I saw this on iRacing yesterday, where someone got disconnected, and so it was on an oval. They got driven into by someone by accident, but they thought it was on purpose, but no one could see them. Could it be something like that? Tinko did brake quite late, so I'm not sure that was necessarily the wisest move if he knew he was having connection issues. Watching a fight for a 20th position. It's the virtual drivers by TX3 machine that has been penalized in this race, that gets passed by the livery-less Kramer Racing Esports car down the inside. Curious to see if Race Control is going to look at that incident between Williams Esports and BS Competition, and if so, what they're going to say about it, because I sometimes think I know what Race Control is going to say, but I am not Race Control. Kramer Racing Esports looking very feisty here.
Yeah, certainly are. Absolutely. Why not? You've got nothing to lose, right? You don't want to get to tomorrow and go, well, we just did a pedestrian 6-hour race. We didn't go out there and have any fun. Like, for a lot of these teams, it's all about having fun, as they actually run completely wide there, but hold on to the position. That's really nice stuff. And actually, they have the fastest lap of the race now.
They do. You're right.
Yeah. That is some performance there from Hyler.
Yeah, he is really making a shift right now.
That is incredible stuff. But yeah, back to the whole Tinker thing. We can only go by what we see, ladies and gentlemen. So we're just making a judgment by what we see. And it was very obvious from what we saw that he sent it in the inside from too far deep, then had some sort of, I don't know, Hogwarts experience and warped through the BS competition car.
Something that someone has brought up in YouTube. Again, I'm not that experienced with the technical workings of Assetto Corsa, so I'm relying on drivers to help us out here. But BS could have jumped backwards on his screen before the braking zone, so maybe he was taking avoiding action. That's very possible as well. But yeah, it's unfortunate, and it's kind of shaken this race up. It was really looking interesting. It's still interesting, but in a slightly different way, I guess. And when Lewis returns in, 45 minutes time, I think he's going to be very surprised as to the running order, as Van der Velde is now 6 seconds off of your race leader, so still in touching distance and closing lap by lap, although it's a 10th here and it's a 10th there, but they all add up.
Yeah, it's still closing at this stage. That's good. That's a good sign for Williams. Looks like they haven't got any crazy damage to the car as well. As we see Rochelle maybe about to be overtaken here by Seeley as we go through the sweeping right-hander. And again, the outside line just showing that there's no real grip out there. And also, once you get off the line, you're in trouble.
Race Control has already spoken, is back down the inside with a contact there. The 333 is going to be compromised, but interestingly, there was more trouble for that 39 machine. It's going to be a 5-second time penalty for Williams Esports, so Race Control straight on it and deciding that Van der Velde being a little bit too aggressive, as now Rodnikov trying to work his way on through.
Yeah, Rodnikov's going to come through because of the mistake there from Seeley and Rochelle, and it's a bit of a freebie, absolute freebie. But yeah, there's the penalty. Again, it was a deserving penalty from what we saw. There was a bit of warping, but ultimately there was a dive, there was a send, there was contact between two cars, battling for the race lead, and yeah, BS Competition being given another bit of good news, because now it's about 10, 11 seconds by the time they come out to the pits. So Williams now have to get fruity. They have to change the way they approach this race, change the strategy call. But apparently Tinko's struggling with connection issues. So does that mean that we're going to see an extra stint now from the likes of... what are you doing there? Just no idea why you're making that decision.
Yeah.
Like, that is such a silly decision there being made. I just, no idea there. Conto Giannis comes out the pits, obviously going to be a bit slower. If you're a bit more patient there, Rochelle, you're going to get that position anyway. So yeah, I find that a very silly decision to send it through into turn number 1. But yeah, anyway, back to the lead battle. Yeah, 11 seconds. I think Williams now, I've been saying they need to stay right behind BS Competition throughout this race, every stint. Just keep them in your eyesight. But now, with them not being in their eyesight, they have to try and change things up. So I expect them to keep extending.
Check in with Chris Sievert. The Symphony of Pistons car has made a good recovery after it was speared off the road earlier. With Chris behind the wheel, if I remember correctly. They've got Alexander Vermont in front in that Arnage competition machine that is not pink today because apparently someone forgot to submit the livery. But Vermont issuing qualifying 2 didn't follow the rules, so he got dropped back to 25th position. See Sievert peel off to the pit lane. 240 working its way up. We are into the pit stop window, by the way, as we close on the top of another in-race hour. So one by one, we'll see them peel their way on off as your race leader.
By the way, Tinko's absolutely flying. Another 0.8 of a second taken over the last lap and a half. Like, he has got some unbelievable pace. And it's almost like they were just chilling behind BS Competition, and now they're forced to show their real pace. They are the quicker car. As we see here, the BS Competition car.
It's lap traffic.
Yeah.
Visceral Esports, yeah.
What's happening? Have they got damage, do you think, from that?
Well, I'm not sure if that's damage necessarily, or if it's just maybe Visceral being on fresh tires or something, maybe already done with the pit stop. But it's allowed Huben to close, and so now Unicorns of Love once again very much with a whiff of the draft. We'll see the lap time this time at the line, but I get the feeling Van der Velde are going to be even closer to BS Competition than they were last time, although the 5-second penalty hasn't been added to Van der Velde just yet, so they may not end up serving it in this cycle of pit stops. It may only come on through for them the next time by.
Yeah, I find that strange. If the penalties come up on screen, and surely that comes...
Agreed.
Given it. But again, I'm not here to argue about that. But if they do have damage, that will be fixed in a pit stop here, and they might end up losing time because of that. So this might work out for Unicorns of Love, ironically. So don't be surprised if Unicorns of Love don't take the lead here after this next pit stop phase, and then Williams still end up pretty close to BS Competition, depending on how much damage there is to the car. I think they got damage here, Arjuna, because there's no way Tinko's been able to, gain a second over 2 laps when there have been nothing between them for 2 whole stints.
Yeah, Huben's closed quite significantly as well, although his lap times are maybe, I think, more on par with what we would have expected. So, again, this is where Niels Naujox's stream is going to be very, very useful as they come down to the pit lane. We'll see exactly how much time and service that they all will end up taking. I'll be honest, again, I'm watching the stream right now and I can't really tell if there is damage. All I can see is that they don't necessarily look the most pleased right now. I can also give you a weather update. No worries about rain in the next 30 minutes once again, so no concerns about that just yet. Vermont and the 171 also down into pit lane, so that'll be the Ren Velton car that works its way on to make another cycle on pit stops. One by one, they're coming on in.
Yeah, certainly are. This is now where it gets a bit frantic, and you actually are seeing how quick new tyres are compared to the old ones, because Williams and Tinko van der Velde is being caught up here as well by, I think, Visceral. Is that Visceral behind them? I can't quite see the livery. No, the 121. So, yeah, that's they're nowhere near in the battle for this race, but they're yet keeping up with Tinko here, no problem whatsoever. So what are we going to be looking at here? 1 more lap for the leaders, maybe 2, and then there'll be 3 laps for Williams if they do the same strategy as last time round.
So, based on what Naujox's stream chat is saying, I don't know if they've got damage. The gap has opened back up to Huben, so maybe it's just been the way that the traffic cycle is playing out with pit stops right now. But we'll wait and see. I guess that Naujox did the first stint of the race. Camera's on the second stint. Logically, it would be Philippa Bakita who would be in the car next, which I think is important because it will help us to answer the question of exactly how her race pace is going to shape up compared to her two teammates. I
She's
also
the best driver in Asia Pacific. I just want to throw this out there. I know we've had a bit of questioning. She's the best driver in Asia Pacific for ACC. There's no two ways about it. I know you've got your hang-ups about this car specifically. I don't think BS Competition got anything to worry about. It may be a couple of tenths here or there, but nothing in terms of race ruining pace. So I think they're going to be absolutely fine, especially with the penalty that's going to be added to Tinko, the deficit they've got to Williams. They almost don't really have to worry about Unicorns of Love.
Well, I was trying to say that regardless of where Bakita stacks up, I think the main thing is, I think Nanox is probably the fastest in the car. That's why they saved him for qualifying 3. I would probably, he started the race, I'd also likely want him in there at the end of the race in case we are fighting on track with Williams and we need our fastest man in. So that would logically then mean Arthur Camera jumps in after Bakita, and then Bakita jumps back in for the penultimate stint of the race. Ooh, love this. We get the look at all 3 of the drivers fighting inside of the top 3.
Yeah, we certainly do there. We've got ourselves Arthur Camera on the left-hand side. In the middle there's Tinko van der Velde. And then on the right-hand side it is indeed Nicholas Huben for Unicorns of Love. As again, you can see Tinko is in his local village pub. Probably going to have a nice steak dinner afterwards as well, with that lovely brickwork behind him. But unfortunately, not the best of stints. It looked really good for Williams, but yeah, just lost out a touch as we head to the end of the second stint. The second hour of this race now completed as well. And do BS and Unicorns of Love bring the car in? This is where it gets exciting, because they are a little bit off strategy, so we get to see the cars come in at different times and see whether cars close up the gap with an undercut or indeed gain something from an overcut. Like, this is the cool time every hour.
Remember that you can't go past the stint timer of 65 minutes, and with the lap being, what, 2 minutes and 10 seconds or so, you've got to make sure you're not cutting it too close. Dara McCormack was at 1 hour, 4 minutes and 30 seconds last in by.
Well.
Hubens, come on in, but you could extend it 1 more lap if you're Camera, 2 more laps at this point if you're Van der Velde, just based on the numbers from the previous cycle. Do remember, if Bakita is in next, it's likely going to be, what, 1:20 in the morning for her, because I think she's on the east coast of Australia. It's a great time to go racing.
Yeah, it's perfect timing, right? Long day, and then end up racing against some of the very best in the world. But there's a reason why Bakita's in that team, because of the pace, because this is what you live for. You want to be racing against the very best week in, week out, and she will absolutely be giving it everything. So yeah, I'm actually excited to see what kind of pace she has. I don't think it's going to be too much to worry about. I've commentated on her a few times. The first time I came across her was actually in the G Challenge in 2020. During the COVID period, as we see the Unicorns of Love come out of the pits. It's a long pit exit. This is where Mike got really excited, thinking, oh, they're going to get him, and then realised there's still 3 miles to go in the pit lane.
Tobias Groenewold, by the way.
Yeah, it is indeed. We know how quick Tobias Groenewold is. So this is going to be I think this is going to be maybe a defining hour of how this race is going to go down.
Take us to the halfway point. So we'll kind of have a good sense, I think, at that juncture of all 3 drivers, where they sit and how the strategy is going to play out till the end. So expecting Camera in this time, just because if he doesn't come in, he's risking a penalty. Van der Velde, not sure if he'll come in this lap or the next lap. Again, I still don't know if there is damage on the BS competition machine, but I will keep an eye out so that we have a sense out of the pit stop phase. But Van der Velde...
I think the warping has saved both.
I think it did, but Van der Velde, to your point on he was catching earlier, now that he's back in traffic, has really lost all the time that he had caught initially, and so I think we've gotten away with one. Yes, you're 100% right, and it's all going to now just come down to drivers pushing as much as they possibly can. So Van der Velde will wind out of the final corner as Arthur Camera, I think, has stayed out for one additional... Nope, he's come down onto pit lane, just as I was hoping.
Oh, here we go. We're going to get the sexy side-by-side cam time. Unicorns of Love versus BS competition. Love to see it. This is the interesting phase. This is the interesting phase now as to whether or who's going to be in the lead of this racing. See a lot of dirt on that car as well. But yeah, Arthur Camera brings the car in. We believe Bakita will be bringing, will be getting into the car. It's very strange. ACC teams are so different to iRacing teams. Like in iRacing, we do 2 hours, right? Like as a stint. You do 2 hours, sometimes 3, some drivers. But in ATC, they just tend to do 1 at a time. It's it's so different.
We talked about this, me and Lewis, last time. We couldn't figure it out. Like, well, he had some theories. Lewis was also saying earlier today that he thinks that ACC as a when you look at it at a high level for the series, like look at the performance across of a season, it is the most difficult to be consistent across of, at least in his opinion. So as Felipe Bakita does indeed jump into the car at likely 1:20 or 1:30 in the morning, it is not going to be the lead, because there indeed goes Tobias Grunewald.
Oh, sorry, that's what I meant. Tobias Grunewald's going to take the lead, so the undercut has worked out beautifully well. Bakita now a fair chunk of time down. And I'm just wondering, that's not an undercut time there. I think they must have had minimal damage to fix there, for sure.
I think traffic. I think the Unicorns of Love ducked out at a good time as well. We didn't really see the amount of traffic that camera was dealing with on the final lap, but I feel like that's also now something we've got to consider. There are a handful of teams that are already now offset themselves before the top of the hour that will come in and then potentially interfere with these teams at the front, who are going to try and go as long as possible and run themselves as dry as they can.
Yeah, you're spot on there, mate. I didn't think about that. Yeah, traffic is going to be huge, and we've actually seen the massive difference between like lap times from a new set of tyres to the end. Like one of the teams sorry, suffering with hiccups really bad today. Heartburn and hiccups, lovely. So a team outside the top 20 are keeping up with lead cars. So yeah, very interesting.
I scrolled through Nayox's stream. I don't believe they had any damage to fix. So I think that warping has saved them. Van der Velde will now come on to the pit lane himself, as Williams Esports will not serve the 5-second penalty this time by. Just a reminder, it will get applied after this cycle of pit stops, so it will be handled the next time we see them dive down on towards pit lane. Van der Velde will get out, likely Igor Rodriguez, who will, I guess, get into that machine and take the reins over. Gap between... as Williams Esports have got another warning. Now, what's this about?
No, I think that
has it been changed?
Yeah, that's been appealed. I think that's been appealed and changed. I can't see in any, from what we saw, I cannot see how that's gone through, because they dived from a silly position, and there was contact between the two cars. I just, and again, unless Tinko's seeing something completely different, if they've provided that evidence, that's the only reason I can see that being changed. So I guess we were right. I guess we were right on that regard.
I can confirm it is the same incident that has seen an update. So it is now not a 5-second penalty anymore. It is now a warning. Let us know what you think about that call. Yeah, because I guess now with Unicorns of Love potentially looking the strongest, because I guess they likely will have cycled out to the front. Not exactly sure where Igor Rodriguez has fared out in this pit stop cycle right now, but I think the Unicorns of Love are well placed to be in a spot to potentially run away at the front, just like some were hoping for in the commentary booth, and we'll get a fight for the championship that may be a fight for second.
Yeah, absolutely, might be a fight for second. I think there's still many twists and turns for sure that are going to happen during this race, and that's just another one of them. Perfect scenario for me and you, Arjuna, right? That penalty doesn't happen, so they're closer. That's exactly perfect. That's what we want as a commentator. There's a stop go 30, by the way, for Ordinez, which is that's not really it is what it is. Bridport is down in 31st, so every driver's still in this race. I'd love to see that. What was I talking about? Sorry, the penalty. We really don't need to see a penalty. We want it to be as close as possible, but ultimately we also want it to be fair. So strange.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I honestly cannot tell you, as Get Closer Racing, by the way, will come on in. They were in the lead of the race. I can't tell you many times in sim racing where genuinely I've seen penalties withdrawn. So I'm happy to see it. If there was the correct information was sent on in, you want to see the proper processes in place, so it's good to see. But front of the field, as we exit out of this pit stop cycle, now with all drivers having been required to come down to pit lane, it's going to be the Unicorns of Love that pick up the lead of the race. They'll be about 2.5 seconds clear of BS Competition, who then have about an 8-second buffer to their championship rivals, Williams Esports. as we run 1, 2, and 3 across the line once more. I mean, what an interesting couple of hours we've had to start this one off, Luke.
Yeah, Rodriguez effectively doesn't need to focus on Grunewald, right? Just get out there. I think Bakita might be struggling here for the pace, like you said. I think that might actually be the case here. Not a lot, but just a little bit less than what we've seen previously. Grunewald's lost about 4 seconds in the pit stop phase somehow. So again, I still think that the BS competition and indeed Williams had some sort of damage to fix. It was a big hit, regardless of the netcoding. They still hit each other. So I reckon that's where the time's been lost here. But yeah, Bakita not really closing that gap back down. So it'd be interesting to see what Rodriguez's pace is. But again, you expect them to be quite slow at the start, as we see a lovely battle here. Benjamin Hellman trying to indeed, I think, keep hold of yeah, he's trying to keep hold of P20. You've got Torven and then behind for the burst Esports car. This is brilliant from both of them. This is what you want to see from your teams and your drivers. Two respectful drivers going at it, leaving the perfect amount of room. And again, it looked like it was done for burst. It's not quite done, and it is now. But RCI driving beautifully well. They gave us a great show at Watkins Glen. Again, we saw the good, the bad, and the ugly from the team, but they were outstanding in terms of their performance. They actually got second in the end, didn't they? With all of the shenanigans that happened in that last hour. But right now, a little bit further back, but still showcasing a great skill set.
You didn't call them Blast. I hope they're happy about that one. We are going to, in a few moments' time, grab a look at the finish of the races in Challengers as well as in Rival Splits. Remember, those races shortened to 3 hours for this rescheduled round of the championship, tacked on at the very end after bang on a month ago we tried to do this, and unfortunately things did not comply. So we'll start off with the Challengers race with the pit stop cycle already complete. We'll go take a look at the drivers that have finished up first. It was a close one all the way to the very end, but maybe not a surprise to see the legions of racers towards the front with time winding down here, Luke.
Yeah, there we go. So you can see there, Pratama, 78 laps, 1 minute left on the clock on the final lap, 4.8 seconds ahead of Chalukin there in second position. As we look a little bit further back here, we've got Andreas Chotta for the urban lead. Drizo? Is it Drizo? I don't know, something like that. Is that Q or no? Very small for me, so I don't know. I tell you what, though, it's a bloody good livery. I love that livery. It's like a magic eye. It probably changes to like a lion or something if you stare at it.
Yeah, you're going to like some of these team names in this split as well. You had the F1 Memes Racing team, the Creme de la Course, Apex is Lava Racing. I mean, yeah, these drivers, even though there are just 11 of the teams out on track, they've had their fun over the course of the season. You, I think, said this when we were talking about Dylan Tan earlier. Legions of Racers have just been maybe dominant, a team that maybe we could have expected to having cash split and be somewhat competitive. They haven't finished off of the podium so far this season, a streak that they look set to continue with as they run on to the final lap here in Challenger Split. Don't forget HyperX offering headsets to the winners of the drivers in this split, and so at least there is something for them to have fought their way through. And if we do this again with the BOP budget concept, Luke, we hopefully will see them maybe in our cash split fighting at the top.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not sure, how it all works in terms of their promotion or relegation. That needs to be looked at, I would imagine. But with the teams that have not fulfilled every single race, I think you should be given the opportunity to some of these to go up into that cash split and replace them. I don't care how big a team name you are, if you're not fulfilling it, unless there's obviously a genuine reason, if you're just not fulfilling it because you've got no chance of winning the championship, I just think that's such a rubbish reason. And these teams should be given an opportunity in that regard. Legion of Racers are actually, a name that we expect to see at the top end, actually. So it's a bit of a shock to see them down in the Challenger split, but it's not affected them, has it? They've not got funny about it. They've not argued about it. They've just got up there, got the job done. As you said, podium every single time, leading the final race here. And yeah, very appropriate that they are leading the final race because they're going to take the championship as well. Fair play.
It would have been almost perfect if they could have grabbed the fastest lap to boot as well, but NSN Racing look like they've got that one on lock. But for the Legions of Racers, one of our 2022 Esports Racing League team participants, this Challenger split has seen their dominance. It's going to be a 4th win in just 6 events for the Legions of Racers as they grab the championship and the race victory here at Paul Ricard, winning
to close off what's been a memorable campaign in the VCO LFM FLExTREME Challenger Split.
Yeah, congratulations to them. An outstanding performance from them from start to finish. It never really looked in doubt. And again, like I mentioned earlier, if you've got someone like Dylan Tan in your team, you're going to be firing at the sharp end. It really is as simple as that. So yeah, great stuff. We're now on board with Pit Stop UK, with Ryan Leach looking to take that podium and third spot for this race in a car that looks like it's a police car, if I'm honest.
We'll work our way through all of these drivers later on potentially, but we've also of course got the rival split which worked its way through its 3-hour event as well. Let's catch up with the final few minutes of what was a little bit rainier of a race compared to what both the challengers as well as the cash split have been dealing with. There is a split in these closing moments. Close battle for third as well, with Team Stiftung Reinfentest, what a fantastic team name that is, getting their way past that 120 machine in the closing stages, and still with a fight to hold on to this podium. At the front though, Venari Racing, another team that looks good to grab a win as well as a championship.
Are they all on the slick tyres, or has it rained the whole time? Like, I can't imagine it stayed this wet the whole time, because, well, a lot of people are going to have very strong forearms. But I think they're all on slick tyres. That's why they're struggling to go through the exits of corners there. Or maybe there's these guys now in P3 have got wet tyres on. Again, we don't know. But as we come across the line, we've got one more lap remaining here. This is P2. So this is Lettinen. He's racing for Wild Things Racing Sakari. Is it Sakari, a she or a he? I don't know. Sakari's the name I've never come across. So again, I don't want to. I'm not sure. I've never come across that name.
We got the word that it started raining quite late, so maybe they are all on slicks, which is why they are all struggling. At least some are struggling. Maybe that 47 was able to time it well. Wild Things Racing did not start one of the races in the season. Have had a second place finish, but outside of that, been mired in battles just outside of the top 10. Looking like they'll get some good momentum as they close this season off. At the
we
front
have Wild
of the
Things in the VCO ERO, right?
We did, sure. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Look at me knowing stuff. I'll tell you what, if Shatska has got wet tyres on here, I think by the end of this lap we might see a battle for P2. We could see a battle for P2. I think this could be closer than it meets the eye, because he's already 3.2 seconds clear of Moreira. I think there's an opportunity here for TSR to maybe get a second spot.
Now in that in that 47 machine, Team Stiftung Reinfente. I'm going to just call them the 47. Yes, thank you very much. Second in the opening round of the championship. I mean, my word, it started off so amazingly well for them. Struggled to hit the same heights, but they bounced back in this final round of the championship. Looked good to grab third in the points, but front of the field and getting ready to take the checkered flag after what's been an interesting final round, to say the very least. Venari Racing will grab back-to-back victories, 2 victories of the campaign as well. They came at the most important time when they needed some momentum to separate them from the 23 Rapid Esports machine in the Lexus GT3. They will slip, they will slide their way to a win and to the championship, where champagne will be flowing, hopefully. Celebrating, Sasha Glatter crosses the line and grabs the win in the rival split.
Yeah, incredible performance. Nearly threw it away around that final corner. That would have been, imagine that. Would that have been a crazier finish to a race than Michi Tauscher? It had to be, right? Imagine throwing it away on the final corner in a 3-hour race. Cool.
It wouldn't have been the championship necessarily, given the point situation, but poor Mitchie, man, you really tore into him during ERWC over the weekend.
It's all part of his story, mate. I think he understands that now, that it's I respect Mitchie as a driver as much as the next guy, right? He is an exceptionally talented driver, and it's all meant in good fun, to be honest. The fact that I think he'd be a bit more annoyed if they didn't win that event that day, but he came back and fought back. But again, it's all part of his development. He's a young driver, and without that, maybe he wouldn't have developed into the absolute worldie of a driver he is now, to be honest. I'm sure he probably would have done. It might have taken a bit longer, but sometimes you need a bit of adversity. And again, he got over it within 20 minutes, so it's not like it was anything too crazy. But yeah, would he still be taking things a little bit for granted? kind of watched him grow up before our very own eyes. But again, we had a bit of fun on Twitter and stuff, and I think Mitchie realises that's always going to be the case now. That's what he's going to be remembered for. But it's up to him to change it and win multiple champions. He needs to become the ACC World Champion about 9 times to get over that, and well, it's up to him to do so.
Yeah, I guess he gets to make us forget about it at some point with achievements that just rival it. Check back in with your cash split lead. It's grown to almost 4 seconds, so I don't think Bakita necessarily is slow, just maybe not as fast as Groenewold is at this point in time. Rodriguez does continue to fly. He was in the 211s last time. The rest of the field in the 212s at best, if not in the 13s. Rodriguez has brought the gap down. Remember, at the pit stop cycle, the gap was about 7 seconds or so exiting pit lane. It's now 4.5.
Yeah, this is... but again, they can kind of ignore Groenewold. They're going to go for the race victory, but it really is all about Bakita. It's BS Competition versus Williams. Effectively, to everyone watching at home right now, whoever finishes out on top out of those 2 teams will win the championship outright. So Groenewold being in the lead doesn't make any difference to BS Competition or indeed Williams. Also, the whole steward decisions and stuff, we're not being critical, guys. We're just giving an opinion of what we see. Ultimately, the stewards see so much more. They've got much more informed opinion than ours because they get to see it from multiple different angles and replays. And if it's appealed with, they'll be given footage from teams as well, and as to why they're appealing and stuff like that. So you can have your tinfoil hats in the chat if you like, but unfortunately, they rule the world, stewards. If you didn't know, well, so yeah, leave them alone.
And the good thing is, right, in the virtual world, is we can do whatever we want with the cameras. Something that in the real world, I think they wish they could do. Sometimes they are reliant on just CCTV camera angles to figure incidents out. So, race control is so much more informed than they could be in the real world. So it's great. To your point, it is simple for BS Competition versus Williams Esports. Second and third, whoever finishes in front wins the championship. But don't forget, because BS Competition did grab pole position, because Williams Esports only grabbed third. Williams Esports, coming into the race itself, only had a 3-point championship advantage. What does that mean? It means you have to go all the way down outside of the top 10 to find a position where Williams Esports... sorry, I'm getting myself confused. But basically, those are where the margins become smaller, and so hypothetically, BS Competition could finish in front of Williams Esports, but still not win the championship.
Yeah, I didn't understand what you just said there, Arjun.
I know.
I feel sorry for everyone watching at home. I kind of get where you're going, but I'm certainly not picking up what you're putting down, if that's such a thing. Inostroza dropped 6 positions with... Sorry, Arjun.
No, trust me, I butchered that.
Oh, we got a long year ahead of ourselves, man. Christ. Yeah, this is only the beginning for me and you, I think.
It's still 6:45 in the morning for me. That's my racing driver excuse.
I'm talking months, Arjun. We got work together for months this year. It's gonna be
I know, yes. Yeah.
6 positions lost for that 10-second time penalty. Just goes to show how close the midfield is. Historically, during this championship, it has been very close between the midfield. So this is now going to be fun watching Inostroza try and come through. Edda's the first driver to deal with. I think there's going to be a bit of a send here, and decides to back out of it. But this is now a case where Yaz Heat just go out there and have some fun. Go and put a smile on your faces and give us a show. I'm sure they will.
I think this is the first time this season that we've seen Inostroza. He's coming into the car after the time penalty as well, so it's not his fault at all. The other drivers we've seen, of course, the Guitar Hero World Champion George Boothby, to give him his correct title. Malinovsky as well. We've seen Jardier, Jaroslav Honzik in the car, who's just come off a test of an Alpine A110 machine that he won courtesy of the Alpine Esports Series. Shared the car with the only James Baldwin, so pretty fun there. And of course, Statsenko, who is no longer part of the Yassi team, so in steps Inostroza to try and work his way forward. Looking pretty strong, at least for the time being, on the back of that Kramer Racing Esports car that has no livery. Speaking of liveries, we do have a pretty nice... We've had a great suite of liveries across the different cars that we've ran through the season here.
Lovely move here, set out by Inostroza. Sets it up through the first 3 corners. And by the time we get down towards turn number 4, it's going to be like taking candy from a baby. It absolutely is. That is a beautiful move there from Angel. But yeah, you're right. Some of the liveries have been cool, and some of the liveries are not very good, if I'm honest. It's kind of this split's got both. It's got all. If you don't like liveries, you're perfectly sorted in this split. And if you love liveries, you've also got some good ones. So I'm not sure there's anyone out there that doesn't like a livery.
No, exactly, yeah. I'll be honest, I didn't see that move coming. I know that Inestrosa was trying to go wide on the entry to turn 1, but it was just the pressure maybe that forced Eder to just run a little bit over-optimistic maybe into the corner. I'm not even sure exactly how that went wrong for him, but calm, cool, and now working his way forward. Between Bakita and Rodriguez, it's come down to 4 seconds as now I think Carbon SimSport are going to work their way past Kramer Racing Esports as well into Senior. Yep, no battle there. Rodriguez is truly flying, though, consecutively inside of the 211s, and as Bakita punches in a 212.320 at the line, Rodriguez this time with a 12.760. I think now getting into a bit of traffic that you can see there, but still very much closing up to the only team they've really got to beat.
Yeah, certainly. I think Rodriguez has taken a bit of a different approach to his other teammates, so he's just driving the wheels off the car. Bakita not far off the pace, but probably just nursing the tyres into a decent range. Groenewold's the quickest, right? Groenewold must be in the 211s now.
Nope, he's been in the 212s, but yeah, for quite a bit.
Consistent though, and again, if you're not losing time to anybody, there's no need to be going any faster, because at least you're going to be, by the end of the stint, be absolutely flying. Again, we get the side-by-side shots of our 3 drivers. Then we've got Groenewold on the left-hand side, Bakita in the middle, and then we have got Rodriguez on the right-hand side for Williams Esport. Again, 4 seconds between the top 2, 4 seconds between second and third. I think that's going to close up over the course of this race. I think it's beautifully poised. By the time we end up to the sort of last stint, I think this could be an absolute worldie of a finale.
I know, I'm actually now quite sad that in about an hour's time, I'm going to be leaving the comms booth for the final time this season. I don't get to be here all the way to the very end, but I guess it's okay. I get to comment on bowling at Long Beach.
Oh my God, I can't, yeah. I'm not going to get involved with what I think.
Yep.
Good luck, mate. Have fun.
I need all the luck you can give me. I get the sense for this one today. 3 hours.
Some messages going, mate. Come back, please. Please come back.
3 hours and 32 minutes left to go in this one. About 35 minutes before your leaders begin their way down onto the pit lane. Of course, not so long for some of the others who are a bit more offset from those at the very front, and then are going to cycle out and just cause more chaos when it comes to traffic management for your leaders, which I think has already shown how important that's going to be. If you wanted a weather update, Luke, unlike what we saw in Rival Split where it was raining cats and dogs, no danger of that right now.
Oh, it's a shame. It is a shame, but we've still got 3 hours to go. Hopefully it does do something of a spit down at some point. That'd be great. But I'm not sure it's going to need it. Although you did say last time you like to just see them race out in dry conditions, right? That you're not really a fan of it changing.
Well, if it's going to change, I feel like it needs to change before the final cycle of pit stops.
Yeah, no, that's true. Just really spice things up. But yeah, sometimes it works out that it closes the pack up. Sometimes it just splits them up even more, doesn't it? So it's I don't think it really makes a difference. As much as rain's exciting to see, I don't think it makes as much a difference as people like to think it makes, to be honest. I think the quicker drivers always will find pace, and the slower drivers will not find as much pace. Oh, we got Stewart's decision. By the way, Get Closer Racing and Team Racing Point in lap 59, turn 6. Penalty for Team 85, which is Team Racing Point. They've got themselves a 5-second time penalty. Also, Stewart's decision between Car 0, which is Yeet Esports versus Yeet Esports, I think.
Oh no, so this must be a race control entered incident against Yeet Esports or something, and so Yeet Esports, oh wow, ignoring race control. That is never something that you want to see. I guess that it says lap 0, turn 0, qualifying, maybe.
Right.
Apparently, they were asked to give a position up related to a previous incident. Didn't give the position up. I mean.
Naughty.
to be honest, 5 seconds seems a little bit lenient for that, if I'm being honest.
Well,
I think
it depends if the car behind them is like a second. There's a car. Let's check out where Yeet are. I'm sorry, Mike, I'm putting you to work here a little bit. But if we see where Yeet are exactly on the server, we'll be able to tell exactly. So right now they are 1.8 seconds clear. So they're actually going to lose 3.2 seconds behind them. So I don't think it's that lenient, because if they just gave it up, they'd be right behind them, right up their fart box. But they're not. So they're going to lose a lot.
True.
Of time.
But I feel like ignoring a race control order. I guess it depends when they were given the instruction. Check in again with the hashtag FLExTREME. The FLExTREME final is fire, says BS Competition. As long as we're in front of Williams Esports, it's good. This now reminds me of, you remember the rain delay that we had for the iRacing Daytona 24 in 2021, right? When
This 7-hour rain delay.
Yes. When the servers just wouldn't start, get closer racing.
We won that
Down
year
the
as well.
inside of the Race Anywhere Sim Sport car. They'll bang off of the corner exit as the green machine spits itself off of the curb and back onto the racing surface. Inside line now preserved for the 55, but by sure. We saw Inestrosa set up a over-under a couple of laps ago. He's got the opportunity to do so as well, but he'll be brave on the brakes, be that little bit further in front, and somehow from the outside will grab the spot.
Oh, that's absolutely delicious there from Scherheiler. Gave everything there, but that is the racing I want to see. Both of those drivers take a bout. That was beautiful.
This car is fantastic for racing. I mean, it's amazing.
Well, with the right driver behind the wheel, like, you know,
True.
I think we've got to give the drivers the most credit here. The car's great, but the drivers have to be in tune with each other, because we've seen it go the other way multiple times today.
You know, I am also part of the problem, but you know, there is a lot of people want, you know, more power, bigger cars, etc., etc. But you know, as someone who is excited about the addition of Clios to iRacing, I mean, there is something to be said about motorsport in smaller, lesser power cars. I'm not trying to say it is better. I'm just saying it is different, and it's something that it doesn't always have to be more expensive. Is I guess what I'm trying to say on a weekend where Formula One is returning.
Yeah, I'm so excited for the Clios, but I'm just worried the tyre model in iRacing isn't going to work very well. It doesn't work too well with front-wheel drive cars, unfortunately. So yeah, I would love it to be amazing, because if it is, I'm going to put some time into it. That is for sure.
You're going to run a league if it happens.
Oh, 100%. Like, anyone's welcome. Come and get involved. I'm racing in it. It's not going to be commentating on it, that's for sure. I'm racing in it. So anyone wants to come and get involved, you can absolutely do so. Have you freed up your Tuesdays?
The problem is it's going to be evenings for you, right? Which is going to be middle of the day for me. So we'll see. We'll see if I can.
There.
Yes, if I can sneak out of work, then we can.
Arjuna, just sorry, you want to go back to that 2021 rain delay at Daytona?
Oh yes.
That's the year that my team won Split 7. Sorry.
Congratulations, by the way.
There we go.
I've never finished a Daytona without a damaged car, so congratulations. I'm jealous. But yes, in that rain delay, Williams and BS Competition started playing tic-tac-toe or something. Connect 4. It was Connect 4 on Twitter. It was amazing.
Oh, yeah. What was the picture that they were using? It was ridiculous. They were using something instead of like crosses and noughts. They were using an image or something, I'm sure.
Yeah. No, I remember. Oh, yeah.
What was it?
We need a World Cup event. You know, we were playing those games that were, you know, maybe ill-conceived at times. The what happens.
Oh man,
then.
I'm joking. It was good fun.
We need a game which is just let's play tic-tac-toe or Connect 4.
Yeah, 100%.
Connect 4 World Champion.
I've got the best Connect 4 set you'll ever likely to see. It's a glass set from Twitch.
Really?
All partners got sent one last year, and it's like glass or perspex. And the counters are like a dark purple and black. Oh, mate, it's unreal.
Sounds gorgeous.
Yeah, it's amazing. My kids play it all the time.
Twitch partners get spoiled, don't they?
Not really. We get socks and a blanket and that, and a bottle. That was like 3 years ago.
It's not bad.
And they take 50% of everything we make. So
true.
We're the real winners, I guess.
Don't they want to take more now?
Probably, yeah. Probably have to pay them now.
Fun times. The world of streaming. Don't forget, youtube.com/VCOesports, twitch.tv/VCOesports. Whatever's your favorite, we're live on it. You can join us in chat. Let us know where you're watching from. If you've got any questions for Luke or myself, we can also answer that. Chris Sievert, we've seen him in the car for the Symphony of Pistons a handful of time. He jumps into the YouTube chat to say, stop lying to yourself. This is the best racing all season. M2 is the Giga Chad car.
Classic. Yeah, no, he's not wrong. I've really enjoyed this race, to be honest. I will say one thing. Legit ask any question, guys. If there's ever a broadcast where your stupid questions are probably going to get read out, it's this broadcast. Because I will read them out. I don't care. Make sure you tag me in it. I'll read it.
The sillier the better. Luke will.
Sure.
Yeah, no, exactly. Or social media. If you want to put it up on the tweeter machine, then you can hashtag FLExTREME. Mike Yao will help get it in front of Luke Crane. There you go.
Sure.
Or just send pictures of pufferfish.
That is a way to my heart.
There you go.
And food.
Wait, so if someone sends you pufferfish, how close does it get them to Enzo Benito level?
No one's ever going to get to Enzo Benito level, I'm afraid.
How close?
That's I don't know. You know, it's up for that's a cute pufferfish, though, man. That's such a cute one. I found that earlier. That's the first time I've seen that one. Yeah, no, just no. No. Nah, Enzo's a special guy, and he loves me, so that's fine.
Pass for 11. Does Carbon Sim Sport slide their way on past the TF Racing number 41? Not even a squabble put up there, and I think some of these drivers recognizing just settle into line and run for the time being. One thing, Luke, that I found very interesting as a commentator in the GT3 rounds of the championship was the fact that even if, for example, you were one team and I was another team, and we were both in a BMW M4, for example, if I had taken 30 kilograms of ballast for that race and you had taken 0, there is actually very little way for me as a commentator to understand what's happening for the BMWs, because those might as well be two different BMWs.
In all fairness, mate, there's very, very little we understand as commentators anyway. So
I try sometimes.
Yeah, that being something we can't actually see is even harder, right? Look at this. We've got some numbers now. So we've got P1 there for Unicorns of Love, there on the left-hand side. That's Tobias Gronewold. We've got Filippo Bokita there in P2 in the middle. And then we've got in P3 there, we've got Rodriguez for Williams. Look at the numbers and stuff. Honestly, Mike's just doing magic today.
I don't want... Mike may want to take those numbers down before Rodriguez closes on Bokita, though, just in case they do go side by side for a half a lap or so, and it's not bouncing back and forth between second and third positions there. Rodriguez, though, to that point, 2.4 off the back of Bokita, who is not bleeding as much time to Gronewold anymore. That gap is holding pretty constant. It's just Rodriguez continues to be the fastest of the three in this stint of the race. You thought this may be the most important stint of the race? Well, there's no penalty for Rodriguez anymore. Lap traffic's getting out of the way, and he's bringing his team back into that championship fight.
Yeah, 100%. He's giving it absolutely everything, which we expect, especially from the front three. Again, Gronewold's got a free hit, or Unicorns of Love have got a free hit. They can take risks that Unicorns of Love and BS Competition cannot afford, even though we saw a risk from Tinko earlier on, but it would appear that we've seen something different to what he's seen. So right now, Unicorns of Love are in a really cool position. It's kind of like, we're chilling in the lead here, but if it gets fruity, we're going to make it fruity. You guys, if you don't want to battle with us, then, that's up to you. But Rodriguez catching up to Bokita. We've got, 21 minutes to go. I think by the end of this stint, they're going to be very, very close to each other. That is the battle for the championship. So that's what everyone needs to be looking at. It's pretty exciting.
Well, I guess it is time, unfortunately, for Luke Crane to grab a bit of a break and for Lewis McLeod to step on in. So we'll see Luke in an hour. Lewis, how are you doing? It's a slightly different race to the one that you left.
Yeah, no, Luke Crane's obviously just going to run off and go and watch the first half of the Arsenal-Bournemouth match. Classic. Bang. It is, it's that time of the week.
Oh, we're not watching Formula 1 qualifying.
And Formula 1 qualifying, which
I was going to say.
Obviously, as professionals in the industry, I'm absolutely not commentating the race with two other screens with those bits of information on. Of course not. It's been an interesting hour. Obviously, that tight battle. Tinko van der Velde going for ill-advised dive, I think would be the best way of putting it. Thankfully, he's got away from it without too much drama, as Innistrode is going to get passed by Lukacek right now. Almost turning him straight into the side of the Carbon Sim Sport car. But I know this race, it still seems to just not really have any major favourites other than, between the top three. None of them are really standing out more so than the others.
I think Williams Esports are standing out right now. They are bringing the gap down leaps and bounds to the only car that really matters at the end of the day, right? As much as we want to have the fight for the championship be the fight for the win, the Unicorns of Love winning this race would very much be not the main story out of today. It is going to be that fight between Williams Esports and BS Competition for second. Bakita is, I don't think struggling. I think her pace relative to the leader shows that she's on pace. It's just Rodriguez is flying. Van der Velde looked quick as well when he was tucked up behind camera for quite a while. It was McCormack that, interestingly, was the only one of the 3 drivers for Williams Esports that maybe wasn't head and shoulders above those other 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's kind of one of these things where at the moment Rodriguez, as we were seeing from the previous round of the season, where we went racing at Watkins Glen, it does seem as though all 3 of the Williams cars are basically on the same kind of pace as each other. Well, 3 Williams drivers rather on the same pace as each other, which is great to have as Seville gets straight down the inside of Baysden and makes up a position. Another couple of up and unders. Lionel Anderson also sat back behind all of this thinking, right, let's make this 3 wide. Lads coming down to the chicane. Bit of a chop over the nose in the Sinfonia Pistons car.
Yeah, not sure how aggressive they're going to be, because you've got to be a little bit mindful of that Arnage competition machine behind, who, if he gets a sniff of overlap, will have that opportunity to lunge it to the inside, but they all settle back in for the time being with no swap arounds for now as they begin their run, sweeping their momentum down onto the straight. Can take your hands off the wheel in this car, you can grab a drink of water, you can look everywhere else except where you need to be, at least for about 30 seconds or so. It must be.
He's so dull. So, like, there's, you know, you're not even like, you know, you're driving on the motorway or whatever and you're trying to keep to 70, you know, or anything like that. You know, it's not anything like that. You're literally just, the foot's down, you've already gone through the gears, you're literally just sat there being like...
So, does ACC have a version of this track with the chicane?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just the single layout.
Okay, that's what I thought. I thought all ACC tracks were just the layout.
One layout, yeah, I think so.
Okay, because that is one of the benefits that I like of iRacing, is always Arnage competition doesn't need a second invitation to go down the inside and barge their way on past. And more contact behind. Symphony Pistons have been spun around there once, they're spun around there again.
Yeah, Bernd was the one that came through in all of that and just kind of got a bit unsighted, I think. I mean, it was just a bit iffy between a lot of them. I mean, yeah, no, it's the same thing as, you know, obviously RF2 has it, iRacing has it, you know, RaceRoom has it, or whatever, where you have a track and you can use multiple layouts on it.
Oh, and you can use weird layouts as the fun thing as well.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, I like the idea of, I mean, to be fair, you just make your own layout.
Oh, yes.
Each their own. Especially around here, you can basically do whatever you want. Was it 170 odd layouts?
Yeah, and they've got sprinklers here as well. Bernie Eccleston, you know, will be very happy with that.
Classic. Eat your heart out. Well, I mean, it's because it's like, Paul Ricard is a fantastic testing facility. It really is.
Yes. Okay.
Just wish it wasn't a racetrack.
Okay, but to be fair, if we were going to have a French Grand Prix, it's probably either here or Manicourt.
Yeah.
Both are terrible for Formula One. Just we'll leave it at that. Here's another look at the replay. I don't even know what really to say there, except it's just clumsy.
It's clumsy. To be fair, I think it's clumsy from both. I think it's clumsy.
No, exactly.
It's just clumsy. Where Bernst's like not done anything wrong there. He's kind of just got up and under, and then he's had a car drive into him. Basically, it is clumsy all the way around. 1 second then between these two. To go on to your point, I mean there is another track in France.
But would we use it for Formula One? Is my point.
No.
Exactly.
Le Mans Bugatti.
I would actually be interested. That Race Anywhere SimSport's going to get a 5-second time penalty, and so that would, I guess, be through that battling with Get Closer Racing. I would assume.
Probably.
Now, this is with Team Racing Point, so they've been involved in plenty of contact.
The only car, by the way, the fastest car that I think you should go racing around Le Mans Bugatti in is a touring car. Anything faster than that, just be quick. It's way too tight. Banner track though.
Underrated.
Euro NASCAR being it's another.
Wait, they're going there?
I don't know. I was going to say I think they've been there before. Formula Renault 3.5 used to go there. They were too quick. They were way too quick for that track.
MotoGP there is always interesting.
Good.
Yeah,
I think it's always a sick race.
No, it is.
Le Mans Bugatti, I actually think is almost kind of like a hidden gem.
Well, the problem is everyone thinks the Circuit de la Sarthe is, it's a perfect. I got to be careful what I say here. I got to be very careful what I say.
I can say if you want, because I kind of think I know where you're going.
It's a perfect.
It's a boring track.
Yes, there you go. It is.
Sorry.
It is a track that you could do 6 hours, like legitimately, as a driver, you could do 6 hours in a row there because you just don't have that much to do. It is that boring.
I don't think you could do 6 hours around there.
I have done.
I think I would intentionally bin the car. I'd be so bored. The thing is, it's like the problem with Le Mans, we've got completely off topic here. It is kind of like the same here for or the percentage is slightly more skewed towards actually. There's at least you're doing something.
This is worse. Sorry.
Circuit de la Sarthe. You go out of Tête Rouge, and then you have essentially 2 minutes where you're doing very little. You've got a chicane, a tight right-hander, quite a cool corner at Indianapolis, a really awkward right-hander at Arnage, and then you finally, after 2 minutes, get to the good bit, and before you know it, it's over. And you're like, great, brilliant. Anyway, moving on before we just get really angry, because we've got a championship fight to talk over, because there's only half a second between the two of them. Igor Rodriguez has closed down the gap, and again, a switch between these two. Philippa Pagida, honestly, looks like she couldn't care less.
Again, remember, probably 2-something in the morning for her, so it's
probably
it's a
very
late night.
Tired.
Yeah, it's a late night, early. I feel like this is the most awkward as well because she had to be around for qualifying. Don't forget. So I feel like I know it's not common in ACC. It may not be the worst thing in the world to double stint her here and get her driving time done if that's what you want to do. Although hypothetically, she could just do the one stint. You could then have Arthur Camera. You could get Niels Naujoks to do the next stint. Arthur Camera the stint after that, and then Niels Naujoks back in at the end, which is honestly what I think I would do if I was in control of that car.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like I said, they're obviously all crunching numbers and stuff behind the scenes to see who's faster and who's doing what and who's doing this and who's doing that. But again, remember, there is no, this is not me trying to throw Philippa Pagida, by the way, under the bus. There is no minimum driver time in this championship. It's just a maximum driver time, which we've said before is 3 hours and 15 minutes, which means that Philippa Pagida, after this one stint, can theoretically, if they are concerned about the pace, could be done here for the race. Pulls it over to the right-hand side and keeps it there as Igor Rodriguez is going to try and get to the outside. And this is something you don't really want to see. I was going to say something about the connection, but I'm pretty sure Igor Rodriguez just turned in there.
Yeah, I mean, I deja vu, same corner. We saw that a couple of times with them trying to go side by side. Not the first time someone's trying to turn it a little bit early. I mean, I think on both sides there was just a utter confusion and bemusement in some ways.
Okay, let's just clarify one thing as well, very, very quickly. It's the point I was about to try and make. Philippa Pagida is racing from Australia on a European server. Igor Rodriguez is racing from Brazil on a European server. They could not be much further away from each other going to a server that's also miles away, right? So the idea of there being some connection issues between the two of them is exceptionally high, right? I would be surprised if that didn't play a part in that contact. So I think if it were me, I'd give Igor Rodriguez a bit of the benefit of the doubt there, but I do think he turned it.
Let's also remember that we've had one incident where the benefit of the doubt has been given, in my opinion, right? 5-second penalty was given, it was withdrawn. Not sure what information was given, but let's say the benefit of the doubt has been given. Not a warning just yet, but I think race control will look at additional incidents, maybe with a slightly different lens to the one that they viewed the first incident with.
I think though that they're too different. The first one,
I agree.
Because obviously, the first one was Tinker van der Velde versus Arthur Camera, two people who have no real excuse on that side. Meanwhile, this one is between Philippa Pagida and Igor Rodriguez. I think what you kind of give them as like the benefit of the doubt is slightly different. We'll see it again here. I'm pretty sure we'll just see that Williams turn into the side of BS Competition. It might be a little bit of a miss of the apex for Philippa Pagida. Let's see. Obviously taking that defensive line and saying, no, you're not going to go to the inside. Pagida comes back over to the left as well. And it does seem as though Pagida is off the racing line.
It does, but it also just kind of it does a little bit look like the Williams Esports car at a unnaturally high rate of knots turns right, which I'm saying, Lewis, I don't think that was natural movement. Maybe the connection issues did play a little bit more of a part than we were thinking. So,
I think big time.
because it was the rate at which the car jinked over that looked a little bit odd to me. I mean, we'll get a better look this time with these two cars fighting for 6th and 7th spot. Get closer once again, 5th and 6th rather, is Get Closer Racing once again onto the back of another machine. As they pitch on in, yeah, it's just a little bit more of a natural pitch in this time compared to what we saw before.
Yeah, like I say, I think connection played its part. Also, like the miscommunication between the two, etc., etc., etc. I think they were both. I mean, like I say, for me, the Paquita Rodriguez thing is absolutely nothing. Not a warning, not anything. It's just it's happened. You can play the connection card a little bit. You can play this, you can play that, but whatever, it's happened. Now they've lost about a second, I think, to Tobias Groenewold. Obviously, for them, when it comes to the major thing they're fighting for in the race, it's not the race win, it's the race against each other. But it is the second time that we've seen those two make contact in this race. So, we're not even halfway yet.
Yeah, no, but again, I agree with you. There's not much to look at there. But if they continue to have more and more contact, because it's brewing, it's definitely cooking. Is the tea right now between those two teams? I think the incidents get viewed with the context of the first incident rather than from afresh, especially knowing what is on the line when it comes to the championship. I think the Unicorns of Love are in a great spot now. They've got an even bigger gap behind them. All three of their drivers are looking pretty consistent and comfortable with the car. And they're not fighting for a championship. They're just fighting for the race victory here today, basically. And so as Filippo Paquita continues to look as calm as you'd like, definitely not perturbed by anything that's happened so far, the more they fight behind, the more the Unicorns of Love will be delighted.
Well, Watkins come into the pit lane. Also, another update from race controls. We see this battle for second once again closing in. It's Maciej Heiler for the number 55 Racing US Esports car is going to receive a 5-second time penalty. But it's already been brought up. Never mind them. It's just not been given out yet in game. So apologies for bringing that up. But Heiler's been given a 5-second time penalty that's not been dished out. I suspect with the time left, should probably be dished out before the pit stops.
Yes, I would think so as well. Yes.
I'd certainly hope so. We'll have to wait and see, though. Racing US Sport kind of like... I don't know. I think Race Anywhere have been one of the big surprises of the season when it comes to their overall pace. Because they have been mighty fast this season.
I've mentioned their victory at Monza a lot. But I think we also have to mention the context of that, which is that they took 0 ballast compared to a lot of other teams that took a lot more considerable amounts of ballast for that particular race. So that did play its part. They definitely were fast. I mean, Grantis Caracas was off his rocker that race, just so consistent as well. They finished, what was it, 5th the race after that, but outside of that... Yeah, but outside of that, they just haven't had luck. I think that's the main thing.
I mean, you make your own luck and all that kind of stuff.
No, that's what I was trying to phrase it the right way.
The important thing is that they've had the pace, right? It's like I say, yes, they've had the win. They did have the top 5 as well in Barcelona in the Cup car, which again, completely equal machinery. That is the one where you prove how fast you are. In this race, they're running inside the top 5, and they're not going to serve the 5-second time penalty on this stop because they've come straight into the pit lane a little bit earlier. Again, trying to go for a little bit of quite an aggressive undercut. I kind of see them because they pitted much earlier than everyone. A lot earlier in the race, which was after the first bout of, the only bout of rain thus far. I could see it, maybe it's a little bit clouding over, although I've not seen any notes of any potential rain coming over. As once again, Filippo Paquita's focused on the mirrors on the run down towards the scene corner on the Mistral Straight. This could be it for Igor Rodriguez. Once again, it's covered off fairly late from Paquita. Rodriguez to the outside. They made contact the last time they tried this. Are they going to make contact this time? It's the tiniest bit of space being given between two people from opposite sides of the planet. I mean, they're just about giving enough room. Igor Rodriguez trying the up and under, but just cannot pass Paquita right now.
Race control once again. 5-second time penalty to Williams Esports. We'll see if this one gets appealed down to a warning once again, but Race Control, great to have live stewards for this race as well to keep right on top of things, have decided that that was on the fault of Igor Rodriguez.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Obviously, Race Control said before they do a tough job, and again they can see obviously a lot more than what we can see. We did query as to whether Williams turned in a little too early, and very clearly Race Control have decided they did. I just don't think it's worth a 5-second time penalty. It's kind of one of those, obviously I don't want them to,
right?
Because obviously it's the battle.
I mean, you disagree with this penalty. I still disagreed with the removal of the previous penalty. So, I mean, no one is ever going to 100% agree with Race Control. But Race Control is the one that has the facts, and ultimately, they are the only decision that matters. At the end of the day, whatever we say doesn't really matter. So, we'll see. Again, but if I'm Bakita now, the question is, do I continue to hold up Rodriguez as much as possible?
Absolutely.
To which, yeah, I was going to say my answer is absolutely yes.
You have to. Yes, I know that car's going to have a 5-second time penalty dished out to it, but let's say, for example, Race Control, who have not been the swiftest with passing out those penalties in game. Let's say, for example, you let them go, expecting they're going to have the 5-second time penalty in the pit stop, which you just really shouldn't do anyway. But let's say, for example, you did that to reduce risk or whatever, and then they don't get the 5-second time penalty pit stop and they stick Darren McCormack in the car and he just clears off into the distance, clears the 5 seconds. But you see what I mean? You can't take the risk. You need to defend as much as you can, as we both know. So Bakita's not going to let through Igor Rodriguez. Let's see what happens here. Is it going to be another late move over to the inside? Does it need to be on this occasion as they head their way through scene? And once again, it is still going to be Bakita hanging on.
I'm very curious. I know there's not much that you can change setup-wise in the car, but would be interested to talk to some of the drivers potentially if they're willing to come and have a chat with us during the race about where they've been able to find some speed around the track. Of course, you're not really doing too much with that rear wing. It's not really...
yeah, it's not really a rear wing though, is it? You know?
No, exactly. Calling it a rear wing is generous. So you're not concerned about how much downforce you're cutting off on the straights, but it's quite a wallowy car at times. So yeah, any improvement that you could find, I guess, in suspension would be somewhat important. Rodriguez again quite close, but BS Competition looking like Bakita's going to come in a little bit early. And again, I maintain get Niels Naujoks in next. Camera in for the penultimate stint, and then stick Naujoks back in at the end to charge to the end.
Yeah, if there was more of a pace difference between the Williams Esports drivers, I posited this when we did the SimGrid VCO World Cup with the order as to what they were going to play their drivers, and whether they were going to put Dara in for an extra stint to kind of get after, because there was a bit more of a pace differential between the drivers, right? Williams don't really have that today. Dara is the fastest of the three, but it's like it's not by a margin where it's kind of like enough to be like that's what they need to do. BS Competition do. This is not me. I was trying to be disrespectful towards Philip and Bakita, but it's just the case. They might need to do that. So, like I said, Niels Naujoks should jump in for this stint, Arthur Camera, and then potentially back to Niels Naujoks. They'll go round in that 3 anyway, which is why we know for Williams Esports it will be Darren McCormack into the car after. Well, I say we know, 99% sure that Darren McCormack will be in when that car pits in 10 minutes time, pretty much.
Yeah, Williams are the one that have been trying to go as long as possible on the stint timer. Of course, don't forget, long lap here, so you've got to be a little bit mindful that you don't cut it too close with the 65-minute maximum time that you're allowed from pit lane exit to pit lane entry. Naujoks back in the car and begins his roll out onto the track, and it's going to be interesting to see how quickly he can get up to speed. I think Bakita's stint may have been one of the most important for that car in particular. Just knowing the context of, the time that she was having to race, the situation that she was put in, she held up Rodriguez as much as possible, has given the platform potentially to build in this back half of the race.
Okay, if you're Williams Esports, now let's say, this is obviously it's not something that's in your control. We'll see Pivot going for a move on Calpin, and I'm absolutely sure at the end of the Mistral straight, see if the Absolute Motorsport Assetto car will get down the inside and whether Grip Hacks Engineering will fight. I kind of get the feeling they'll lift out of this one a touch. Certainly do so. If you're Williams Esports, are you hoping for that 5-second time penalty before you go into the pit lane, or do you want it to be dealt with later on in the race? You see what I mean? There is.
Yeah, no, I do. I'm honestly not sure, I think, is the answer to that. I think, well, the first thing that we can agree on is that they are going to likely try and appeal it if they can. You don't agree with the penalty, so you think it's appealable anyway, right? So they're going to try and appeal it. That'll be step number one. They've got 10... Okay, so I think the penalty's not going to come before this pit stop anyway. But
you never know.
You never know. I figure it, maybe takes its time for the appeal to work its way through. I forget what the window is, but
it's also.
I honestly couldn't answer the question. Sorry.
How many appeals do they get? Because it's an amount of appeals a season, isn't it? You don't get a certain amount of appeals
that's
per race.
true.
You have a certain amount of appeals per season. I think I can't remember how it works, but I'm pretty sure if it's correct, you do get the appeal back.
If it's successful,
yeah.
Which would make sense because you haven't wasted anyone's time.
Otherwise, that's brutal. A bit like if you ever watch tennis, it's a bit like Hawkeye and that lot when you're watching like Wimbledon or whatever. They've got a certain amount that they can ask for. I think it's like 3 per set, and then if it's successful, you get it back. Which I think is it's a good system.
Yep.
I get it because sometimes race control you do want that extra opinion. And obviously it's not them. When the appeal comes through, it's not them having a look at it again. It's you also providing new evidence, and basically someone else is also having a look at it. Right? It's not just the same group of people because they'll be obviously biased towards their own opinion.
Yeah.
It's a system that kind of like gives, and then to be fair, if then that you appeal it and then it's still a penalty, well, I mean, you can't really argue with that, can you?
So, I have read my way through the rulebook, or at least Controlled F to appeal, and really not found too much, except that race control may decide which penalties are up for appeal and which are not.
Oh, I mean, again, race control. Fair enough, they're covering themselves off. There always needs to be things like that in rule books.
It also doesn't specify a hard time limit for when the penalties applied to allow for an appeal window. So there isn't a defined time by which we can say, okay, Rodriguez is getting the penalty now. So we can't know if he's going to get it before this one.
Yeah, which is another one of those things where I'm like, I kind of like, I'd like the penalty to be put through straight away in game, and then when they appeal it, then it's removed and then will be put back.
Yep.
Because at least then, if the team doesn't appeal it, if they don't want to appeal it, they could just come in and serve the penalty whenever it kind of fits to their. If not, they're kind of like waiting constantly. Although then you get some tactical appeals and all that kind of stuff. But that's very strategy, isn't it? That's where things get interesting.
As long as we don't get to that same situation as we did multiple times in the Esports Racing World Cup, where we get to the end of the race on the very final event of the day, and we don't know who's won.
In this?
Yeah, I don't want to see that again. I want the championship to be done and dusted nice and easily. Niels Naujoks will end up behind, of course, the re-merging Unicorns of Love machine, but I think with the gap shrunk down, not inconsiderably.
Yeah, obviously Naujoks is absolutely flying at the moment, trying to chuck this car in, not just for the gap to Unicorns of Love, but also to make sure that gap to Williams Esports grows a touch in their favour. So we'll have to wait and see. I remember the Cup race at Barcelona. I remember being a bit stroppy, to be honest.
Oh, that's the one that I missed, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Poor Ewan had to sit there in the commentary box with me going off on a full-on strop.
Sounds like normal, to be fair.
It does sound like normal. I do get a bit stroppy in a commentary booth. It's just a classic. I got stroppy last night because someone got onto the brakes in the racing line at Daytona, which wasn't the wisest situation. And again, poor Cam and Zach had to deal with that for about 10 minutes. Classic. Anyway, we'll focus on the race at hand because it's slightly more important than waffling on about races of old, because we're over halfway through the race and Williams Esports are presently leading, but they are due a pit stop, which by my calculations, I was going to say I have no idea when it's going to be in, and I still don't, because obviously we had the lifetime
2 laps.
So it's 2 laps.
I think 2 laps.
The 29 laps a stint roughly.
Yes.
I can't remember how many laps they're on at the moment because it says 25 in our lifetime, but I get the feeling it's probably closer to the 27 that you're talking about.
I think it is. I'm just going off the clock. Is basically how I'm doing it for Williams Esports. So yeah. Oh yes, very much guessing here. Now, I am spoiled by timing 71, but Lewis, you've experienced timing in the real world.
God,
yeah.
Don't get me started.
Most of it is not very good, if we're being completely honest.
Terrible lifetime. I mean, don't get me wrong, the lifetime that we have here, to be fair, pit walls actually, when you actually start to like click on some of the buttons and stuff and actually work out what some of the stuff, pit wall's actually really, really, really good. It's really intuitive and stuff. When it's working, classic. The ACC timing, this is where I'm going to go on a waffle again. I don't understand why in the bottom right it's got the actual live position on the tower. It takes a second to update, but each their own. But then again, like I say, when doing it in motorsport and stuff, and genuinely we had it update only at the end of every lap.
Yeah,
that's hard work. That is hard work.
I think the first ever ACC broadcast, a commentary that I would have done would have been.
Should have been in Spa.
It would have been BMW
of course
Live 2021. So Silverstone with you.
Yeah.
Wasn't it this car? No, it was the M4 GT4.
No, yeah, this car was what they used last year, and then it was the M4 GT4 in the first. Yeah.
Because we had this car in our Factor 2 that year.
Yes.
Which that was at Spa.
Quite a crash, if I remember correctly, in that.
Yeah. Well, I just remember being caught out so many times by the fact that the tower updates per sector, but the bottom right's in real time because I'm just so used to using the tower as my point of reference. We had Eamon Murphy pull his steering wheel off his wheelbase in that race, didn't we?
Yeah, going through turn 3 at Silverstone.
It was amazing.
Well, amazing. What is the Grand Prix turn 3 at Silverstone?
Yes, Village or whatever it's called.
Yeah, Village. Village and then the Loop. Village, then the Loop. I genuinely always get those two mixed up. Same as Coppice and McLean's at Donington. Always get them the wrong way around. It's McLean's first and then Coppice.
I do that for the heel and toe of the boot.
Sometimes it does cross my mind because you go through the toe first, and I'm kind of like, is that right? And I'm like, yeah, no, it is. It is the toe.
Yeah, exactly. The toe comes before the heel. Is how someone told it to me.
Something
Asian parents will. Kids with Asian parents will know all about.
Yeah, I don't have Asian parents, so I can't comment. But around here we don't have any of that because it's just all a lot of corner numbers, which there's so many of them, we just completely forget what they are.
They're at least logical corner numbers, if I remember correctly about this track.
I think somewhat, yeah. There's no A's. There's no turn 14A.
Well, every turn is every corner number is on an actual turn, is the way I think about it.
But does the double apex right-hander count as 2 or 1?
1.
Okay. Oh,
which I think makes sense for the way that you drive the corner.
Yeah, I mean it was either by the turns, or I don't mind it if you do count it as 2, as long as what you're doing then is you're counting per apex.
Yes.
Is a corner.
That would be fair too.
Which would be fine, but then you have to count that right-hander going out onto the Mistral Straight. You technically have to count that as 2 or potentially even 3.
Oh, that's not. Yeah, that's not
obviously
nice.
You come through the first right-hander, then you're hitting it again, and then you've got to hit it again before you throw it through the left. So technically, even though you're never going to do that, we hate corner numbers.
Well, you know the argument for Road America's corner numbers, right? You know the argument, right?
Yeah. Oh, I know.
Marshal posts or whatever they call them in America. It's
I know.
Come on, no, that doesn't matter. Turn 2 is not turn 2 at Road America. It is. Yeah. It is not. It is just not.
Also, the whole Marshal post discussion kind of gets me. Is I'm like, okay, if that is the case, are you telling me that there is no Marshal post between turn 3 and turn 4? Because that seems insane. Because that's a very long straight. That'd be like saying there's no Marshal post on the Mistral Straight, because that straight is incredibly long.
Williams Esports down on pit lane now, so just about, I think, as I expected. It also defeats the purpose of corner numbers, though, right? Which corner numbers are for the teams to be able to describe what's going on with the car. Marshal posts have no relevance to what the teams care about. It's only what race control cares about.
Well, the whole Marshal post thing, that is the case in any form of motorsport, because if you hear them, you hear it a lot in Formula 1, where they'll be yellow flag out in sector 14. And you're sat there being like, "What's sector 14?" Because I only know 3 sectors, and I know
Yeah.
like it's because again they when they're segmenting up the racetrack, some do it differently, but like for the most part, it generally is from marshal post to marshal post, right? Boom, sector. So that makes sense to the teams and stuff because they don't necessarily need to know. At least from race control, they don't need to know what the core is. They just need to know that it's in sector 14. But then it's about that clear language. From us watching, I'm not going to sit down and watch a Formula One race and study the Sakir International Circuit ad nauseum, working out where each marshal post is, so that I know where all the sectors are. Goodness me!
You need a healthy anorak to do that. I feel.
Yeah, you certainly do. Is the race lead going to switch then? So where? Well, obviously it will do. But where
5
is
seconds
Rodriguez
has shown up, by the way.
after the pit stop? Important.
Okay.
Because obviously they've just been in. So 10 seconds behind before that 5 seconds has even been served.
Wow.
Ooh, it's not looking good for Williams Esports.
How was the undercut that powerful for BS competition?
So when Luke was saying earlier the undercut doesn't work, because like just to clarify, he is not wrong. Is that when you're thinking of the undercut, you're thinking of like 1 or 2 laps, right? Because that's when the tires are
15 minutes. Yeah.
But this is exactly when you're talking like 15 minutes. That's an undercut that can seriously do some damage. The thing is, though, is that Williams Esports are setting themselves up for a comfortable position of the final pit stop. They will be able to go longer. They'll be able to come in later in the race. They'll be able to run around on fresh tyres on a much lighter fuel load, meaning they will be much faster at the end of the race. That's what they're aiming for now. But how much damage are they going to have done? Igor Rodriguez is staying behind the wheel, by the way.
Has he? Okay, I was confused. I was waiting for that to update. To counter your point, though, Lewis, 15 minutes. Let's say it was 15 minutes on the dot, just for the sake of ease. Let's say that's 8 laps, which is not. It's 7 laps, but let's say it's 8 laps, right? Either way, 10 seconds means that it's more than a second a lap that Niels was closing. And I was tracking times. Niels was doing 2:11s pretty consistently, but I don't feel like I was getting the sense that the gap was that Rodriguez was doing like mid 2:13s basically is what we're saying. So I think there's something else at foot, and maybe it would behoove us again if the team's drivers want. It would behoove us or behoove the drivers to maybe come and explain things so that we're not so clueless.
Goodness me, behoove. Good
Queen's English out here.
That is unacceptable. Have you saying such words? Goodness. No, I don't know. I'm trying to work out exactly what's going on, whether it is, like I say, repairing something in the pit lane, those kind of things. Those are the kind of things that can happen. I don't know, but clearly something's gone wrong there. And that, it could be just slow lap times, poor traffic or whatever. Could have just been Niels Nyox slapping in a good one. I've said before, when it comes to a team in that kind of scenario, the likes of BS competition BS competition or even Williams, whichever way you want to talk about it, is that yes, you want to obviously cover off whoever you're fighting with, fair enough, but then there comes a point where sometimes you just need to focus on your own race, and I think that's where Williams are at the moment. Is they're not really focused on everything else. They're focused on what they're doing and kind of keeping an eye on what BS competition are doing, but being like, where are we on our strategy? What are we doing? And how do we nail our strategy, rather than having that thing where we've seen before time and time again in races where teams will try and pivot onto an alternate strategy in the middle of a race, Ferrari, and it goes badly, because it obviously you shouldn't ever do that.
Shots fired. I agree.
True,
no, it's true, and I agree on principle. I think that's how, at this point, you should be running the race. But at least for us up here in the commentary booth, let's, as the Absolute Motorsport and Grip Hacks cars battle down that long straight, I think it's fair maybe that we be a little bit more realistic, as Carpenter's going to sweep back down to the inside, should have just enough of an overlap to really force his way on through if he wants to be brave, and somehow the Absolute Motorsport car didn't give it up initially, but now finally does. If we're being honest here, let's say that Makita is done and Naox and Camera are racing that car to the end. Add 5 seconds to the gap that we see between second and third. It's 15 seconds. are you really going to be able to make a convincing argument to yourself, Lewis, here, that Rodriguez, McCormack, and Van der Velde can close 15 seconds in, what, 2.5 hours? Because I think that is a mighty big ask.
It's not pretty. It is not pretty. And I would suspect, especially if they're going to go long again, which they will do, of course,
Yep.
that they might actually deal with a bit more pain. You might think, okay, why don't they pit earlier and go and go for the same kind of time that Niox is pitting? The reason why they should not do that is because, again, this is talking about the whole pivoting strategy kind of thing, is that if they do that, they will have to change tyres anyway, right? Which is 30 seconds, right? Fuel and tyres are on at the same time, which means if they pit at the same time as Niox going for it, i.e. this is a shorter stint, they lose anything that they could potentially gain from the strategy later on. Because then they are just on the same strategy. They will just be 15 seconds behind and will just have to do it on track themselves. It's kind of one of those things of like, you've made your bed, now you lay in it. It could be great, it could be bad. Right now, it's really looking poor.
One other element that I think we talked about early was the fact that these drivers that are going long, so now it's basically just Williams Esports in this two-car fight that we're talking about, they have the risk that those that come in a bit early, even if they're not fighting for position, let's say they're just coming out on track near your race leaders, they may end up compromised because the leaders on old tires may just not have the same amount of pace. Now, was that a repeat?
Yeah, I wanted to see what that was.
It was a repeat, so just confirming. Not an update to the penalty there, but sent chills down my spine for a sec.
Mike's just keeping us on our toes. Don't worry about it. Like I say, fat fingers, they do happen when you're ill. So we'll allow it. Passing off Timu Karppinen, keeping Macri at bay. Again, this battle does seem to be continuing. We've seen this quite a bit, to be honest, between these two teams. They've been going toe-to-toe, wheel-to-wheel, fairly consistently. And to be fair, Inostroza and Soldatov, I did notice, not too far behind. I would suspect the pair of them are closing in.
Yeah, Assetto doing a good job to bounce back after their 10-second penalty. Remember, they got a final warning before then getting involved in plenty of contact, and so when they got a penalty, it wasn't just the 5 seconds, it was the 10 seconds. Inostroza, I think the first time that we've seen him in this series, doing a pretty good job, and what I'm sure to him is a somewhat unfamiliar car. That Yas Heat lineup that, of course, no longer will contain, moving forward, Statsenko, who has departed for pastures new.
Yeah, I cannot remember what the team name is.
I know, that's what I was trying to think about it, and then I bailed.
I cannot remember. It's a bizarre team name. I think they're a team in the wider world of esports. They actually have a pretty impressive lineup. ITB, yes.
Is that Into the Barrier?
No.
I hope not.
ITB Shuffle, isn't it? Something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
They're a team in the like I say, in the world of esports and stuff.
Oh, they have Pavlovsky too, yeah.
I was going to say, they have actually got a good lineup, genuinely. And so I'm curious to see what we'll see from them.
They stole someone from Triton Racing as well.
They certainly did. Tushkovic. Was it Tushkovic?
Yeah, it was, yeah. And they stole someone from
Pavlovsky.
Yep, no, that was the first name that I said.
I was just trying to think. Kamil Pavlovsky, Tushkovic.
Hosseini.
Amir Hosseini, yes, from RHG.
Yeah. And of course, most importantly, just so I can get some merchandise, team manager, important steal there, Alec Enslin, very important.
Mike, get us in contact. Anyway, moving on. We both have direct contact with Alaric, so it's fine. We'll have to just get in touch. But no, to be fair, like I say, it's one of those in this big drive market as QuickPax Engineering out about 3.5 countries wide of the apex there. Going up the inside from Marco Macri as the side-by-side will take us a little bit deeper in the third sector again between these two cars. QuickPax Engineering down the inside of the Absolute Motorsports Assetto car and then way out wide. It was a bit of a squeeze from the GripPax Engineering. Did get I did remember reading this, of course, moving over from the R8G camp and obviously GTWR. Simonini will be running the Ferrari Esports stuff, which I'm very curious to see how that goes. It's fantastic, been fantastic, part of the teams he's been a part of. So that's very curious.
Yeah, our sim racing silly season hasn't.
Oh, it's not ending. It's just getting worse, mate. It's just getting worse.
No, the fun thing is it hasn't just been about ESLR1 as well, right? Is we've seen in F1 Esports a huge shake-up across the board, basically, in terms of drivers, which I think is really exciting for the fans of that series as well, which is pretty cool to see. In particular with Ferrari, the winner of the Ferrari Esports series in 2022, Jonathan Riley, is now also a member of the team and is someone that we may see a little bit more here on Assetto Corsa Competizione in the Ferrari colours. So, yeah, looking forward to seeing how he fares this year.
Did like Marcel Kiefer's announcement yesterday.
What was his announcement? I didn't miss that.
He was like, I've got a big announcement. I've got nothing to announce. And I was like, fantastic. The perfect tweet. Just classic.
I know you love the I've got an announcement about my announcement. Don't get me started.
Don't get me started. I should have ripped into George Morgan a bit more about that at ESLR1. I think I brought it up once.
I'm disappointed.
And he just giggled. So we'll move on from that. Either way, don't get me wrong. I'll bring it up for a bit more in future as Marco Macri will once again try and get past Karppinen. The two of them battling over 8th position. They're side by side pretty much every lap at this point.
Yeah, and interestingly, Inestrosa maybe not closing as rapidly as I would have expected with the side-by-side, so they're not tripping over each other at least too much for the time being. Again, remember, hashtag FLExTREME. You can get involved with the conversation. If you have any questions that you want to ask Lewis, Luke, or myself, you can head on over there. And of course, we've already seen the finishes to the rivals and to the challenger splits. In both of those splits, Lewis, interestingly enough, the champions went on to win the race, or the winners of the race went on to win the championship, depending on how you look at it. I don't necessarily disagree with the fact that we may still have that now, because Niels Naiox has really latched onto the back of Bastian Richter. All the while, Igor Rodriguez, with the slightly fresher tyres that he's got, has been eating into the gap in front of him. Oh yeah, Naiox is flying at the moment, trying to get up to Bastian Richter, as is Igor Rodriguez. Once again, as we've seen, Rodriguez's pace is absolutely phenomenal. He's just trying to put his team in a good position where when they take over, they can do something a bit special. We'll have to wait and see. But Naiox is not leaving anything on the table. It's a fantastic three-way tactical fight between Richter, Naiox, and Rodriguez. Of course, they're behind the wheels at the moment. I still don't know. I mean, I asked you the question over 3 hours ago with whether the winner of this race will be the winner of the championship, and I still don't know. And I did say the Unicorns of Love team. You did?
They look really, really strong. And as a team, again, between the three, though, realistically on outright pace, I think you'd be hard-pressed to pick one. Because they are all insanely equal, these top two. They're very much the class of the field.
I think that is the point. I think Unicorns of Love have put themselves in a position where they don't want to impact the championship fight. But unfortunately, they might. So I think that's a complexion at the very final hour of the race that potentially will come in if we do have three cars going wheel to wheel out on track fighting for the victory. I also, though, just get the sense momentum maybe, again, I've been called a BS competition shill more times than I can even remember at this point. Yes, I am the shill, but I genuinely feel that with Niels now potentially doing 2 stints from the halfway mark to the end of the race, that is the car that I would be the most interested, most confident in saying they are going to be the fastest consistently on track. Rodriguez looks very quick, but McCormack, I think, was a little bit more restrained in his stint than we've ever seen from him over the course of the season. Camera looked pretty solid outside of his tussles with Van de Velde. I don't know. I still think it's shaping up for BS competition, which I think was my answer 3 hours ago when you first asked.
Certainly was. I leant towards Williams, and obviously right now it does seem as though it is heading more BS competition where it's pretty hard, you know, as a Williams fan to be looking at this. But one thing I will say, with 2.5 hours left to go, this race definitely isn't done, and I think you'd be hard pressed to count Williams fully out of it. Certainly. Yeah. So. I mean, you'd be mad to look at the last round. Now, obviously, it was very much an oddity. You weren't with us at this point because you'd already gone off to go and, you know, be Mr. Big Man and commentate on other championships. Whoa, it's our tuner in the house. But late on in the race, there was a tactical error from Yaz Heat, which dropped them quite a significant amount of positions because we think they didn't change tyres. They went back onto some old tyres in the pit stop, and then got a speeding in the pit lane penalty from doing it. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. I don't think, knock on wood, I don't think we'll see a speeding in the pit lane penalty around here. It's not the kind of circuit where you really see it, just because you're actually attacking the pit lane quite slow.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, oh, absolutely. I feel like that for Williams Esports, this is the first race where it is. Luke said that Dara McCormack, in his opinion, is the best on ACC. I don't think that's necessarily a bold statement. I think there are many very strong drivers on ACC, but we've seen that borne out over the course of the season, haven't we?
Yeah.
I don't feel like McCormack has been the standout in that Williams Esports car, which I think is a good thing. You want to have 3 drivers who are all equally rapid, just as much as I've just been singing the praises of BS competition. You are right. By no means are Williams Esports out of this, even with that 5-second penalty. They brought the gap down, it's about 10 seconds, at the end of their pit stop phase. It's about 8.5 now to Niels Naujoks. Progress, lap by lap.
I think Rodriguez has been the most impressive in the Williams Esports. So again, it does help. I don't really want to disrespect Dara or Tinko, but Igor has been insanely fast, or at least comparatively to the drivers he's going against. I mean, it could be the fact that he's going a second slower a lap, and it just so happens he's going against weak competition. Don't think that's the case at all. Obviously, yeah, they're all super close, but it just seems as though he's been very impressive. I did have a little chat with Dara. He said he didn't think his first stint was, I'll put it in a nicer way, he didn't think it was his best driving.
Honestly, I think that is a great thing to hear, because I've just sat here, right, saying that I don't think Dara looked that good. The fact that he doesn't think it was that good, and his apparently put it to you a little bit more bluntly, shows that he's got the mindset where he's when he gets back in this car, it may be a different Dara McCormack.
Yeah, but then there are, we've had it before, right? We will have had it as drivers or whatever, where even though you've done all the practice, whatever, you've got yourselves ready, you've gone through the preparation, as soon as the race starts, for whatever reason, you just don't click. And you can't click. Like there are just those kind of points. If that is the case for Dara, then yeah, I'm pretty scared of other teams, because he was still hanging out with the leaders and closing into the last moments. And if that's Dara not clicking, then
right,
okay, yep, that's where the 15-second gap can go awry. But we'll have to wait and see.
But that is also where the good and the great, I think, get separated out, right? Where if you're good, you can be one of the quickest, but maybe you can't consistently be the quickest. If you're great, you may not be feeling great, but you will find it within yourself.
Still what you need to do, yeah.
Exactly. I mean, there have been the stories of athletes competing while sick, motorsports drivers in particular doing things that are crazy, right? Like, I feel like Dara, I'm now getting into the point where I'm singing hyperbole almost, but I feel like Dara is genuinely in that camp. Look at the transformation going from Forza to sim racing. It is remarkable. He is only getting better. And yeah, again, I'd be scared.
Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously biased towards him, because he did say on a Williams Esports stream that I was his favourite commentator.
There you go. I'm just trying to change that.
Just throwing that one out there. It's not Luke Crane. Who'd have thought? But obviously, the major thing with drivers and stuff in this, but like I say, when they're not feeling like 110%, whether it is illness or whether it even is just mental focus. I actually did think of one recently. It's the most prevalent story that I thought about with all of that was actually in all things NASCAR, and of all drivers, Brad Keselowski, because I'll never forget it, because I hated it.
Oh yes,
hate Brad Keselowski. But there was one race, it was Las Vegas, I'm pretty sure it was like 2017, 2018, might have been a bit earlier than that, and it was I think he drove from the back of the grid to the front of the grid and won whilst having an insane cold.
Well, he's also done it with a stomach bug. I remember that one.
Might have been that one. I can't remember. But it's like, you just find the extra level when you need to. It's whoa. I'm sure you've seen that video, right, where Mark Webber's talking on the radio. Fuji, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just he's talking. He's like, I'm not feeling great, and then mid-radio transmission, just throws up in his helmet and then goes on to finish the race. Like, again, this
that
is
race that he finished, or I thought that was the race where he was running quite well, and then Seb drove into the back of him under safety car. Or am I thinking? Am I mixing the years up?
I think you're mixing the years up because I'm pretty sure he went on to finish that race.
I can't remember. I just remember that
The throwing up bit.
that's the only bit I remember, and I just remember that thinking that is disgusting.
That is why I'm not a Formula One driver, amongst many other reasons, because I could not go out
You wouldn't fit in
racing.
the car.
Yes. You say that. Justin Wilson fit in a Formula One car.
Is he your height?
He is honestly apparently not far off my height.
What is your height?
I am 196 centimeters.
What was Justin Wilson?
He was 6'4". I'm 6'5". So like,
Yeah, I mean, Rudy.
this was a long time ago. This was a
Rudy
long
Van
time
Buren,
ago.
6'6", I think, and he just about fit in the F1
Is he?
simulator.
Well, so yeah, car designs have changed a lot since then. There's a reason why drivers are a lot smaller now. Mark Webber was what, 6 foot nothing, and was he 6'2"?
I think he might have been 6 foot nothing. I think Jensen's like 6'1", 6'2", something like that.
Yeah. So like, yeah, Webber was considered tall. So was Jensen, right? And these are, I mean, they're tall, but not 6'5".
We're in Waffle City, mate.
We truly are. I mean, can you tell that I've got 9 more minutes of broadcasting this season, and unfortunately I've got to say goodbye.
He says unfortunately,
I'm trying to make it last as long as possible. I'm really not going to lie.
He's desperate to get out of it so he can go and watch what will be an enormous crash fest.
I've got 2 hours before that.
We're not going to advertise what the championship is, but
Are we not?
Well, I've got 2 hours before that. Looking at the clock left, and I'm just like, why he's just leaving so early?
You built the commentator schedule
Because you said you have to go at 4 o'clock UTC. That's my call time, apparently. This guy
that was a long time ago.
never corrected it though, did he? He's more than happy to just
did.
throw me and Luke straight.
That
under
I
the
did. I did correct the call time. We just decided not to change the schedule.
bus.
Hey, if you want to stay for another half an hour, mate, you crack on.
I've got no problem.
No, he wants you to stay for about another hour and a bit so that he can watch the rest of the football. Because Arsenal need all the help they can get right now.
What's the score right now?
1-0, Bournemouth. As Pertolay gets to the inside of Marek's shins, we're just so off topic right now. Racing Point, surely that move's not going to stick because he was so wide going through scene, and that's Marek's shins straight back down the inside.
Yep, as expected. Of course, the Race Anywhere SimSport car does have the 5-second time penalty of its own that it is going to have to serve. It will jink back to the inside and squeeze its way on through. Will the Racing Point number 85 slightly off camber as you work your way onto the power once again. And, well, they're taking liberties with track limits as per usual here at Paul Ricard, but apparently no one has dinged them up for it just yet.
No, like I say, it's an in-game system, and so and I think around here it is what can only be described as quite loose with the old track limits, as you would expect at Paul Ricard. When it comes to track limits, it was Misano. And I remember like watching a race at night time, thinking, "God, this is so good." And then the next day, this was when it was the Blancpain GT Sprint Series, and then the next race was the Sunday morning. It was during the day, and I remember like seeing the track limits, and I was like, "Oh, that's poor. Like that's disgusting." Because obviously, at night time, you don't really notice, whereas as soon as it's daytime, you're like, oh, that's terrible. It is the same around here. You just blast over them. Why not? You would, though, wouldn't you?
I'm sure you said something intelligent, Lewis, but off the camera has just gotten back to me to try and explain what was going on. He is surprised that I called it a big gap because he thinks that's what a big undercut should give you. So he thinks that's right on the money as the Race Anywhere SimSport car getting very, very sideways for a moment. What did happen, though, for Bakita that really was hampering her over the course of the stint was that there was a slight bug where the tire pressures were 1 PSI too high. You remember we were talking about tire pressures with the possibility of rain and how important it was to get them dialed in? That's why she was maybe struggling a little bit more than the rest of her teammates have in that car so far. Fortunately, they were able to get her in early, switch things up, get the tires back to normal, and they're back to the regular running speed.
1 PSI will do it. I mean, it sounds like nothing. It really does. But then, trust me, 1 PSI. I don't know what you're aiming for in these. I'm pretty sure in the GT3s it was something like 27.8, if I remember correctly, is the PSI, something like that you're aiming for as the actual, like the running PSI. And so if you add 1 PSI to that and it were to go to 28.8, you kind of think, well, yeah, it's only 1 PSI difference. Yeah, that'll make quite a significant. Because the thing is, it will then turn into a very dangerous feedback loop where more pressure means more heat, means more pressure means more heat, and it can get out of hand pretty quickly. And yeah, like I say, you're aiming for the tiniest of margins here, and yeah, that is unfortunate.
You want to know the most important thing that he told me?
You're his favourite commentator.
Oh, I wish. Although I assume everyone in BS competition thinks that of me.
Oh, wow.
I am wearing a.
It will.
Oh, that's true. My Marla Racing Team BS competition shirt is on right now, by the way. Williams look dangerously fast, and I think that's an ominous sign. I think that is an ominous sign. Williams have closed the gap between second and third to, what is it, 6 odd seconds, so they brought it down from 10 to 6. Yes, with the help of fresh tires. 5 seconds will be added to them, of course. They're offset, so it's all going to come down to the final hour. My days, this is going to be a doozy.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, they've closed, or Igor Rodriguez, rather, by himself, has closed down 4 of the 10 seconds that the gap was. I mean, nice. It doesn't shock me too much that he says that was what they were kind of expecting from quite a big undercut, because obviously they did have quite a significant one. If they're concerned about Williams' pace, is that them being coy as the rivals to Williams or whatever? We don't know. Here's a tweet from Tinko van der Velde. Final hours of the championship, finishing position will decide it. He's not wrong. Saying that they've lost quite a bit of time to BS competition. I mean, that really is stating the obvious, isn't it? Finishing position will decide it. Like, ooh.
I mean, it's not as silly a statement as things that you've said. Don't worry, Lewis.
Well, that's true. I mean, well, at the moment, between Igor Rodriguez and Niels Knives, I'll drop it on here, don't worry. The gap could get bigger, it could get closer, or it could just stay the same.
I mean, if you want to talk about waffling, what we did at that broadcast.
What broadcast was that? Was that one of the BMW ones?
Reykjavik International Games.
Was it actually that broadcast? It was like 6 cars.
It was the one where it started off so great with, yes, just 6 cars. With only 2 of them even somewhat close on pace. And then you had your internet issues literally as we were going live. I was producing and commentating, so I was trying to introduce the broadcast while trying to see if your internet was okay. Experience.
Oh, yeah. It
Experience.
Was, I had a good chat with the Apex Racing team about that the other week, because we were discussing about difficult broadcasts, and I was saying, I once did a broadcast with 6 cars. I actually thought it was more than that. I thought it was 10, and then they were like, "Oh no, our junior was telling us about this one for 6." And I was like, "Oh no, it will be that one then."
It will be that one.
Like,
to be fair, though, the 2 that were close on speed,
they did put on a bit of a show
until they stopped putting on the show.
Yeah. No, a bit like I say before, sometimes you don't need a massive grid to create a decent race. I mean, I had this when we did the Sports Car Open. What was the series title called? It was the GT4s. So
had the Sprint Challenge, wasn't it?
It was Sprint Challenge, and then the Sprint Masters. Yeah, it was the 2. Say for sprint races, doing 2 1 hour long races.
You did have one amazing race that I still remember.
There was still quite a few. No, there was quite a few. I remember Monza being good, Spielberg being good, and when we're saying good races, I'm talking there was like 13 cars.
It was better than the GT3 series with 30 cars. Let's be real, Lewis. Genuinely.
For sure. GB4, which I commentated on in real life, motorsport, still had some absolutely excellent racing, and we genuinely at points only had 9 cars, and still it was genuinely very good.
Yeah.
Sometimes less is more, as long as everyone's really close on pace.
We weren't. Well, this is what me and Luke were talking about. This has been the best racing that we've seen all season in the slowest cars, and there's something to be said about it, right? Taking the power away, taking downforce away. As much as across of global motorsports, everyone's in this arms race for more power, more money in F1, whatever the case may be. It's good just to remind ourselves that we can have fun no matter the cost of the car, basically.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, like I say, there is this whole thing of high downforce and high power and all this stuff, and how it's all so exciting and so breathtaking and stuff. But sometimes, like you say, why do you think I like racing in touring cars and stuff like that?
I thought it was just because you're bad.
Yeah, I am bad. And touring cars are dead easy to drive, but they're dead easy to drive because they don't have much power and they don't have much downforce. It's just easy.
Before I go, I have an important question to ask you on air, because this is a big debate that has kicked off because of something else on VCO Esports earlier this morning. Touring, as per Teal really sends it in deep. You're in a touring car, start of the race, 12-hour race, it's a championship defining race. You're not necessarily in the championship, but that's irrelevant.
Oh, is this the crash that I've seen?
Yes. Okay, so you're now perpendicular to the track in a touring car. Are you holding the brakes? Are you yeeting the throttle to get back in a straight line?
So what? I'm sliding.
Oh!
See, speaking of sliding, bye-bye! Turtle A straight into the rear end of Marek Shins. If I'm sliding, it kind of depends on the scenario, because normally you'd say front wheel drive, you'd slam the throttle back down on, but it depends on a lot of things. I don't know. I've not seen the incident.
Fair enough. I think that's probably the fairest comment you can make without knowing any more context.
If you hold the brake and you lock the brakes, you'll effectively go in a straight line perpendicular to what you're going on, which sometimes can be very helpful. Meanwhile, if you're in a front wheel drive, sometimes you do just need to absolutely yank that throttle down to get you back going in a straight line, unless that does send you straight back into the middle of the racing line, at which point it's not the wisest. Anyway, are you off now?
I guess I am, unless unless Luke really does want me to stay. I'm happy to stay
Luke's
here.
Desperate to watch the end of the Formula 1 qualifying and the Arsenal-Bournemouth match.
I could do what I'm happy to be here. I'm all good. Don't worry. It's fine. You go and enjoy yourself, Arjun. You're going to have a break. It's fine.
All right. Well,
I hate Arjun.
see you, chaps. Enjoy the rest of the season.
Rest of the season. Cheers.
Right, well, thankfully we've got him out of the booth, and we'll ride on board with this one once again to see exactly.
I'll tell you what, mate, I'm not commentating with him again in this FLExTREME season. Oh, hello, there's the replay.
It's the replay, yeah.
Oh, off we go. But yeah, I'm not commentating again with him this season in FLExTREME. I've had enough of his attitude. Same. He's awful. He'll never commentate in this booth again. Hold on, they've just had did they get a warning for that straight away? Has that just happened? The steward's warning? Oh no, racing point.
I don't.
Yeah, race anyway. No, race anyway since what the ones got spun round.
Exactly. Obviously, they've got a 5-second time bit as well. Race anywhere sim sport, so that one's on the horizon. But yes, per today, that's going to be a penalty for sure.
Yeah. He didn't even take him out for dinner.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't very romantic.
No,
it's very disappointing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've done some silly stuff on the racetrack before, including that kind of stuff. I don't think I took you out in any of the racing that we did last weekend.
No, I did 2 full laps where I was pushing you through corners, though. That was fun.
That was genuinely. I genuinely still, even to this day, I'm like, was I like braking really early or something?
Could I have not been any more? I was like perfect on the brakes, so we both didn't end up in a wall. But yeah,
it's funny.
It was great.
It was hilarious. It was a good bit of racing until you got taken out at turn 1 at Donington. But anyway, we won't talk about that.
And I'll never forget Luca forever, and he'll have a black mark against his name for the rest of his life.
Yeah, that's it. Has he been watching? Has he been talking to you in chat or anything?
No, he's too busy causing fights. He's probably met up with that random person who's speaking to on Twitch the other day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you never know who's behind these random names. Anyway, moving on. Just 5 seconds between Igor Rodriguez and Niels Niox. The gap between Bastian Richter and Niels Niox has not actually come down that much. It's still hovering around about the 2 second. It came a lot early on, but the Silver Fox seems like he's still enjoying the race. He had a little bit of a smile on his face there as he's resting around the penultimate corner down into the into the final. But I always get confused sometimes as to whether we're actually going through sector 1. It is correct to go down into the final corner. A bit of lap traffic ahead. Could slow them down quite a bit here.
Yeah, a little bit. So what's the state of play here? 10 seconds, right? Williams have got to catch up. And they've got Bokida, who did lose a bit of time on her first stint. Don't expect her to be slower in the second stint. She'll definitely be quicker because she would have had more experience with the car. So yeah, they've got to catch up 5 seconds an hour effectively. It looks pretty cloudy in the sky, by the way. So is there the potential for another cheeky bit of rain?
Check recently, and there is no rain on the horizon for the next half hour. So it's just clouds.
Right, okie dokie.
I don't know if did you hear about Bokida, by the way? I don't know if you were listening at the point, but Arjuna had a message from Arthur Camera. They were 1 PSI high on all of the tyres.
Oh wow, okay, that's a huge difference as well.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, that's a huge difference, especially in rotation of the car. So yeah, that's not ideal. So yeah, like I said, she won't be slower. She'll definitely be faster next time.
Yeah, it's whether they put her back in the car. I think we're still kind of unsure as to whether they'll do it Niels Niox, Arthur Camera, then Niels Niox again for the final stint, or however they're going to play that. Obviously, Igor Rodriguez has done. This is his second stint. He's doing 2 stints now because he did obviously the previous stint and now this one. which is very uncommon for Williams. They normally do switch on every single stop. So that's interesting that they're not doing that on this one, and they're saving Dara McCormack for later on. Maybe. Oh, that'd be interesting if they do. Like, because obviously Williams Esports go longer, right? Which means that Dara will probably be in for the next thing because they obviously want to make the most of him because they want the full 65 minutes. But I wonder if they'll go for Dara for the 65 minutes, and then they'll have like 35, 40 minutes left of the race, as to whether they just leave Dara in the car.
Maybe, but I don't think there's been enough of a difference between the drivers. I think they've all been very even, haven't they? The Williams
That's what we
drivers.
discussed earlier. Yeah, it's so close.
Yeah, they've got options. That's the best thing for them right now. They've got a lot of options, which is always good. But yeah, there's a big deficit that's got to be overturned. But one team we're not talking about here, which deserve a lot of credit, it is Unicorns of Love. They waited. They waited for an opportunity earlier in this race. They stayed behind the front two for stint one, right? They got right up to close to them while Williams and BS were battling, and just via the pit stops managed to get ahead, and they've not really looked back since. Of course, in terms of the landscape of the championship, it's not going to make a difference, right? BS competition are going to be battling with Williams, but some statement to have your final race of the championship and you there go out there and win it, which you kind of expect. I expect the Unicorns would love to be involved in the championship hunt, to be honest. But yeah, if you're not going to be in the championship hunt, at least win in the last race.
No, I mean, I said it right at the start of the season. I thought that Unicorns of Love were a shoo-in to be maybe not favourites. Favourites was a little bit high of a call, but I thought they were absolutely going to be involved in the fight. Now, they've not had the season they wanted. That's courtesy of some bad calls on their side, some bad luck as well, 50-50, all that. They've been put in some bad spots in some races. Yeah, that's how seasons unfold. Obviously, Williams and BS Competition haven't exactly had perfect seasons, let's be clear. They've both had their fair share of issues. They've both had to overcome them. And they have on almost every occasion. They have overcome those problems, and that's why they are battling for the title. Unicorns of Love, it's not a surprise to see them battling for a race win. And it's why I said earlier on when I was talking to Arjuna, I do think Unicorns of Love will potentially... they're likely to win this race, to me, because I think BS and Williams will be too focused on each other. Unicorns of Love can just be like, right, see you lads, have fun. Peace.
Yeah, they've got a lot less to lose, right? Exactly. And again, if they do get involved in a battle between BS and Williams, they're going to be a little bit more coy with Unicorns of Love because of that. They know the Unicorns will push. Whereas the BS Competition and Williams, although they have had a bit of contact with each other, they have to be kind of wary ever so slightly, because if they do get involved in anything, well, they're in trouble. It's like this, back markers. This is not what BS Competition need at all.
Now getting past Visceral and the GT3 and Ballas Esports cars that might go for a little bit of a move between each other, as we'll head back to that one. Magnini straight down the inside of the Gennaro. Oh, and again, there's going to be a squeeze. That's going to be straight off at the final corner as the GT3 and Ballas car is going to come straight on. They were kind of really just avoiding the Visceral car there. Yeah,
they were. To be fair, I think still there was enough room left around the outside as well. I don't think there's anything too naughty there. Ballas just a little bit of overspeed, but it was a nice battle. I like that. It was close. And Niels is going to be sat there going, I'm glad I got that out of the way before they started doing that, because that could have been very messy indeed.
Yeah, but I think still, if you look slightly behind this, there is an ominous white and blue car absolutely destroying the gap right now, just closing in sector by sector by sector. Igor Rodriguez has been absolutely fantastic this race.
Yeah,
insane.
Again, it's hard to say from P3 as a standout driver, but he really has been here, But obviously, Unicorns of Love and BS have been exceptional, but Igor Rodriguez is he's always been in the car when they've had to catch up somewhat, and he's done a very good job in doing so. With 2 hours to go, it's almost like he's been given responsibility of this team for the first time. Because normally it's Dara McCormack, right? Chuck everything on him, he'll carry us somewhere. But yeah, Igor Rodriguez has kind of taken it upon himself to be that driver today, and he'll be, if they do go out and win this championship, be massively owed to them, to him specifically.
Yeah, I think, like I say, there is sometimes almost a little bit of complacency sometimes within teams where it's like, you've got your lead driver and it's kind of like, well, it's more up to what they do. I did feel genuinely like 2 or 3 months ago, I almost felt that might have been the case with Williams, as it was just literally like, well, whatever, Dara will save us. But I've said that particularly the last couple of rounds, I don't know what's changed or what, particularly the last 2 rounds in this, they've all 3 looked absolutely insane. They are all just pretty much, you're talking of like 10, a tenth, maybe 2 tenths between them on pace. They are just really, really tight. Innerstrosa's closed back into Friedrich, so almost back inside the top 10 after earlier issues, including all that stuff in the early stages of the race, all the penalties, the one penalty they've had, the 10-second time penalty, the final warning they've had as well. They've had quite a few issues in the Yaz Heat car, but they might all be moving their way up inside the top 10, which would be a pretty healthy end to the season.
Yeah, it certainly makes for some good content. I believe George Boothby's streaming it as well, so if you want to go and watch him, UKOG, sorry.
UKOG.
Just that now, I think. I don't think he's got George in it anymore. It's just UKOG. So yeah, go check him out on Twitch. He'll be showing his perspective, or whoever's in the car's perspective. There's plenty of people out there streaming their races as well. Nils Naujoks is another one, but yeah, I'm sure if you go on YouTube or Twitch, you'll find many people streaming their perspectives.
Unicorn Love
got to try and grab themselves some positions here, haven't they? It's not been the greatest of days for Yaz Heat, but they're making the best of it right now.
No, but like I say, that I think there's been I had to put it like there's been a lot of problems for Yazzie today. But if you can get through a day with a lot of problems and still get inside the top 10, you're feeling pretty good about it, right? You're leaving yourselves in healthy positions. And like you say, it seems that they are making those steps to kind of like combat the earlier issues. They've calmed themselves down a little bit. They're picking people off bit by bit, and they are working their way up inside the top 10. And to be fair, with the gap still being pretty close, think of this way: you've got half a second up to Svideric, then there's a 2 seconds up to Marek Shins, 3/10 of a second to Matt Cree, half a second up to Carpen, and there's only 3.5 seconds from that to Pertile. So there's like 5 positions that are very much gatherable.
Yeah, I agree. And also, they're going to be disappointed with their season overall because they don't enter anything to come second or third or fourth, right? They enter it to win it. So they're going to be a little bit disappointed, but yeah, they are giving it absolutely everything here. I want to give a shout out to Marco Yonkers, currently in P4. West Side in P4. I think they might be off strategy a little bit though. They must have. Oh, well, no, they can't be. Yeah, no, they're actually. I
don't think so.
Really good. Yeah, they're looking really good actually.
Yeah, their pit stop actually. They're going longer than even Williams. They went a lap longer than Williams. So they are very much on strategy with this. They are just looking really good. West Side, they're looking great, mate.
There's always one team that just kind of really surprises us. It's the West. Although, where are they currently in championship?
12th.
Yeah, 12th. Yeah, they're 12th. Again, still annoyed they picked the number 1 car. Like that shouldn't be a thing. First season of championship, but we'll let them off. They're doing really well.
They've had a couple of top 10s this season. They had an 8th place finish in the last cup race we did when we went racing at Barcelona, and they had a 9th place finish at Spa. Consistency for them has just kept them just nearly inside the top 10 of the championship, but a good day today. Their closest rivals when it comes to moving up inside the top 10. You've got the 100 car that's in 18th position, the one's being driven by Sievert. That one is the Symphony of Pistons car. The 171, which is only one position ahead of them, in 17th. That one being the Rembrandt on Esports car. Those are the close ones to get them inside the top 10 of the championship, and they are only 5 points behind that. So they're looking really good to move inside the top 10. Sorry.
Yeah, I think if they get top 5, they're pretty much golden, right? I don't think they're. Yeah, there's no one else out there that can really sort that out. So that's a really good performance. But again, it wouldn't be because of just this result, right? They've been consistent to get themselves in the hunt for a top 10. So it's good to see.
They've hoovered up some good points. That's the important bit. Is those bad rounds. I mean, when you compare them to some other teams that have done quite well this season, like we said before about Race Anywhere SimSport and how some of their rounds has been really, really good. Obviously, the race victory in the top 5 they've had, but then they've had 2. I think retirements, either way, they were outside of the top 30s results this season, as we'll see some more side by side. Ballas Esports, RCI, and the Visceral Esports car. That'll be RCI, I believe, out wide as we head down out of scene into the double right-hander. Gaffer Chain Ballas Esports down the inside. Visceral sat there watching that position that you said you quite like being in. When you're seeing some side by side ahead, you're like, right, where am I picking up the pieces and getting past both of you and moving on to the next battle?
Yeah, absolutely. Every time we go on board with Visceral, they seem to be in and amongst something. There's always something going on around them today. It's not been a boring 6-hour race, or first 4 hours, should we say. De Gennaro currently in P24, Lorenk just up ahead, and then Magnani is ahead of them as well in P22, and at number 163. And I think all three of these teams will be a little bit disappointed with how it's gone today. They're having fun, don't get me wrong. They're racing side by side each and every corner, each and every lap. But I think they'll be a little bit disappointed that they're not battling out there for a potential race victory. Well, not race victory, for like top 5 podium, etc.
Well, I mean, look at RCI, for example. You know, RCI are certainly a team where you kind of think, I don't think they should be too disappointed with the season, but they have had podiums. And by podiums, I do mean podiums. They have not been on the podium once, they've been on the podium twice. They were on the podium in the previous round as well, picking up some of the pieces late on.
P7 overall and championship as well.
Yeah, both their podiums have been in the Bentley, in that big bad Boatley. But yeah, they've kind of been up there and towards the top 20, top 10, really. Those 2 podiums have really, really helped them out. They've got the pace. They've just not nailed the season, and I don't think that's a problem. I think the fact they've got a couple of podiums onto the board means that they can just kind of enjoy this race. Be like, you know, whatever, we've got our fair share from the championship in those 2 podiums. We've had our results. Let's just enjoy the final race of the season and go involved with some fisticuffs.
Back on board then with our top 3. Sebastian Richter is there in P1. We've got P2 for Nils Naujoks. Then he's in the middle of your screen, and then P3. Of course, we've got the numbers now on their camera as well. That's Igor Rodriguez. Rodriguez now, what, about 3.6 seconds behind?
I think so,
as it stands. So yeah, not closing in as much. He might have burnt his tyres out a little bit, I think. Or has he got a bit of traffic? Maybe he's dealing with a bit of traffic that Nils had to deal with a minute ago as well. But yeah, not catching up as quickly, and he's going to be an 8.5 second deficit by the time they finish the pit stops. But Williams keep losing time in the pits as well. I don't know if you've noticed that. It's like 3 or 4 seconds every time.
Yeah, I mean, it was obviously quite a bit more last time. This is where I think it is actually the undercut, because the undercut's not, like I was saying before, it's not 1 or 2 laps, like where you would have those cold tyres being a problem. It's a significant more than, you're talking basically 15 minutes between, or 10-15 minutes between the stops, and so they're using that as the undercut. That's where they're kind of like, Williams are losing the most time through the pits. They're obviously going to lose a lot more this time because they have a 5-second time penalty as well. It's still not over, that's for sure, but you can't help but thinking that some of the things are leaning very much towards BS competition.
If BS competition start losing time here with the lap traffic, do Williams maybe decide to come in early here? No. Decide to make a decision and go, do you know what, we're going to just bring it in and we don't have to deal with that?
No, see, so I've kind of thought about this, and I said this to Arjuna earlier, is that the problem is at this point, if they keep doing what they're doing, i.e. going longer, then their final stint in the race, they'll be on a lower fuel load on the tyres, means theoretically they'll be faster on the final stint, right? And yeah. They'll be faster than the BS competition car for the entirety of that 45 odd minutes. Meanwhile, if they pit early, i.e. now, or get onto the same strategy as BS competition now, they then don't gain that, i.e. and they're not going to gain the time that they would have gained like just in the stationary time, because their stationary time will be just the exact same. It will, because it's just the tyres that's the limiting factor. So I don't think they can. I think they have to just stay on the strategy they're on, except that they've made their bed, now they've got to lie in it. They've just kind of got to keep doing what they're doing and just accept that it could be quite a painful couple of hours that might end on a high and might not.
Yeah, true. It's got to keep going, keep just giving it everything, but it will come down to 2 cars. We are going to see that battle, I think. Eventually, we are going to see them side by side. It's going to take a hell of an effort for Williams to get to that point, but they will be throwing their car around to indeed do so. But yeah, crazy stuff. So 5-second penalty again, got to be served. So yeah, it'll be about 8.5 seconds. The front 3 are clear, right? 1.6 seconds clear for Bastian Richter on Nils Naujoks. Unicorns of Love, albeit they are pretty close to BS competition and Williams, I'm just not sure that they're going to get fought here. It'd be that BS competition will happily take second right now if you offered it to them. Yeah. As long as Unicorns of Love go out there and win it. So yeah, it's the dynamic is so interesting.
I kind of agree. I think BS competition, even if they get right up to the back of Bastian Richter, they're not going to try and fight Unicorns of Love right now, because if they do try and fight, they might lose time. It'll be very different if it's late in the race and there's like only a second between Naujoks or BS competition and Unicorns of Love, and then Williams are catching. I think then you'll see an attempt, but right now there's no real things to gain, even if they do have the pace to try and catch and then pass Unicorns of Love, because they will lose more time trying to get past. It's kind of one of those things that I think is I heard it on a broadcast actually during the Olympic Games, and it was in the women's road racing, road cycling race. And they were saying in there is that to win events, you have to be prepared to lose them. And I kind of like, I think it is very true. It sounds a bit like, wait, what do you mean? But it's like, especially when it comes to championships, you have to have that acceptance that you might need to take a risk where you might lose the race, you might lose the championship, but you have to take those risks to try and win. Because if you don't take those risks, you aren't going to win anyway. So what's the point? You've got to be ready to take both sides of it as Friedrich makes his way past Marek Schintz.
Yeah, I agree there. It's almost like if you're BS competition, you almost want Unicorns of Love to be a second of that faster. So you don't have to deal with them ever.
Yeah, exactly. They're gone.
Yeah, they're just out the picture completely. But if they catch them, it almost helps Williams. It's a very interesting dynamic. Two hours to go in this race, and I genuinely think anything can happen. It looks like the clouds are starting to disperse a little bit here as well, so the rain threat is well, I'm not sure it ever really was a threat, but yeah, the rain potential threat is gone here. We've got Stormforce Gaming, 3 hours until PESC kicks off. What to do? Watch Bastian Richter leading for Unicorns of Love in the VCO LFM FLExTREME. Well, they just tagged everyone in this, haven't they? Weekends were made for sim racing. That's a good point. It was made for sim racing. I'll give you that. Stormforce Gaming, still waiting for my PC.
Yeah, obviously Stormforce Gaming getting ready. They said getting ready for PESC. That's what Arjuna is going to get ready for. Of course, them backing the Apex Racing team who were absent from the VCO LFM FLExTREME, but they were in combat, of course, a week ago in the VCO Esports Racing World Cup, being the Apex Racing team, not Stormforce. I mean, I'd like to see teams like Apex and stuff like that taking part in this. I'd like to see Team Redline taking part in this. Of course, they're a bit busy, and fair enough. They did take part in the first running before we had, guess what? Yep, DDoS in Classic in the first SimGrid VCO World Cup. They did take part in that, which obviously was racing as supposed to be a 9-hour race around Kyalami, but didn't quite get that far. I would like to see Redline trying a couple more things in ACC, because the thing that scares me about Redline is that they're obviously ACC's their weaker platform, but I think if they started doing championships and stuff on it, they'd become as strong as everyone else.
I think they need to bring someone in. That's the thing. I think they need to bring a driver in. It's a bit of a specialist and understands the nuances. I don't think they've got anyone in the team that understand the nuances of the sim yet, and they're missing something, because in terms of actual driver talent, there's no one better, right? But they're obviously missing something.
Part of me, this is the thing that I do like about Redline, is that part of me likes that they haven't brought anyone in. That they are just being like, we are just going to learn this ourselves. We're not going to bring any specialists in. We are representing our own brand. I actually really, really like that they're just learning it. They're just doing it themselves. And it's why I liked, how Apex Racing Team, when they got strong on R Factor 2, it was because of like Jamie Fluke and that lot had figured out the sim, had figured out the car. And I like that side of it rather than being like, who have they picked up? There's kind of like both sides of it that I really enjoy. But
it's not very efficient though, is it? It's not like these teams are looking to try and find that time really quickly. So yeah, I know what you're saying. You'd like to see that, but ultimately, if I was a team manager, I'd be trying to
pick someone,
trying to figure that out as soon as possible, right?
I think, because the thing is that with someone like Redline, they only need to pick up one, maybe two really, really good ACC drivers.
I don't think they need to, I don't necessarily think it's a driver. I think they need to bring in someone who understands.
Someone who's got the data. Yeah,
someone who understands the sim. They've got the drivers.
That's
to be able to figure it out.
That was good. It was going to be my point. That's why I said that they only need like one person to come over and then kind of basically just be like, right, I'm going to sit down with your drivers, and whilst we're practicing, whatever, I'll show you how to race. And then, because like Benito, Siggy, Rietveld, all that lot, they'll just click and figure it out. I mean, the thing is, they're smart enough. They kind of probably figure it out, most of it. They're 99% there by themselves. Of course they are. I mean, see how much they compete on it. Goodness me. They just need that extra tiny little bit, as we'll see once again. Griphack's Engineering and the Absolute Motorsport Assetto team going side by side towards the scene. I've seen this one quite a few times, as once again Macri's going to try around the outside.
And unfortunately, the Assetto car doesn't have the grip hacks and will run out of grip and
not
make the move.
Oh,
yes.
That was good.
We're only 4 hours in.
Yeah. Well, it's all right. You've got 2 more hours to deal with me, and then you're done with me for... Well, actually, you might be done with me for...
No, we've got you next weekend as well, right?
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
Thursday and then next Monday.
ESLR1.
Oh,
Thursday?
God.
Oh, because of the...
Then I've got 1 weekend off, my first weekend off of the year, I think, and then I'm off to Vegas. So...
Oh,
and then I come back and I've got to work with you again. So it's fun.
Sucks to be you. I can come to Vegas with you, Ron.
Well, it depends if her passport comes. Still not here. So.
Oh, is it still not?
My dad's on high alert. So he's coming. No, he is. He's legit. He's coming to Vegas with me if her passport doesn't come.
Whoa!
Drive through for Bastian Richter. That is for speeding in the pit lane.
See, I've said this before though. When it comes like speeding in the pit lane, we just don't see many speeding in the pit lane. Normally, it's a stop and go 30.
No, is it stop?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, drive through. It's a drive through for track limits. Actually, yeah, stop and
It
go
must
30
be.
for speeding. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. So I wonder. Yeah, they've got a drive through regardless. I wonder if that might get removed here. But if it's
Either way, no, it won't be.
Yeah, if there's track limits, then there you go. And that has just handed a 1-2 here for BS Competition and Williams.
Yeah, wow. I mean, this race has once again taken a fairly hefty swing, and you have to say, if it can happen to Unicorns of Love, it can happen to BS Competition and Williams as well. So
the big winners here is bloody Get Closer Racing. The number 7 car, they're up into a podium spot, and they are charging down Team Racing Point for a top 5. They're only 26 points behind. No, 6 points behind Team Racing Point. And where's Racing Point in this race right now? They're down in 11th with a 5-second penalty to serve at the next pit stop. So, wow. Okay.
I actually think that once everyone's done their pit stops, including the Unicorns of Love drive-through, because I think they were far enough ahead. I genuinely think that the Unicorns of Love will still be in third. Even though because they like the top three were so far ahead.
Sorry, no, you're actually spot on.
Once they've all pitted, which obviously everyone's so off sequence at the moment. I mean, to point it out to you, Bastian Richter's obviously come into the pit lane, passed it over to Nick Hoban. We're not expecting, for example, the Williams Esports car in for at least another 2 laps. We're not expecting the Race Anywhere, the West Side Competition racing car in for another 4 laps.
Perfect.
Thank you. I'm trying. Just want to make you proud.
A gangster at this point. Basically a 90s gangster.
Poor West Competition Racing have their team name ripped to pieces. But we're giving them character. It's fine. Do you know? I really want to see them enter a championship now as West Side Competition.
Yeah, right.
That would genuinely make my day.
I will say one thing. They're only 1 second ahead now of BS Competition. Gart's camera's come out behind them in the pit stop phase. I guess his tyres won't be up to scratch straight away. Williams have had to deal with some traffic here. I would imagine they're bringing the car in now, or maybe one more lap actually. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out here. Plus the 5 seconds. So right now it's going to be a lead for BS Competition once the drive-through is served. It's what, 3 laps? They've got to serve it within 3 laps. I think that's the.
I think 3.
It's pretty much the golden rule, isn't it? With drive-throughs.
I think 3, but then again, we were caught out with the VCO Esports Racing World Cup Day 1.
It gets made up, doesn't it? It gets made up.
When
For most of these
it was
rules.
5.
Yeah, most of these rules just get made up at this point.
Yeah. No, it might be 5, if not, it's 3. But at some point in the next 10 minutes,
Basically,
we'll
we don't
see Unicorns of Love back in the yeah. The synopsis is we're clueless in the commentary, and
But people knew that
the
already,
best.
right? That's no shock.
Sometimes I don't understand why people tune into this.
Yeah, that's a good point.
My goodness,
They say it
these
too
two are
loud.
terrible.
So they stayed out for
that's
another
how I
lap,
got
by the way.
sacked. I still think that they will. Based on the previous stint that Igor Rodriguez did, this would be his last stint. This is the 27th lap of his stint. This would be the last one. I'm not sure if realistically they could still go a little bit longer if they really want to. They could go for another 3 or 4 laps, but I think they're concerned about the undercut from obviously BS Competition being too large, right? They're trying to cover it off a little bit.
No, that's true. Yeah. Okay. I'm just not impatient enough here. I'm just getting too excited. I just want him to come into the pit so we know exactly how we stand. In all fairness, that's what I'm all about here.
True. That's all I want to see is I want to see a good race for this championship come down to the wire. So if we could fast forward 2 hours so we can see it, not to rush to the end or anything, but I just want to see whether we're actually going to get a nice tight title fight, because it's all kind of building up to potentially being the case. I would say between the two teams, between BS Competition and Williams at the moment, I would say Williams are the fastest. I just
I don't
think
know.
that they are faster than BS
I
Competition.
disagree. I have to disagree with you on this.
Really?
There's a reason why BS Competition are at the front, mate. I think that I think Camera and Nils are outstanding. If we're going to go across the team, I think Bokida was lacking pace, but that was because of the pressure, tire pressure, right? So
Yeah,
you've got to assume that if they get that figure, they're leading the race, mate. I don't know, like, I don't know what you want from me here.
Yeah, but look at Igor Rodriguez's last stint when he was closed. Like he closed down. And yes, obviously, whatever. But he closed down effectively 7 seconds over an hour to Niels Knox, which is very impressive in this car around this track. Like, that's mad to have closed that kind of margins. Again, a couple of little bits of squeezes and whatnot coming up towards scene. It's those kind of things as to why I'd lean towards Williams potentially being the faster. If you were to ask me which team has played their cards better in this race, BS Competition every single day of the week, right? They have played. Williams have tripped up over BS Competition a little bit. They've been the victim, to their own kind of downfall, right? They've been the one to trip over. They've been the one to get a 5-second time penalty. They've driven into the side of the BS Competition. They've basically played their card pretty poorly in this race of Williams, but they're still kind of there. I just think they're slightly faster. We'll have to wait and see. Who knows?
Yeah, well, we are going to find out, legit, because we're going to see the end of this race.
Yeah, we don't have a choice now because our junior's bailed from us. So you got us for, unfortunately, an hour and 50 minutes. Sorry, ladies and gents.
Yeah, we've got plenty of time. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just got a bit excited, guys. So.
Oh, no. Yeah, no. I know exactly what he's got.
Yeah,
I don't want to say anything.
The last 5 minutes have been an absolute whirlwind for me. So let's, yeah.
It went from very, very bad to, actually quite good. I thought when you were silent. I thought you were silent for a second ago. I was like, oh, yeah. I know what's just happened.
I just had a massive lump in my throat. That was okay. Commentary. So, guys, I'm a massive sports fan, and sometimes I can't turn it off. Okay, yes, I'm watching Arsenal here at the same time. I've been watching the Formula One. I love sports. Yeah, Florian. Our boss is a massive sports fan, and I know that he's probably doing exactly the same. Yannick is also the same. He was watching Bundesliga football throughout the weekend last weekend. You cannot turn a sports fan off. I'm sorry, I love my job, but I just like watching sports at the same time.
Yeah, but this is the thing. I openly admitted it earlier on in the broadcast that I've got 3 screens, one of which has this broadcast on, one had Formula One, and the other one's got football on. I'm very happy. I'm
as excited about this, by the way, the race I'm watching, as I am about the football and the Formula One. I love all of this stuff. Like, I equally love it all. It's a fun day to be about. Florian's going to kill us. He really is.
Simply don't believe that you're as excited about this as the current scoreline. Arsenal Bournemouth. We'll have to wait and see. I'll ask you again in 28. 20 minutes.
18 minutes. Yeah. Okay.
18. Well, plus a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see. Symphony of Pistons straight down the inside of West Side Competition. That is actually, it's not for the race league because Symphony of Pistons aren't quite there, but West Competition Racing are still continuing to lead, courtesy of...
They don't have to pit again. They probably win the race.
They've got to pit twice, haven't they? But yes, I know what you mean.
If they don't pit, right?
Yeah. I was going to say, if they just stayed out for the rest of the entirety of the race, then yeah, sure.
Burning off.
I have seen people do that in sim racing before. I remember seeing a certain new DTM drivers logs after a race once, but we won't go to that too much.
Yeah.
Darren McCormack out of the pit lane, 15 seconds off the rear end of Arthur Camera. You might sit back and think, wow, that's a lot larger than it should be. That's pretty much where we'd expect it. It was around about 5 seconds before they pitted. Knowing that the slight undercut generally gives BS Competition about 5 seconds, and that they had a 5-second time penalty as well. So that is the gap that Williams Esports need to close down if they want to win this championship. Crucially, they are ahead of Unicorns of Love, and the next car that will be ahead of them once everyone has made their pit stops will be the BS Competition car. That'll be it. That's their focus right now.
So we are going to see that fight, I think. Again, if you believe they're the faster car, which again is up for debate for sure, then we will genuinely see this fight. Again, 15.6 seconds. It's a big old gap now, isn't it? That is a big old gap.
This is the thing. It's like, okay, so if you're BS Competition now, let's say for example, Philippa Bakida, that it wasn't tyre pressures, that it was, it was pace. Do you put Bakida back in the car, or do you put Niox back in the car for the final stint? I think, as we've discussed before time and time again, almost regardless, and again, it's not trying to be disrespectful to Philippa Magini because she's mighty fast. You've got to play the safe card because you're battling for a championship. It's not just an open community race or anything like that. If I were a team manager, I'd be like, I don't care about fair share or anything like that, or who's put the most work in. I care about who is the fastest and who's going in the car for the final stint because we want to win this championship.
Yeah, I'm on board with that as well. Yeah, we've done that a couple of times for Team Woo. I know it's a different level, right? But
yeah, but still,
we won the Bathurst 12-hour and the Daytona 2024 in the same year. Doing that, we changed the strategy or changed the stints a little bit later towards the latter end. And again, you've got to be adaptable. If you're going to be the best team, you've got to be very much accustomed to being adaptable. And yet, your drivers kind of know what their stints are going to be, but it can change. It can change on a dime. It is really as simple as that. And if you're going to get hurt by that, I guess, I think that's part of the parcel, right? Oh, hello.
That was a bit dicey from Christoph Verstappen. Once again, I mean, you were saying they were starting to make themselves a little bit of an enemy back in Watkins Glen. Visceral won't be particularly pleased about being hurdled off the racing circuit from Verstappen. And so RCI 23rd now they go after moving their way up. Oh yeah, no, that wasn't particularly pretty. Obviously pit stops still ongoing. Gorka for Get Closer Racing has been into the pit lane. Yonkers continues to lead, but we are expecting West Competition Racing to be in the pit lane soon.
McCormack already caught 0.6 of a second. I think that might have been Camaro getting stuck behind Gorka a little bit because they were only 1/10 of a second once they came into the pits. So yeah, McCormack already starting to weave that Irish magic. Do they keep him in the car for 2 stints in a row? Well, Tinko was actually the driver that went in second, right?
Yeah.
Did Dara start this race?
Dara started the race, yes.
Dara started the race, then it was Tinko, then it was Igor.
2 Igor stints. And then
right,
Dara
okay,
again.
So now we've got 2 Eagle stints. Now it's Dara and I guess Tinko. But do they just put Dara until the end now? Because they did say that Tinko has connection issues earlier on, and we saw that with the incident, right? Between them.
Yeah.
So do you risk him anyway?
Do.
Is it kind of a blessing in disguise? And again, Tinko is maybe a 100th of a second slower than McCormack on average, right? It's nothing really in it. But ultimately, that McCormack is a little bit faster. Do you just go, look, we just don't want to take a risk here?
I mean, again, it's the whole thing. Like I said, you got to think about the team at the moment and what's right for the team. And I mean, I think I agree. From what you were saying, and we've seen this before with this team for the last couple of rounds, is that I don't think there is a right or a wrong driver to stick in for the final stint, because I think they are all just mad fast right now. There are certain reasons why, like, I wouldn't put Igor in for the into the final stint, because I think the connection thing, and if Tinko van der Velde is also having connection issues, then potentially you're in the same kind of boat of like, let's just leave Dara in. They might have already known that, which would explain why Igor did a double, because they wanted Dara to do a double for the final stint. That could also be it, because obviously then you'd be Igor, then Dara, then Igor, then Dara again, and sometimes that can just be a little faffy.
Doesn't the rear of this car look like the Audi Super Tourer from like '96?
I have been thinking that the rear, it doesn't look like a BMW. There's something about it where I'm like, I don't know what it is. It just doesn't look right.
Yeah, right.
I don't hate it, but I'm like, I don't really know. But then again, it's the same as like
if it looks like an Audi Super Tourer, it's definitely not a bad thing.
But then I look at the rear end of the BMW M4, and I think it kind of looks a bit Lexus-y. I can't really describe why.
No, I agree. I agree, Lewis.
Oh,
I've never really thought of it, but Marco Yonkers, they did lead the race a little bit. Then they've come to the pit. We just saw their car obviously making it look like an Audi. But yeah, they did lead ever so slightly. So yeah, interesting.
Again, West Competition Racing, I think, sure, they're only leading because they're going longer or whatever, but they have been very impressive on speed. It's Maciej Malinovski back behind the wheel, trying to get past Savalainen at the moment. Grip Packs Engineering holding on to 9th position at the moment. Of course, this is 4.6 seconds behind Race Anywhere SimSport. You've got the next car behind. I thought it was going to be the Yeet car, but it isn't. I was going to say because they were a lap down anyway, but the car behind them, regardless, is a lap or so down on these two. So it's not a part of this fight. We're just really focused as to whether Grip Packs Engineering can keep Malinovski at bay. And I've got to say, probably not. I think Malinovski's been quick, and this car is on the comeback charge.
Yeah, Malinovski is one of the very best in the world on ACC. Again, he may have had some interesting very interesting kind of incidents today. But as a whole, he's a phenomenal driver. So I would imagine this gets done relatively quickly. And Yaz Heat, where can they really realistically finish here? I guess we're all on the same pit stop strategy now. Top 5 is pretty much out. Oh no, to be fair, Matej's got a 5-second penalty. A top 7 maybe. They're quick enough to kind of get wherever the hell they want to be honest. That's how quick their team is. But what about, let's talk about the Dara McCormack lower fuel at the end here, Lewis. You've been bringing this up.
Yep.
That pit stop's going to be shorter than BS competitions, but how much, how long, or how much shorter will it be?
No, the actual stationary time will be the same, because the defining factor on the actual stationary time in the pit stop is 30. Is the tyre change? It's 30 seconds, basically. They don't do tyres and fuel at the same time. So their stationary time will be the same. Because just to clarify, it changes on every championship we commentate on. So it's almost impossible to keep on track of, but so it's in ACC, it's the tyres are the defining thing. So once they come in and do their stationary time will be the same. The point is, though, is that on fresher tyres, their car will realistically be about 10 to 15% lighter, because they will be pitting later. They don't have to put as much fuel into the car. So as much as they're not saving the time on the stationary stop, they will be saving the time in the fact of in that final stint. Whilst you think Dara McCormack's going pretty quick now, he's already closed down 1.5 seconds from the last time we spoke about this. He will be going much, much, much faster comparatively, which is why this fight will... We don't want to be building it up too much, but it could potentially come down to the wire properly.
Wait, could they catch up at this rate for the rest of this race? They're absolutely going to be racing each other at some point. Like that's with 1 hour 40 minutes to go. It's not long in the context of this championship or this race, but it's long enough for them to catch up. They're catching up about 0.5 second a lap. So what's that? 30 laps? 28 laps. Yeah, so it's a stint.
Yeah, a stint's 28, 29. Or was it 29?
Yeah,
I think if you do,
well, depends which team you are, Lewis.
Yeah, if you do the hour 5, then it's 29. So with 1 hour and 40 left to go, then you're talking roughly sort of like 42-ish laps, 40, 45, something in that kind of vein. Never trust a commentator's maths. Okay, right, we've got that one out of the way, fantastic. But yeah, there is plenty of time for McCormack to close down, and we will be keeping our eye on the timesheets. The last lap time was 0.5 second. I'll let you know when they cross the lap time this time. But Nick Hoover's got a lot of lap traffic ahead.
Yeah, he certainly does. Yeah, kind of. I'm not sure they're going to be able to catch up to, get up in the battle for second and maybe even first position. That drive-through's absolutely killed them, unfortunately. Unicorns of Love, if they didn't have bad luck this season, they probably would have had no luck at all, right? Kind of how it's gone for them, unfortunately. They've got the drivers. I guess losing Dennis Schoeniger might have been a massive... I think they've lacked a little bit of something since the likes of Schoeniger left, right? I don't know whether you agree with me on that, but... I mean, formidable like they were. Like even last week, normally they would have just swept Williams aside, if you like, on ACC, and they've been sweeping teams aside on ACC for a long time. But they haven't. They're a little bit more vulnerable, I would say, since they lost him. Yeah,
this is where I think it becomes even more interesting as to whether, because I would argue that I don't think this is. Dennis, if you're watching, this is not a hit at you. I would argue that I don't think Dennis Schoeniger made that much of a difference to the team. Like it shocks me that the team, because I do agree. I think since Dennis Schoeniger has left the team and has gone off to Williams, there is something missing from Unicorns of Love. But even in rounds where Dennis Schoeniger was nothing to do with the team, or even to be fair, even a point before he joined the team, the team looked mad strong, and they've still
got a really nice personality. He's got a really cool, infectious personality. I think that's what might be it.
And I wonder if that kind of like rubbed off a little bit on the team, and yet him leaving that way has more of like been it. I don't know, but I do agree that there's been maybe a lot of teams have found out the magic that they kind of had, those kind of things. I don't really know, but something has seemed in the last 6 months, maybe even longer than that. Some things just haven't quite clicked for Unicorns of Love. And I just don't really know what they do. Of course, they did win day 1 of the VCO Esports Racing World Cup 2. Sorry, Williams. They did win.
They're still pretty good.
They're a mad team, but they are missing that extra little bit.
Yeah, definitely agree with you on that. Hubin, who we are talking about, obviously Unicorns Love, currently 12.6 seconds behind Darren McCormack. McCormack now 13.4 behind Camera. He is charging Camera down. I think Cameron might be also thinking about the long haul in this race and probably saving something for the end of each stint in terms of tyres. He's not under any real pressure to push. So, you know, is Dara McCormack's catching a little bit inflated because of that reason? Maybe. But you dangle a carrot in front of Dara, he's absolutely going to try and fly towards that gap. Maybe we get this magical finish to the season, which I think we deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's flying at the moment. The last lap time, by the way, oh well, never mind. The last lap time was separated by nothing because the time screens that I've got, it was a 2 minute 12.107. It was a 2 minute 12.132. Camera and then McCormack. So the last lap time actually had nothing really in it. The time before that was 3/10. The time before that it was 5/10. And we'll have to wait and see over the first sector split as to whether it's going to come down any further. I do kind of agree that Camera's. He's not the kind of driver that's just going to push 110% straight from the off, right? Yeah, there's a lot more method to it. They're not just going to go crazy.
Is it Hubin who's got the fastest lap on this stint?
That is overall.
They got the fastest lap. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure it's changed his stint, right?
Potentially.
Because it's the Race Anywhere team that had it for ages.
They did have it for a while, and then they were joint with BS, and I think, but then I'm pretty sure Unicorns of Love have had it for a while. I mean, it is. Okay. The thing is, at the moment, it is 2:45 in game, which typically you wouldn't see, especially with the sun out. You wouldn't typically see the faster laps being set right now, at least from my knowledge, because it's would be a little bit warm.
No, that is a good point, I guess. That's a very good point. Oh, we got a reval cam. Nice. Seville's got his reval cam out. Love to see that. It's a nice angle there. Currently repping P14 in behind Edda. So they head across that start-finish line. Is there the potential for a move here to move up into a top 13? Pulls out, takes that inside line, and actually is going to send it here. Lovely bit of side-by-side action. It's going to run very deep, but the number 52 is absolutely going to take that position.
Yeah, Pulse making that move. By the way, I'm just looking onto Unicorns Love, onto the stream. Nick Hubin is streaming at the moment. It does seem as though their tyres are massively overheating. Maybe that is just, it's always the case, and I've not really seen it too much, but it does seem as though on the graphic that they are way hot. The reason why I was checking that out is because there is no rain forecast for the next half hour. I would suspect, this is a little bit of the commentator's curse rain dance kind of thing, because I'd like to see it spiced up a little bit, because why not? Although, to be fair, part of me's like, maybe it doesn't need it. There is no rain for the next half hour, and I don't think there'll be rain until the end of the race. ... Potentially. Let's see.
That's weird, isn't it? It's weird that we had a splash of rain for like 20 minutes and we haven't had any since.
Yeah, that's mad.
It's really, really crazy.
I've said it before with AC. I don't know if they've changed something fairly recently, i.e. in the last sort of like year, 6 months.
I don't think they've changed anything with the weather.
No, but this because it was what I was going to say is that I swear a year ago, every time it rained, it was either on or off, and when it was on for like an hour and then would just turn off and be completely dry within like 5 minutes, and it was just like that. Whereas, and that's why I was like quite surprised to see a 20-minute sprinkle. No,
it's always been like you can set it to be random.
Right.
You got values basically. So this is a little bit of a look behind the scenes if you've never set a server up. So you've got 0 to 7, which is randomness, which means this is how much it can stray from the settings you've put on. And then you've got like cloud level 0.0 up to, I'm not sure what the actual figure is. I think it might be 7 as well. But if you have it up to like 1.5, the cloud level is pretty cloudy. And then you've got rain. So you've got that same as the cloud level. So you set it to 0.1, 0.2, 0.34 if you want, or whatever. And that's how you denote as to how much rain there potentially could be. But again, it's all random still. You can set it to be rainy. You just have to keep restarting the server. And then you can have it set to, it doesn't random off of that. So you can have the weather set something. But yeah, if you have it set to 7 out of 7 on the randomness scale, oh boy, you can have a lot of fun. And I'm not too sure what it's set at today, if I'm completely honest, but I would imagine it's somewhere between sort of 4 and 5.
Really? Yeah, I mean, like I say, I don't really know. I mean, I don't mind. I mean, to be fair, I like a good little sprinkle in the race every now and then, because it's just, I certainly do. It just gives it a little bit extra spice, something a bit different, something a bit more like, obviously it's a bit more realistic, because sometimes it's just like rain will just come out of nowhere and then it'll be like, oh, it's dry. Where'd that come from? Especially in this country, my goodness me.
Yeah, that's
like,
that's here in Belgium, the only two places that have
Netherlands
that
as well.
craziness.
Netherlands as well, apparently.
It's too flat in the Netherlands to have that.
Yeah, but when I complain to Dutch people, they're like, "Oh yeah, we get that over here," and I was like, "Do you though?"
No, I'm not sure you do. Not sure you do, Dutchies. Not quite sure that's true.
you silly Dutchies.
Yeah, you Dutchies.
Oh,
Too much passing it on the left-hand side, I think.
Goodness me. Yeah, no, potentially. I mean, I don't know. It's just like they all kind of say that. Dutch weather's quite similar to British weather. I'm like, part of me's like, I don't believe you've been to England.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I used to live in a place called Ramsgate, which is in Kent, in Thanet, and there's quite a big hill in there and stuff. And so what would happen is that typically in one half of the town, you could be on the phone or something to someone where they would say it's pouring down with rain, and where it's nothing. Just because it's like you have like these very small microclimates and stuff that kind of happen like in that area, and then you're not very far away, like you're like maybe 2 miles, if that. And it's just crazy. And that's pretty much everywhere in the UK. It's fantastic.
You find that in the racing circuits a lot, especially in Europe, that one part of the track will be absolutely pissing down, and then the other side of the track it's bone dry. Nordschleife is obviously the king for that. Last year's 24-hour race ended like that, with half the track being wet, half of it being dry, which is absolutely ridiculous. As we're going to watch Visceral Esports here, Nicholas Hurt try and go down the inside. Should be able to get this done because the outside line has zero grip, although the RCI car is actually going to try and prove us wrong. But by the time they get through there, I think the Visceral Esports car should have to jump. And actually, no, the RCI car is still hanging on for dear life, but this is such a sweeping right hand. There's no way the RCI car can hang on to that position, is there? Well, there is now a left-hander, and as you can see, the RCI car is absolutely going to send it, and that is some defending there, because you get all out of shape when you go through the sweeping right-hander after the big long straight on the outside. But that is bloody hell, we've not seen that yet. That's
madness. Really good. That was really, really impressive from RCI. Of course, from RCI and Visceral, kudos to both of those for a good little exchange. But GT3 Ballas Esports have also now rejoined this fight. You've also got the Team Suzuki GT Omega car sat off the rear end. I'm not 100% sure as to where they are in the race. I think they are a lap down.
Yeah, they definitely are. So it's Koroshavin is the 163 car.
He's the
car behind him, like 2 laps down.
Yeah, I can't remember which number. I think I can't remember which number the GT3 Ballas Esports. Sorry, the Team Suzuki GT Mega car is. I always forget. They're certainly not a part of this fight. That's the important bit. That's the important bit we need to note. But
it would appear they've still got an invitation.
Yeah, but to be fair, like I say, it's the last round of the season, so screw it. Why not? Just take part. Just take part. Just take part in the fight. There's a fight ahead of you. There's a couple of cars. You might irritate them, but hey, banter, innit? As long as it's not the race leading championship and stuff, then you do you. By the way, speaking of race leading championship, just want to give you a quick update. Last lap time, Dara McCormack was once again half a second faster than after camera, bringing it down a bit more. So it was a 2:11.960 from the Williams Esports driver. We'll keep you up to date with that gap as much as possible, and we'll see if it does come down enough. Again, they've got an hour, they've got 90 minutes, an hour and a half to close that gap all the way down. No penalties looming over their heads, at least from what we've seen, which means it is just a straight up fight between the pairing when it comes to trying to take the very first VCO LFM FLExTREME Championship. And whilst that's all going on, we're looking at this fight for 20 seconds as once again Christopher Streppen's trying to hang on. That was a little wide though to see.
Yeah, that was a fair old chunk wide, and you can see it's all fair and well running wide there, but ultimately you're going to just scrub your tyres massively over the course of a whole stint. So you need to be a little bit more careful running that wide, because at the end of a stint, you're going to lose so much time. But at the moment, they're just battling for position. All they're worried about is that one position.
Yeah, that's what you have to worry about right now. You can't think too much outside the box. Think about too much about what the potentials are for later on in the race or whatever. You just think about here now and what is ahead of you, what is behind you, and put a good show. And like I say, Koroshavin's just sort of sat there thinking, right, when these two go for it, I'm going to be here to pounce. And they're close enough where the GT3 Ballas Esports car are ready to pick up any of the final pieces. There's just one more pit stop as well for everyone on the teams. If you're only just joining us, we're expecting pit stops from everyone in around about 30 minutes time for most of the field. Some of them might go a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, again, 65-minute is the maximum stint time these drivers can take on. So a few of those drivers have been getting within sort of 30 seconds of that, and over the course of 5 pit stops, you're going to end up, sometimes nearly 25 minutes in advance of everybody else.
Certainly so. Well, here is Nicholas Hurt going around the outside. So there is the position finally made on Verstappen, and potentially Corey Sharvin's going to come through as well. The inside line as we now go turn right and turn right and turn right and turn right again before we head left and out onto the Mistral straight. Team Suzuki GT Omega also getting themselves involved in that. I think there might be 28. I think the number might be 30. I can never remember. I think that is about right with the Team Suzuki GT Omega car. Corey Sharvin also receiving the slipstream as well from Nicholas Hurt, so potentially is going to come through now, but the move's not going to be done because that RCI Esports car seems to have plenty of straight line speed and tends to be right there because the Team Suzuki GT Omega cars are helping them.
Yeah, they are. A little bit of bump draft in there as well, and again, it's like the end of school. Have a bit of fun out there, burn your tyres at the end of this race. It's no problem. The RCI car, though, Verstappen, just again running a little bit wide there, but not the worst thing in the world. 2 cars in behind still battling for position. The ballast car just furious with everything right now, and this is again, yeah, fun. Visceral car again, always involved in something. We're what, 4 hours and 30 minutes into this, always involved in something.
Yeah, and that's how we like to see it. Just want to see them, again, bit elbows out, but getting involved in the fight, going for it. That's what we want to see. We've seen it a fair amount, and we still have it with plenty of fights. And this, of course, we're looking at the fight for 22nd. There is still close battles at 20th between Vajna and Kopstov. Of course, there's some even further up than that. A 3-way fight for 10th place between Liberec, between Sviderik, and between Makovkin. Also, Hello YouTube running their best race of the season, almost inside the top 10 at the moment. You can see that gap between Sviderik and Liberec. There was absolutely nothing between them, and I mean that quite literally. They were bang on side by side going down into scene, and it is Sviderik ahead of Liberec, so that is up inside the top 10 for the Carbon Sim Sports car. And Hello YouTube sat off the rear end of them, trying to get themselves back involved in this fight.
They had a penalty, the Carbon team, because they were comfortably running sort of top 7 earlier on. They've just dropped back a little bit over the last couple of stints.
I think they might have had something. I don't recall fully. I don't think we've had anything from race control that has been anything going their way. But I think, like I say, maybe they've had a couple of struggles on pace and such, and it's just been not ideal.
I'm sorry, we just scored a 97th minute winner. Oh my god!
See, I'm
sorry. I can't help but be excited.
I was trying to talk.
97th minute winner.
I was trying to talk because I'm trying to see what's happening in the match. So
I'm sure the fans could deal with 60 seconds of us just going absolutely bananas. Reese Nelson just put it top corner. What a time to be alive. We've got a replay here of Reese Nelson. Oh no, it's not. It's the racing here as we head down then the back straight. Carbon Sim Sport versus Assetto, and again, Assetto have been involved quite a lot today. So have Carbon Sim Sport. And as we run down the straight, it's kind of Assetto just decided to back out of that. Carbon Sim Sport were never going to back out of that. They're one of those teams that are quite aggressive in their approach. Not to say that's a bad way of doing things. But yeah, that was a battle ended. But more to do with Assetto pulling up.
We do apologise if over the last 90 minutes or so there have been various times where me and Luke have not spoken particularly great English, particularly over the last 45. But that's because, going back to my earlier point, I was going to ask you. I said I'd ask you in 18 minutes. Are you as excited about this as that?
Well, it's
close, is it? No.
Yeah.
Just be honest, man.
No, I'm so excited we just won the game. Okay. I wasn't going to have beers tonight, but I'm absolutely going to have beers tonight.
Oh yeah, too right.
I have decided that is a thing in my life.
Banging.
I can't believe it. I cannot believe it.
Christoph Verstappen then still trying to make his way back past Nicholas Hurt. Still plenty of time, enough time for another football match basically between now and the end of the race. As Verstappen, we're down the inside. RCI Esports trying to move up into 22nd once again. I mean, they've just been constantly going at it in this fight. Verstappen, Koroshavin still not able to really get in and amongst the mix. Has given it a couple of goes. This time it might be a better opportunity coming down into the chicane at towards the end of the first sector, but still, I get the feeling the GT3 Balance Esports car just does not have the confidence to properly send it on the brakes.
No, true that. It's especially this late in the stint, Lewis. Everyone's really quite like the tyre difference between the start and the end of a stint is something I've noticed today. Is massive. So what you're 40 minutes in, yeah, having confidence in your car is very, very difficult, especially with hardly any downforce on it at the best of times. Even with fresh tyres, this car's not the greatest in terms of getting it stopped. So yeah, having any kind of confidence here. We've got some nice hazard lights as we run down towards the down the back. What was that for? I've seen that from a couple of cars here, but we've seen that we're coming in this lap from Nils earlier on, but
yeah,
like 21 hour, 21 minutes to go.
Matt, wrong time to be coming into the pit. I don't really know, and maybe it was like more communication to be like, oh sorry, or yep, could you not, or anything like that. Who knows? This is the joy of communication between drivers. Sometimes can be a bit tricky. So by the way, speaking of, I did say earlier on in the broadcast that Dara McCormack had messaged me saying that he wasn't feeling too confident in that very first stint that he did in the race. He's just set a 2:11.9, which coincidentally was 0.8 faster. As once again, RCI Esports go for moving the double right-hander, an elbow off the Visser. I've seen that more than once thus far in the race, and there's another time of it, and that will be Verstappen potentially losing out of position courtesy of it.
Don't let Ballas, don't give them an opportunity to one-up you on that, that's for sure. We saw you elbow him. Oh, we could do it better than that. Don't give him that opportunity, that's for sure. Ballas Esports move up a position, ever at the opportunist, as we've got there Verstappen in his... Oh, the camera's the wrong way around. That's fine, don't worry about that. Not quite a Jeffrey Rietveld camera, but it's pretty good.
He's just...
Yeah. Just one mistake,
cam,
one little nudge, and ultimately they end up down 2 positions.
Yeah, you're just constantly looking for spy cam. Unfortunately, not going to get it here. If you do
No.
Ever take part in a race, always think about putting your camera in odd positions where
for sure
it feels a bit more kinky for Luke Crane. But I will say, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted by that move. As we can see, P3 for UK pit stop. Oh, right. That'll be in the VCO LFM in one of the lower ones, because obviously we just finished up the Rivals and the Challengers splits, and that is the one that you said looked like a police car. And I agree. I think it does look a bit like a police car.
It does look like a police car, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Ryan Leach Racing. Yeah.
There we go.
Congratulations.
Yes.
Well done.
Big.
Now
big
off to fight crime.
yeah, right. Just it's weird that you're using a British police car on the French coast, but each their own.
I'll catch those speeding cars.
Well, there's plenty in this split because they are going fast. You might want to go and pull over Williams Esports pretty soon, because again, as I was saying, it was 0.8 of a second on the previous lap. It's 0.8 of a second on not on the previous lap, but the lap before. 0.2 on the previous lap. This is the thing about McCormack, is you irritate him a little bit, and boom, he is gone. Let's see what's happened to Armamentario. It's got LFM directly ahead, as well as Unicorns of Love behind. Of course, going a lap down on the Unicorns of Love, bit of an elbows out thing for LFM, as that will be Armamentario sending them straight off. But I think, there you go, instantly lifting off and realising what they did wrong.
Oh, no, nearly let him back through to punt him again there. That was nearly a Mitchy Hoyer situation all over again.
Oh, dear.
I'll be thinking about Mitchy Hoyer having 2 crashes in the same crash all week. One of my favourite things that I'll remember forever. But yeah, that was interesting. Good sportsmanship there, but ultimately, yeah, I could tell by the braking zone. I'm like, yeah, this ain't gonna end well, and it didn't. So
no. Yeah, like I say, we've been on. I think we've both been on both sides of that, where it's like you're going into a braking zone and you know you're going to make contact with that car ahead. Like, you're on the brakes. It's like I cannot press this brake pedal any harder, and like I've messed this one up. And I say I respect the honesty there, and just like letting him come straight back through and just being like, right, let's move on. See, for me, some people, it depends on the scenario. Obviously, we did have this earlier on in the season back in Barcelona. It depends on the scenario and all that kind of bit. Some people will be like, well, yes, but it still should be a penalty because they still made a mistake. But I'm kind of like, I like the fact there's been ownership immediately of that mistake. Yeah. And for me, I'm like, that's not even a warning, because like they've clearly already know they've done wrong. You know, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I like to give drivers the benefit of the doubt, right? I think it's a bit different when there's money involved. But when you have an incident and it's their first ever incident in like a championship, this is how I've dealt with things when I've run leagues myself, right? If it's their first ever incident and they let the driver go through, they just get a warning. Like, you know, it doesn't really matter necessarily how bad it is, as long as they've kind of acknowledged it straight away, they get a warning. If they do it a second time, ultimately it goes to a penalty, right?
Yeah.
But I always try and give one bit of leeway to drivers. And I think it's a bit different with money because it could be used to someone's advantage later in a race where they just tap someone and let them go through, and it means that team drops some positions because their mate's leading or something. Obviously, it's a bit of a grey area, but in something like this, when it ultimately it doesn't really matter now for a lot of these teams. When you do make a mistake, the easiest thing is to just let them go through. You're not going to receive any angry Discord messages. You might even get someone go, do you know what? Thank you for that. You know, it's a bit of a crap move, but thank you for at least giving us the position. And you might make a new friend.
Oh yeah, but you don't.
I bet you've made loads of friends, Lewis, haven't you? With all the punch you do.
Are you saying that I punt quite a few people off?
No, you're not Luca.
No, that's true. But I mean, again, I have made myself a fair few instances. But I said that's how I made friends with Haniowski, because with old Ethan. Yeah, no, because I caused
Patrick Holtzman.
Yeah, yeah, right. Well, no, because I caused an enormous crash with him, Arnott and myself, and then the entirety of this grid coming up towards turn 1 at Le Mans Bugatti. And it was.
Were you the pace car?
No, we were 3.
Oh.
No, actually, I won one of the races that round, including I actually won the first race that round. Rudy Van Buren was in that race, by the way, as well. Just saying. And then I caused an enormous.
Was it over a big crash? Or I'm trying to expect.
No, I used to be the bits. That's not true. They were high up in the championship and they had success ballast. And what?
Oh.
But no, I caused a massive crash. But then me and Ethan were having a chat about it after the race, and that's how we became best friends.
With the
Best
North
friends.
Macedonian.
You don't call them a North Macedonian.
No.
Nope, they get irritated by that. You just call them a Macedonian.
Yeah, that's what I've always said, but now it's officially North Macedonian, right?
The country's always been North Macedonia, but you have to call them Macedonians. It's very.
It's still the best flag in the world.
Yeah, because it's.
I don't think it's a better flag than that. I quite like the Bangladesh flag actually. That's quite cool, but the Macedonian flag is the dog's nuts.
I mean, I quite like a British flag, but that's fine. The Macedonian flag is pretty good because it's just mad. It's just absolutely mad.
Can I point something out here? I've just noticed something that we haven't really mentioned. So Niels Naujoks, who is the most boring sim racer in the world.
Yep.
We all know that, right? And as soon as he starts talking about stuff, it's just like, oh, shut up, Niels. You're old.
That's how I feel. Yeah.
Potential move down here, down the long straight. RCI going to come through. Oh, the ballast. You're going to just have to give up that position. Yeah. So and you think, oh god, you just shut up, Niels. To be fair, he really does know what he's talking about in terms of balance of performance, man.
Because yeah.
In terms of the actual championship here, P1 is a Lamborghini, P2 is a BMW, P3 is a Honda, P4 is a Porsche, P5 is a Ferrari, P6 is a Bentley, an Aston, P7 is a Bentley. The top 7 are all different cars. So I've actually got to give credit to him. Again, he's boring to talk to, don't get me wrong. You're definitely not going to have the most fun at a party if he's your +1. But in terms of balance of performance conversations, oh man, he knows what he's doing. So yeah, credit where credit's due.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, we brought it up when we were talking about the championship. This was obviously like 6 hours ago, so yeah, it's obviously worth bringing back up again, which is how the balance of performances work. Now, you might be sat here, if this is the first time you've watched VCO and LFM FLExTREME, you might be thinking, what are you talking about balance of performance? They're all the same car. We have 2 cup rounds in the season, which has been the Porsche, and then for this, the BMW, where every single driver on the grid is in the same car, and they do a 6-hour race. Then the other 4 rounds of the championship, we've done GT3 racing, where we've had balance of performance. Everyone's taken their own GT3s and such. And the way the balance of performance has worked is at the start of the season, there was basically all the teams, here we go, all the teams were selecting all of their cars. The more teams that selected a certain car, the more weight that it had from the original balance of performance that was put on. So if there was a car where the original balance of performance actually was like, oh, that's actually a really good deal, a lot of teams would jump into it. Like, for example, the Ferrari. People thought that was a really, really good choice. So a lot of teams jumped onto it, thus it had more weight, thus balancing it. Right? It was genius. I think it's a really good system, and it can be proven by looking at the point standings and thinking, yeah, that's 7 different manufacturers inside the top 7. I mean, you can't ask for much more than that when it comes to it being pretty well balanced. And then per round, each team gets to select their own weight for each round. That's why we've seen some crazy results in some races. I think it's been fantastic.
No, I agree. So I'm just sending a tweet out to VCO and FLExTREME.
Is it about Arsenal?
It might be, and it might be posting a happy puffer, but it's a good
nice.
sign. Good
Nice. Well, Mike, I'm sure we'll bring it up on stream ASAP. But no, I think, like I say, I think
quiet. What's happened to Mike, by the way? He's not said anything for ages.
I think it might be the fact that he's deathly ill.
Yeah, he is pretty ill. But normally he just likes to do stuff to annoy us. But fair enough.
He did do a bit of commentary earlier.
Did he?
Yeah, I think it was whilst you were on.
Oh yeah, I loved it. It was like, oh guys, they've changed positions in the league.
Oh yeah, it was Unicorns
three laps ago, Mike.
Poor Mike.
Yeah, he's gone. He's not saying anything. If you don't know who Mike is, guys, he's the person on our ear, is the producer of the show, and someone we work with the VCO ERL and ERWC. And
Esports.
He is a lot of fun.
Of course, the GIF's not going to work, is it?
Well, no, but you get to see a smiley pufferfish. That's the main thing, really.
He does look pretty chill, doesn't he? He looks pretty happy. Who sent you that one, or did you find it yourself?
I found it myself, mate. Mate,
wow,
I know
really
all of them off by heart now. Yeah.
I've started favouriting quite a few on Discord, so that I've got the GIFs ready to go. Bang! Just I don't have to search puffer. Just bang, off it goes.
Who did Hugo Luis send someone a pufferfish?
He sent me a puffer. He sent me the one that I sent you, the slow-mo one.
Just randomly sending out pufferfish to people.
Yeah, we were having a few discussions, and it's like, boom, pufferfish. Love it. I think it's great. We've taken over the sim racing world.
Yeah, man. I wish we could play the September video of the pufferfish. I'm not sure how that would work. That should be the podium ceremony music for the band. Oh God, had my life changed yesterday.
Genuinely, I've sent that to quite a few people already. I think it's fantastic.
It's incredible, isn't it?
So good. And obviously, everyone watching has no idea what we're talking about. So we need to find a way of showing everyone, because I'm assuming it's not just going to be on YouTube, just out.
No, it is. It is on YouTube.
Is it?
But I want to post it on Twitter as just a genuine video.
Well, I mean,
at the end of the season.
I tell you what, to find out, we will get VCO to post it on VCO Esports Twitter. Once the season is done, we will get Florian to post it. So to go over, you've got to go over.
Hold on, Florian, DM me if that's okay. If we're not stepping above our stage.
Oh, I don't care if it's okay. Yeah. Tough. We'll go VCO Esports on Twitter. Go and follow it, and then we'll post it post event. There we go. Done.
Just to celebrate.
There we go. Oh, that was a nice little tease.
That's
I like
amazing.
We're so childish. There's 70 minutes left of this championship, which actually has prize money and prizes up for grabs. And here we are talking about a pufferfish band.
Absolutely, and so we should.
Oh, it's just perfect. It is just perfect. Speaking of prize money, we'll take a little look at what is up for grabs. Yeah, no, he's on it. The top three in the championship fighting over £2,000 apiece. £2,000 for that, rather. €1,000 going to the winner, 600 for second, 400 for third. Obviously, the top 15 per race get their own little fair share of prize money. Most positions gained, etc. The bit that we're really focused on, though, is the big money on there. It's the top three in the championship. That is what we're focused on, with Williams, Esports and BS Competition separated now by even less, because that gap just keeps coming down. Dara McCormack is flying at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. How much does it come down by? We can't quite see exactly what is the gap now. What is the gap? Oh, we're seeing Joris Apple. There we go. So the gap now, we're about to see him cross the old timing beam here. Half the time gained so far. Dara McCormack is 100% going to stay in this car now. I can't see them changing driver.
No, me neither. I mean, you got to remember, you're saying half that gap's gone, but it's also the fact that half that gap's gone in not half of the stint, right? Yeah, obviously, when we were talking about that, it's an hour and 40 minutes left to go in the race when they made their previous pit stops. It's close to an hour and 50 left to go in the race. It's only been 40 minutes since that point, and so he's already closed down more than half that gap. It's an incredible stint coming in from Dara McCormack at the moment. It's just absolutely wrestling this car. To give you a little bit of an update as to where they are when it comes to pit stops also, Arthur Camera will be into the pit lane in roughly 7 laps time. He's currently 48 minutes and 30 seconds into the stint, so we'd expect he'll be in the pit lane in about 15 minutes time, which thankfully will be past the 60 or 65 minutes left to go in the race, as virtual drivers by TX3 are having a bit of a problem right in the middle of the road. That'll be very scary indeed. They managed to get themselves back going, and I think that would have been through turn 1 and 2. So typically, if you have that, it's normally 9 times out of 10 it is generally assisted. As we now head up to Arthur Camera, our race leader, 7 seconds clear, and we'll keep our eye on that gap. Nick Huben and the Unicorns of Love, I think their chances of even remotely going for a race win went when they got that drive-through penalty. We're still not 10% sure what it was for. It was around the pit stop sequence. We kind of think it was probably for speeding in the pit lane, but typically it's a stop and go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. It certainly wasn't that. It was just the drive-through. Drive-throughs can come from track limits, or I believe as well exceeding stint times, which you would kind of go, maybe it was that. It certainly wasn't, because Bastian Richter hadn't been in for too long past his the maximum drive time of 3 hours and 15 minutes. Had definitely not done that, and then the stint time definitely wasn't. It was only 59 minutes and 30 seconds. So it was something to do with either the pit lane entry and speeding, which I don't know, or track limit excursions, which I'm also confused by. But who knows? Either way, they're pretty much out of the race win, and it's basically between Williams and BS Competition and the fight for the championship.
Yeah, it's quite appropriate that the winner of this race is going to be the winner of the championship. That's quite simple.
I like it.
As simple as I can put it. Whoever wins this race now between those two will win the championship. Obviously, things can happen. Drive-throughs can happen for everybody. I guess track limits, was it 3 warnings they get during a whole race? 6-hour race, a long time, so then maybe that comes into it. People are going to have to take it easy if they were on the final warning, for instance. But as it stands, it's 6.4 seconds. There's no penalties now. Williams has served the penalty that it had, a 5-second one. It is down to just driver versus driver. Bokita, we think, will be the last driver, or they're going to, maybe they decide to put Nils in. I think they'll put Nils in the car.
So do I.
Think it would. It's the best chance. We've got someone.
Let's see what happened to Virtual Drivers by TX3, because they were backwards a couple of moments ago at turn
green
1.
versus green, just very different greens.
I'm going to assume it will be through assistance, whether it is to do with Brabham Esports that are on the inside, or the car directly behind, or just them. No, they come across. They did just come across though. Virtual Drivers by TX3, just trying to get back in line.
I'd have to see it from the perspective of the inside car there, because the inside car might have overextended. So
for sure, it's quite hard to tell from that angle. My gut feeling from that was that it felt that he was trying to drop him behind the Brabham car, and the car behind was there. But again, we're not race control. We'll get an instant replay because of course Mike's on it.
He is here. What a guy. As we head down towards turn number 1, then we're going to see exactly how this went down. Brabham car comes through, nice one. There you go. They get completely run off.
No, okay. Back out of that one. I'll agree. Once you see it from that angle, it is very clear. The car behind just drove straight into the Virtual Drivers by TX3 car. Slam dunk.
Slam dunkaroo.
Luke Crane knows what he's talking about.
It's crazy. Honestly, the more I work with you and Arjuna, the more knowledge I gain. But it's not from you two, obviously. I don't know what's happening.
No, I think it's just we drag the IQ down so far that it seems like you know what you're talking about.
So I've always sounded like I've always been like this, but
yeah. But I
seem more intelligent with you guys around.
Exactly.
That makes sense. That's true.
I mean, you were right. I think more than twice last week.
Not even
excluding the quizzes. Excluding the quizzes and stuff. Where I will hold my hands up. You beat me.
Yeah, but you know how I beat you.
I
just guessed 4 answers in a row. Literally guessed. And
I will say the.
Unbelievable.
You did outplay me in the commentary booth, definitely, by the commentary that you did of the Tao show, which I still maintain was absolutely hilarious. If you've not seen it, it is on Twitter somewhere, and it is.
If I don't win a semi award for the best commentary this year, I'm going to be so annoyed.
You need to when the Simi Awards all get announced and stuff, and the panel comes out, you need to send that clip to every single person on the panel.
That clip should be played as they announce me or something. That's if I get voted. That's if I get voted.
That is true. That is true. That is true.
But if I do get a nomination for that, that's what should be played as best commentary for me. I'll take it.
I only want to win it for a third time just to annoy you and Arjuna, to be honest.
I don't think it counts the first 3 years. So.
Oh, I see. Is that...
Yeah, it used to be 2, now it's 3. I tell you what, that's. I think Malinowski just made some move there. Around.
Yeah, no.
Was that a back marker?
No. I think it was the
number 85,
racing. It was the 85. It's the Racing Point car.
Yeah, that's. They've just dropped back. They got a penalty to deal with. He was off the track though. I think he hit the markers when he came back on. So, yeah, Malinowski's on the charge, and he's that kind of driver that really can produce magic When he's in full flow, the guy can produce magic. It really is as simple as that. Magic Malinowski. Oh, what a name.
Yeah, I don't want to get involved or get in his path if he is going to perform such magic. Speaking of magic being performed, once again, 0.7 of a second, the gap for the race leaders come down. Dara McCormack now to 5 seconds. What was it? When it was 15, wasn't it?
15 seconds. He's gained 10 seconds in about 38 minutes.
Goodness me. And that it's times like that where I say that's why I think Williams Esports are faster. It's not just Dara, because let's be honest, again, I think this is a mega stint from Dara McCormack, but like Igor Rodriguez and Tico Vandervelde aren't exactly miles off that kind of pace. It's just BS Competition have played their cards right. Will they play their cards right for the next 62 minutes and to take home the championship? That's the bigger question.
Yeah, I don't care who goes in the car for Williams right now. They're going to be so G'd up by what Dara's just done, and they're going to be not wanting to let him down that they might just find an extra 10%. Anyway, they are charging down BS Competition. BS have done an exceptional job to be in P1. I cannot wait for it. I think it's going to happen. I genuinely believe we're going to see an overtake that might win Williams' championship, I think. Or at least a battle between the two teams. It's going to get very dicey. It's going to get very, very fruity. I had this in my second season with DTM Trophy, where the final race of the season, it was Will Tregurtha versus Ben Green. And I had Ben Green overtake Will in the race. They were battling side by side for the whole race to win the championship. I think we're going to see something similar today.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things, like looking at it, especially knowing with where the pit stops will occur, which should be BS Competition first, and then 3 or 4 laps later will be Williams Esports, depending on if they change their strategy slightly late here. If that happens, by the way, again, Santa hat for Nick Huben on the rear of his chair. Still don't understand why. It is March. That's fine. But if Williams Esports are going to win this championship, they are going to have to make the move on track. That is all the likelihood right now. They're not going to deal with it by undercutting, overcutting, or doing anything in the pit stops. It doesn't seem to be the case of what's going to happen. If they're going to make that move, it will be on track. It will be an actual overtake. Now, we've seen some instance this, not only in this race, obviously we've seen a couple in this race between Williams Esports and BS Competition, but anyone recall back to Barcelona, we saw a couple of bits of fisticuffs between the two. We've seen a couple of bits of drama between the Williams Esports and BS Competition side, and I get the feeling that if there is going to be a move, I want it to be clean. I desperately want it to be clean. I do have fears that it might not be.
Nah, they've been racing for 6 hours. They got plenty.
Racing for 6 hours in Barcelona.
This is for everything for me. I think it's just different.
Yeah.
Neither of them want that social media clip of them being at fault for taking someone out to win something, right? So my fingers are crossed. I have some belief in these drivers. I really do. You see that Dara just flashing the lights there, just to say, please get out of the way in the nicest possible way, and then thank you, I appreciate it. But we'll have slowed him down a little bit. 59 minutes left on the clock, so we expect Arta Camera to bring that car into the pits within the next 2 laps, I think. And then Dara McCormack, what are we thinking? 40 minutes left, he brings it in?
Potentially. So the last couple of stints for Williams Esports have been 59 minutes long.
No, he's undercutting. Wow, okay.
Ooh.
Yeah, so they've got the fresh tyres for the full hour.
Yeah, so I wondered, I was kind of thinking about this, but I didn't want to say it in case I sounded like an idiot. I wondered if this was the stint they were running on lower fuel. If they were running on lower fuel for this stint to try and... Because it would explain the pace so much, because it wasn't a little bit, it was a lot. Like I say, if you're running with what would effectively be 15% less fuel load, you are going on the attack. And I kind of think that might have been the case for McCormack, which tells me they will probably leave Dara McCormack in the car so that he can do that full stint on the fresh tyres. Oh, this is going to get spicy.
Yeah, we kind of need to see Dara on camera here, don't we? Just to see whether he gets up from the rig or not whilst he's in the pits. But I think that forces BS to come in now, right? They have to.
Surely, has to.
There we go. He's staying in. Yeah, Dara McCormack is absolutely staying in till the end here. You can see him coming out the pits now. There we go. They're just in shot. Is that them to the left? It could be any car with a white front, to be honest, couldn't it?
It's not them there. That'll be the Kramer Racing Esports, I believe, coming out of the pit lane there. There we go.
So the last thing you want to see now next to his name is a DT. And they are good. Here we go then. It is all about Williams versus BS Competition. BS Competition, where are they on track now? They're going to be coming into the pits. I think they have to bring it in now, right?
I agree. I think they can't. I mean, to be fair, that they would only be going 3 laps longer anyway. So yes, I would come in now just to to try and cover off
Track
Williams to
position,
some degree or whatever.
Guaranteed
Exactly.
track position.
Exactly.
Oh,
I mean,
oh, wow.
Oh, but he's made a mistake.
It's a mistake. This is
He's
where the
pushing
nerves
too
are now
hard.
coming in. They're letting a car with better tyre. Look, you don't want to be side by side with another car. And now they're going to let them go through. That's a loss of time. McCormack will not know about this. McCormack's just all about putting in the fastest sectors he possibly can, to be honest. You know, tyre pressure's getting up into the decent range. But the BS competition car, with a couple of corners to go, will be bringing... they have to bring it in now. But this has been a very scrappy in-lap. A very scrappy in-lap indeed. They've lost a load of time. Is it... missed apex again. Oh, it's sliding around. Definitely bringing the car in. Yeah, there we go. No choice other than that. I think Niels is getting in the car, right?
It's got to be. I mean, which to be fair, I am all for. The two faster drivers in each of the cars, Niels Nyox versus Dara McCormack, in a toe-to-toe fight in the season finale for a title and a race win. That is the perfect nail-biter that we want to end this championship here in the VCO LFM FLExTREME. This race has been pretty entertaining, I've got to say. We were kind of critical of how it was in Watkins Glen. Still maintain 9 hours is a little bit too long for some of these races, but we've had an interesting season, up and down. Yeah, had some ups, some downs, certainly going both ways. But this race has been very interesting, not just because of the championship, because of the fights we've had at the front. And I just get the feeling that we are in for a very exciting final hour. Final sector to be ticked off for Dara McCormack, and of course BS Competition are expected to get moving again. I completely agree with you. I think, as you can see by the fact that they're driving away, it will be Niels Nyox behind the wheel. Nyox versus McCormack, 1 hour left to go and a title to decide.
Yeah, I think BS Competition are just about going to hold on to the lead. Again, it was a very scrappy in-lap. They will, again, have the momentum. Yeah, then it should be pretty comprehensive, to be honest.
Should be.
Yeah, there you go. So it's closer. It was 4.9 seconds as they came into the pits, and, well, Niels is now stuck behind a Brabham car, which is also a lap down. So right now, this is not really what BS Competition would have wanted. So this is going to go down to the wire. We are going to see the battle. It's Williams versus BS Competition with 55 minutes to go. Winner takes all for the FLExTREME Season 1.
Yeah, he's annoyed a little bit. You saw the little, scrunching of the lips, the grimace, the irritation, the shake of the head. Not only for the time loss, but the fact that they got the Brabham Esports car directly ahead, heading around this awkward right-hander again.
That Williams will be faster now, by the way.
I was going to say, tyres up to temperature already on the Williams Esports car. Out onto the Mistral straight, less than a second between these two, whilst they're running third and fourth in the race. The Get Closer Racing car and Westside Competition Racing are running 1 and 2, not separated by very much at all. We've got to keep focused on this because it is the championship. And the race.
McCormack, I think, just had a shot of Zambuca, which is always good. That'll get him going. On the back straight. He has a shot of something.
He's not much of a drinker.
No, that's true. It's only a joke, Lewis. Christ.
Yeah, but he's a good boy.
Down to the back straight then, in towards the sweeping right-hander. He's got Niels right in front of him, exactly where he wants him. He needs to be careful here, though. Does not want to push too hard and burn those tyres out early. Still got to look after them. Still make sure they're strong for a whole stint. Niels now running alongside the Brabham car. Gets pinched onto the apex. You can see there's not real much movement in Niels Nyox's face. He's been in this situation time and time again, maybe hundreds of times, and the Williams car actually gets let through a little bit quickly. There is less than a second between the front two. We are going to get the showdown we want, and it's really between the two cars that have been the most consistent all season long. BS Competition still lead, but Williams are very hot on their tails.
Oh, what a fantastic way to end this championship. Everything we've wanted building up to this. Williams Esports versus BS Competition. Two teams.
For Christ's sake, don't shout over each other. Just don't.
No, okay? We can't shout. There's no shouting on this broadcast. We actually have to have a very calm PG broadcast, no swearing either. Right. Sorry.
I've ruined that, I think, about 4 times today, to be fair.
As they'll head through the first corner, and Niels Nyox will continue to lead the race.
Oh, it's a really nice use there of the curb as we see some suspension rolling through turn 3, now down towards the very hard braking zone of turn 4. As you notice, a lovely cluster of trees in the background as we see the stadium there with the green flags being flown. Oh, just a glorious place here in Paul Ricard.
Do you think anyone sat there watching, thinking, "What are these two talking about?"
I have no. I think that's quite the common thought process every time we commentate, mate.
Oh dear. Yeah. No. Of course, we're not actually going to comment on that for the next 53 minutes because that would be idiocy. Anyway, moving on. Love the picture here, by the way.
This is great.
Again,
Keep it like this forever.
Mike Yao doing all the broadcast work, throwing it in. Obviously,
I think he's lost his voice.
Oh no, same, absolutely. Because he's
Definitely lost his voice.
Ages, or he's broken his mic. Left hand side of the broadcast feed, right hand side on board with Dara McCormack, and below that you can see into the eyes of both of them as they fight for the race win and the championship. McCormack and Niox. Now, as much as I would say the team Williams, esports car is faster than BS competition, I don't know which driver here is the fastest. I'd still lean towards McCormack, but it's that racecraft, it's that knowledge that Niox has got. And
is there the potential for the passing of a torch here as well?
Almost.
The old guy, but the young calf coming through. Although there's a little bit of oversteer there for Dara McCormack. Like this is a staple of sim racing from the late 90s. Nils Niox versus someone who wasn't born in the late 90s, Dara McCormack.
Oh, don't remind me.
As much as we make fun out of Nils for being old and stuff, to be fair, he's not much older than me, so I probably should keep my mouth shut on this one. But yeah, he has been around a long time, but it's a positive because he's been consistently at the top of sim racing for that period of time because of his ability. Like longevity is something that is very rare in sim racing. There's maybe 5 or 6 drivers that you would have seen in 10 years ago in this space still knocking around. Dara McCormack, someone who's just burst onto the scene. So this really is so many different storylines here. The 2 best teams of this championship, potentially the 2 best drivers going at it as well. There's just so much to love about this.
And what was interesting was genuinely 2 rounds ago, before we went to Watkins Glen, it was looking like BS competition were just gonna do it. They were it almost seemed like yeah, so what? And then one qualifying lap changed everything.
Yeah.
As Philippa Bakida just brushed over the track limits, not trying to put any blame on her, but they didn't really respond very well. They got involved in too much. They didn't rise their way back up the order like they did at Monza, and they were really on the back foot. And here today, they've done everything they can. They are doing everything they can, but will it be enough? Because Williams Esports, who by the way have set on the previous lap a joint fastest lap at 2:11.180. Wow. It's the second time today we've seen that, so that's interesting. But Dara McCormack, if you want to know how much he's pushing, that shows it.
Yes. How much are you pushing, Dara? Yes.
Just
That's pretty much the only answer we can give here. It's very one thing we have seen today. It's very difficult to make an overtake. It'd be difficult for these cars to get laps on vehicles, let alone overtake someone with genuine pace. But Dara McCormack is clearly the faster of the 2, but that will be also with the help of the slipstream. They've got a back marker to contend with, so really it's all about being patient. We've got plenty of time, 50 minutes to go. All you need is one mistake if you're Dara McCormack, but you can ill afford to make that mistake yourself. Just got to keep piling that pressure on and hope that Nils cracks at some point, but Nils doesn't tend to crack at all. It's a very interesting battle.
I mean, like I say, as much as Dara McCormack set the fastest lap of the race, joint fastest lap of the race with Bastian Richter, Nils Niox did set the fastest lap in his car. It was a personal best lap for the BS competition team on the previous lap, which is mad fast. 2:11.2. These 2 are leaving nothing on the table. This lap time was a 2:11.5 and a 2:11.4 for Niox and then McCormack respectively. But like you say, I think Slipstream's probably assisting a little bit more towards skewing the lap time, so it's more so in Williams Esports' favour, of course, as you would expect. It's what's making Williams Esports look fast. I think if Dara McCormack is able to get through, the race is not done. I get the feeling Niox will be able to fight this one back, and this will last, unless incident, for the next 49 minutes and whatever's left of the race, which I am all for, thank you very much. I cannot wait.
Oh, I'm loving this camera shot. This is perfect. This is getting every angle we need to see. You're able to see who's braking later, who's able to take more speed through the corners as well. It looks like Nils is a little bit slower on entry, but a little bit faster on exit, which is perfect. That's what you want here. Dara maybe pushing it a touch onto entry. But as we head down that long back straight, you'll see on the right-hand side of your screens the car getting a little bit bigger, and a little bit bigger. Not quite going to be close enough to make a move, but again, you're going to start to maybe make Nils drive with the rear view mirror. He's an experienced driver. It's not something that you would expect from someone like him, but at this stage of a championship, for the championship, pressure does strange things.
Hold your breath. Let's see if there's going to be any moves soon. Not down into the double right hand. This is where these two cars have made contact before in this race. Tinko van der Velde behind the wheel, Arthur Camera behind the wheel of the VS competition car. Tinko van der Velde getting very aggressively down the inside. Contact was made. They got away with it after an appeal. It was originally a 5-second time penalty, which was rescinded from race control. Williams is able to get a 5-second time penalty when Igor Rodriguez was behind the wheel and made contact with Philip Makeda. So these two cars have made contact, but not with these two drivers, with their other counterparts. Will they make contact on this occasion?
Which team manager would you want to be, BS Competition or Williams?
Williams, right now.
Oh, I see. I'm glad that you said that, because I think BS. I think having track position is vital.
It is, but there is just... There is
such an interesting dynamic, man, though, isn't it?
Exactly. I don't know. I mean, I think one thing that we can say is that regardless as to who wins the championship, whether it is BS or Williams, they have pushed each other to the very, very limit. They have put on a show for every single one of us, commentary booth, you at home, back in the broadcast, and for the championship. They've put on a great show for all of us, and they are leaving nothing on the table. That is the important bit here, is regardless who wins, they have certainly earned it.
Oh, 100%. And I would like to think that there's going to be a virtual handshake between both teams, because they've battled throughout the whole season. They have been on narrative. A couple of other teams have tried to get involved, but in terms of consistency, these teams have been right up there, regardless of where they've qualified. They've always performed well in the race. They've never really gone backwards in a race, and that is the sign of champions.
Yeah, a bit of a laugh there from Niels Nyox. He's hopefully it's not a nervous laugh. I'm not sure it would be. Like I say, he's keeping his eyes focused. There's not too much he can do as they run down the 1.8 kilometre Mistral straight. A couple of little looks there from Dara McCormack, but he certainly is not close enough to try anything. Tap of the brakes, roll it through. Let's see. Next up's the double right-hander, where there is at least some form of opportunity. But again, like you're saying, it is hard to pass around here. This car doesn't give too much slipstream, and McCormack just isn't really close enough to try anything. Whether that's him holding something back, I doubt, but there could be potentially some of that of like thinking, right, how do I go on the attack in 10 minutes time? How do I kind of lull Nyox into a false sense of security and then pounce?
Dara McCormack's got his force feedback so low. He's managing every single movement with his hands. You can see the jagged movement there. When you look at Niels, it's such a much more reserved style. It's just one movement in, one movement out, whereas Dara's feeling it through the corner there. So he will be using the tyres a little bit more than Niels, I think, at this stage. That's kind of the way the driving is. Niels seems to have his force feedback set a little bit higher. It's just not as much frantic movement, but two completely different driving styles, both getting exactly the same result. That is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of like respect it that they, like I say, you set your own settings. I've said it before with some drivers. Some drivers love an insanely high force to the point of even when you show it to like some real racing drivers, they go, "What?
Yeah.
Are you serious?"
Quite surprising how loose the steering is in a real race car.
Yeah. Like I said,
it's so difficult to turn a car. It really isn't when you're going at speed.
But all these, the way you kind of measure how much power is in a direct drive, obviously it's in Newton meters, and how it kind of works. It's not directly to like how weighty is the steering wheel, but as a rough thing. And if you speak to some sim racers, you go, what wheels, what Newton meters do you run? And they go, oh, like 20. And then you go and speak to like someone like Jensen Button and be like, how many Newton meters do you run? And they go 8. And you go, what?
I run 4.
Yeah, like it's more than enough. 8, 4, like it seriously is more than enough. Running 20, the way that all I think is, I'm just like, you're asking your thumbs to be broken here. I promise you, a direct drive running at 20, 25 Newton meters, if you get involved in crash, especially if it hits you right on that front wheel, it can absolutely break your thumb.
Yeah, I can't imagine anyone's using 20. That's ridiculous. Like
some people do. It's ridiculous.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay,
insane.
That's scary. That's heavy. I tell you what, Dara McCormack is as close as he has been to the back of Niels Nyox, and he just has a little look here. Will run out of grip. And what he's trying to do is trying to send the BS competition car offline but then also then having to brake for the black marked car in front, which I think is West Side Competition, right? It's the number 1 car. Who's the leader?
It's the leader. Yeah, it's not actually for. It's technically for track position.
Yeah,
but I
think position.
I think West Side will be in pit lane this time. I hope so.
No, they're staying out. They want to get involved.
Oh no!
Oh no! This is the last thing you want, right? Like they want to be. They want to be a part of this. I'm not sure that's the best decision ever, but this is going to get fruity here. So this is effectively for the battle. This is for the race lead, but we believe West Side Competition. Well, they definitely have to come and pit again.
Yeah, they definitely do. They are. I'll tell you very briefly as to how long they are into the stint, as to when they'll be coming into the pit lane. They will be coming into the pit lane this lap or next lap. I was kind of going to say maybe they'll treat it like being a back marker, right?
Yeah, I really appreciate that.
We're doing our own race. You two are battling for the championship of the race win. Off you go, lads. We're not in the same fight. I respect that a lot from West Side Competition.
Yeah, it would appear that Dara McCormack and Niels are both representing the West Side with that level of respect. They must be flying the same colour bandana out the side of their cars. Anyway, round the left-hander before we got this big start-finish straight. And I tell you what, I think this might be the first opportunity here for Dara McCormack. So we've got the bonnet cam on the big screen, and then we've got the TV cam on the right-hand side. It's brilliant stuff. Again, shout out to Mike. We do give him a lot of stick, but he's bloody good at his job. Running all the way down. This is where the chicane is for the Formula 1 circuit. Now we continue, and actually, Niels has been able to drive away. What's happened here? So not the slipstream, but McCormack's been able to catch up previously, but this time round, just hasn't.
I actually think that his exit wasn't that great.
Yeah, it must have been terrible. Did he miss shift or something? Because
potentially.
Yeah, he closed up from a massive gap previous 2 laps to potentially make a move, and then decided against it. And that time round was a lot closer. And I guess maybe being a little bit closer on the coming towards that straight. There is a little bit of jet washed air from the car in front. It's not a lot of downforce on these cars, but it would have maybe affected them enough. But I guess the more laps you do now, you're gonna have to learn from that, because they both run wide here, and it's just a bit of a stalemate now, isn't it? It's like a game of chess.
Yeah, like I say, I think with their with McCormack's run onto the backstretch, I think whilst he was close to the BS competition, wasn't actually on throttle as early as he had been, was on a slightly more awkward line, and that was just, like I say, it just meant the speed onto the backstretch. But what we're talking about here is the tiniest of margins. This is how close these two are running. It's the subtlest of subtle differences between these two, which will decide whether Dara McCormack's going to get a move. And Niels Nyx knows exactly what he's doing here. He knows how to defend from someone. He knows that weird enough, the fastest way around a racetrack is the racing line. And so what you won't see is you won't see him, for example, with this distance between the two, you won't see Niels Nyx taking the defensive line anywhere, because that is much slower. Right, and all you're defending clean air there. There is no point. He knows exactly when he needs to defend, and even then, as much as this feels like it is, it's not.
Dara making a bit of a mistake there. Ran a little bit wide through 5. Now we come through 6 up towards 7. We just lost it. He's just again bogged down as we come up to this part of the circuit. He's just in a bit. I think he's in too high a gear through there. He's trying to get as much traction as possible, but I'm not going to tell Dara McCormack how to drive. I'm sorry. I'm actually. He's probably in the right gear, guys. Let's just shut up. But he's a little bit closer to Niels. I think if this was the last lap of the race, he would be in a lower gear there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. It's like I say, it's kind of, to be fair, I've always, I think for a lot of drivers, even when they're higher up, still sometimes even advice is advice, regardless of who it comes from. I actually had this with in GB4 with one of the drivers who actually ended up winning the championship, which is Nick Taylor. And I always said the reason why I respected him so much was because regardless of who you were, whether you had no racing experience or whatever, if you kind of had like an idea about something, whether it was something to do with racing or your mentality or whatever, if you told him, he would listen. And I was like, I respect that, because it's like, you're not just going, yeah, but you're not a paid professional in the industry, or you're not better than me, so I'm not going to take any advice from you. Advice is advice, and so if he's in the wrong gear, he's in the wrong gear. You know, you can be the best driver in the world and still be in the wrong gear. I kind of agree. I think he might be running it a little bit too high through there. You know, but far be it from me to tell Dara McCormack what to do. You know, that's like, well,
yeah, I'm not. I'll let his dad, Eamon Murphy, tell him.
Yeah, too right. Just can't believe they're related.
Round the final corner we go then, and again it's a stalemate as we head onto lap 144. Yeah, 143 laps done, 144 lap into the books, 38 minutes 25 seconds to go. McCormack is pretty close this time round, probably as close as he has been going in towards turn number 1. If he can get a nice flawless sector number 1 here, he might be in a position to put pressure along that back straight. So if you come through turn 2, now down towards turn number 3, then got turns 4 and then 5 where he made a mistake last time round. So here's number 4. So he ran a little bit deep this time round and then really made a mess of this left-hander here, but it doesn't this time. As we come down towards turn number 6, opens up the right-hander a little bit more than that BS competition car in front. And I tell you what, this is as close as he's been so far, Lewis. I think there might be, just might be an opportunity here.
Yeah, there might. Like I say, it is getting closer and closer, but again, coming out of that backstretch, as much it doesn't feel like that's too much of a margin, I just am not sure. It does feel like he's closing in quite a bit. Has nailed the exit there, and it's whether he'll have an attempt into seam or whether it will have to wait until the double apex right-hander afterwards, at which point I've not seen Dara McCormack get close enough to try anything into there. It's going to be very close. I'm not feeling it. Obviously the corner's coming up pretty soon. It is getting quite close, but it's nowhere near close enough to give anything a go.
Certainly isn't. As we come then through the right-hander, again you've got the double apex right-hander, as you quite rightly mentioned, that not close enough to really send one through here. Dara McCormack has been faster through the final sector, so seems to have found something that Niels maybe is lacking ever so slightly, but the first sector really does belong to Niels. It is genuinely an intriguing battle to watch. We've yet to see them side by side. This is going to go down to the wire.
Thrilling stuff. Like I say, 37 minutes left to go in the race. There is almost nothing in what has been a long championship. Like I said, we've dealt with 4 9-hour races totaling 36 hours, an extra 6 hours that we've gone racing, of course, to move it up to 42, and then this to take it to 48, meaning that we've had 2 entire days of racing on circuit, and we've had our fair share of action for it. To be fair, we've had quite a lot purely in this race alone. I think the previous Cup race that we had, which was in the Porsche GT3 or GT Cup car, I thought that was absolutely superb, apart from some of the drama that we had late on.
I think the best races have come from the the Spec Series, to be honest.
Yeah. I say,
the BMW's been great, because we've got 7 different cars that are the top 7 in the championship, but in terms of the actual races, I think the Cup car and this car have been the best ones.
Yeah, I mean, I like to say, I mean, VCO have always been a bit like more out there when it comes to some of the ideas and stuff they run in championships. So I'm curious to see what's going to be the next sort of like couple of ideas that will be thrown into it, using this as sort of like the test bed, effectively, as to whether we're going to do a full championship where it's just GT3s, whether we're going to keep trying to do the Cup stuff, or there's going to be Cup stuff in its own championship where, you know, not BOP, but like you have a certain amount of ballast that you can use certain bits of in, you know, whatever race, those kind of things. These are the kind of things that we love with VCOs, that like all these ideas just kind of get thrown out there and we actually just try them. Confirmation of another 5-second time pit is going to be dished out to the 240 of Arnage competition, as I'll let you take this one because Dara's close.
I tell you what, yeah, he wants to go to the inside, now he's got to go all the way around the outside. We've seen there's no grip there at all throughout this race, but for the first time we see the 2 title protagonists go side by side. Can Dara McCormack keep that overlap around the outside? Can he get it nice and tucked in? He can not stay side by side with Niels Nayox, but first blood then of this stint goes to BS competition, but Williams now starting to push.
I say it was well covered off from Niels Nayox. Read it, dragged it all the way over to the right hand side, covered off the inside line, the inside attempt that would have almost certainly been an overtake for Williams Esports and up towards the race lead. At this point in the race, neither of these teams, especially BS competition as they're leading, neither of these teams can make even the most remote of mistakes. If they make a mistake, they will almost certainly not be involved in the fight for the victory. And they can make, sure, a little tiny one, breathing away from an apex a little bit at the right place or whatever, but realistically, mistakes will cost them here, big time.
Because they can't afford any mistake, mate. That's what literally happened on that previous lap. It was turn 5, Niels ran maybe half a car's width wide into turn 6, where it's a pretty harsh braking zone, and that's what gave Dara the opportunity to then catch up down the long straight. I'll tell you the exact corner. So we come through turn 2, We're heading down towards
Here we
the
go.
turn. I'll tell you what, he's going to go for it. He has to go for it here. He's got the
Yeah.
inside line, and well, this is an absolute freebie here. So Nils has made the mistake, and as we come then through the right-hander, Nils is going to keep his nose in there for sure. Has to keep his nose in there, and it's still side by side. But now Dara's got the inside line, and well, Williams now lead this race. But I tell you what, Nils is going to try and come back at him. Is there still the overlap there? There is still the overlap there. There is almost a whisper of contact. It's not quite going to happen. And I tell you what, they both fought that very, very strongly indeed, but it is absolutely not over yet.
No, I still think that down into C, Niels Niox will be doing an attempt. I think that BS might try it. I'm not saying they're right. They might try and report Williams there for like squeezing them off or whatever going into 3. I don't think that's the case. I think they were just racing hard. But I'm absolutely sure we'll see some form of attempt on that one. But here we go. Niels Niox once again. He's closed up to the back of Dara McCormack, who'll take the same defensive line that Niox took on the previous lap, up towards C. Niox to the outside, BS Competition trying to return their way up to the race lead. Williams Esports a little bit too deep though, and it could be the opportunity coming down to the double right-hander. It's a costly mistake from Dara McCormack, as once again, Niels Niox sweeps down the inside. Is the up and under going to work for Williams Esports on this occasion? Yes, it is. They're going to switch back once more. Is there going to be another one coming? It's a fantastic fight between the top two. It's a battle not only for the race, but for the championship as well, and Williams Esports hit the front properly.
Yeah, Nils throws his hand up in the air in frustration, but it was an understeer moment. It looked like there could have been potential contact, and he was driving out the way, but it wasn't. He just ran out of grip, unfortunately. So now he's got to do all of the hard work of making an overtake on McCormack, who does run wide here. So Nils Niox is not going to let him drive away. But ultimately, I think if BS Competition want to win this whole championship, they have to go out there and overtake this lap. It's either this lap or the next lap. They cannot afford to let McCormack drive away. But it all comes from one small mistake through turns 1 and turn 2. And Dara McCormack took full advantage.
Oh wow! Yeah, that was an intense lap as we completely 146th one. Slap that one into the memory books because we enjoy a bit of that. Superb racing all the way around. But is Dara McCormack about to try and check out from Niels Niox? Certainly had the pace earlier on to do so, but has he worn the tyres out a bit too much in his attempts, or has he still got plenty of grip behind that Williams Esports machine? He was saying earlier on the day that he wasn't feeling the highest of confidence was Dara, but this is Dara McCormack after all. You know what he's like when as soon as he gets in behind the wheel of the car and actually gets that confidence, he is almost unmatchable. Bit of lap traffic though could come into the favour of BS Competition as they head their way back out onto the Mistral Straight.
Well, no, I think it helps out Williams now initially with the slipstream down this back straight. I don't think that the BS is going to be able to catch up here, and I just think that Dara is so much faster through sector number 1. You saw the pace he could carry through turn 2, and BS Competition or Niels Niox didn't really see a smile on his face. I think he might be a little bit reserved to think this might be over. I think that Dara McCormack has got so much more pace now. He probably will just pull away. Is there one last trick up Niels Niox's sleeves? I'd love to see them battle this out side by side for the next 30 minutes. Nils is definitely not letting him go. He's not making it easy. I think McCormack might just have a bit too much pace at this stage.
Yeah, I mean, part of me is like, this isn't done, because it's not done. I mean, certainly not any even whiff of a mistake from Williams Esports now and again. The door's open, and I would be surprised if over the next half an hour that gap grows to anything more than 2 or 3 seconds. But realistically, I'd have to say, if you were to ask me now, I think the faster driver is ahead at the moment, which will be a big concern. And whilst you were saying about the slipstream aid that back marker will have towards Dara McCormack, obviously is there, unless they jump out of the way here on the start-finish straight, could cause a couple of problems in that sector where we know Dara McCormack is super fast, and that would delay his run and potentially open up an opportunity. You know Niox is going to throw everything at this for the next 40 minutes, or 30 minutes rather.
Well, yeah, this is now the negative, right? This is the negative of having a back marker in front. He's going to be furious right now. You're going to start to see Dara be a little bit more animated. So this is actually an opportunity now for Niels Niox. He knows about it. I think he almost gave up a lap ago, to be honest. And now you can see the focus is back on his face. So here is where he's got to strike while the iron's hot. Try and stay as close behind Dara McCormack as possible and hope he catches him just before they get onto that back straight. If he does, then it's an opportunity here for BS Competition to retake the lead.
Oh, it's so tough. Like you say, I mean, obviously Niox is just sat there at the moment. I think McCormack might be getting a little bit frustrated. But once again, as we head back out into the Mistral Straight, it turns from more of a hindrance to an assistance, at least for that first little bit, with the back marker just helping out Williams Esports just a touch. We ride on board with Niels Nyox, who again gets those final little bits of slipstream from the TF Racing car. Over to the right-hand side they're going to go, and I get the feeling that Nyox is not going to be close enough by the time we get up towards Scene, even though he is closing, and that closing rate will become more and more as they get down towards the corner. Is there the need to cover it off? I'm going to say no.
No, absolutely not here, but you've just got to make sure that you don't carry too much speed through there. And it's a mistake from McCormack again, runs a little bit too far wide. Niels fakes to go up the inside through again this double apex right-hander. This is where they've had nearly contact between each other, but it's actually PS Competition running out of grip and once again not being able to get away. Darren McCormack does lead this race with Niels Nyox, maybe with a new lease of life, still chasing him down. There's a little bit of clear air to work with for McCormack, but ultimately it looks like he's making a few mistakes here, so this still could get fruity.
Yeah, I mean, maybe this is where like the experience, because obviously when we saw Nyox ahead, his experience and his temperament, it's so calm. Obviously Darren McCormack's a lot younger, maybe he doesn't have quite the same level of calmness. Has hit the front and has started making a couple of mistakes where he was driving perfectly moments ago. Obviously the heart rate's increased, the blood pressure's through the roof, the focus is off the scale, and between McCormack and Nyox, it is winner takes all between these two, and that is exactly how we've wanted to play it. It's what we've told you so many times in this race. It's what's keeping us right on the edge of our seats. Bit more curb being taken there from Nyox, and the exit seemed like a slightly better line through 1 and 2, but still you can see I guess I think that Nyox is getting a little frustrated there just with the hand gesture.
Well, no, I think he's just scratching his nose, mate. So,
was it?
Yeah, no, just scratching his nose. He's good. I'll tell you what, the minimal mistakes we're seeing here, where they're just running, like that's a mistake there from McCormack, runs a little bit wide. This gives a big opportunity then for Niels Nyox, and again, just getting a bit too much curb there. This is a huge opportunity for Niels, although he might be a little bit too close as we then head onto that back straight. But yeah, this is just the smallest mistakes being made by these pro drivers is absolutely fascinating. And this is not the position you really want to be in if you're Niels Nyox. You do not want the outside line. You've got to try and almost side draft your way down into a sort of leading position. He didn't get enough toe to have enough overspeed to get ahead. That's what you can see it in his face there. He's smiling like, look, if I was behind him for maybe 100 more meters, there's a chance here of making a move for the lead. He's going to still try and go for it, but Williams in the greatest seat here possible, having that inside line. We've seen time and time again that the outside line just has minimal grip through there. Darren McCormack brings the car back in touch. But yeah, I thought that Darren McCormack was just going to run away with this once he got some clear air. That is not the case here. This fight is still on.
Yeah, like I say, couple too many mistakes from McCormack at the moment. I was actually more surprised that McCormack left the inside as open as he did going out there, but because I thought surely Nyox was going to just lob it straight back down the inside, but yeah, he didn't. He was more than happy just to go to the outside and give it an attempt that way. 25 minutes left to go, so only a handful of laps. Remembering it's around 2 minutes a lap, so you're only talking of around about 12 to 13 laps around this racetrack left to go in this championship. Those final few moments, I'm really glad that we've been left. No, he's getting frustrated. See, it's not. It's definitely scratching this. I genuinely, I don't know. I just sort of saw it out of the corner of my eye. I was like, yeah, he's definitely.
I agree.
Just a scratch the nose.
Yeah, I read it as that as well, but yeah, no, scratching the nose, and that's nerves, you know. Whenever you get nervous, you start to feel scratches, like itches on your nose, itches on your legs and stuff.
Back of your head.
And you're not really itching, you're just nervous. Like that's the way. I used to play darts, as I've told you a few times, Lewis, at a really good level. And I used to, when I first started playing darts on a stage, my legs used to feel like they were shaking, but they're not. But they used to. I used to get such bad nerves they would feel like they're made of jelly. You stood on jelly legs. It was horrendous. But they're not moving at all. They are not. No one else can see it. But for you, it feels like your legs are like jelly. So yeah, it's you get phantom itches, and you're just doing things. Your brain's just trying to basically hide the nerves. So it makes your body do weird things to keep it occupied, if that makes sense.
I used to have that with racing.
Yeah. That's why you don't do team events, right? You just get like really nervous about that.
Nervous, yeah. No, I hate teaming up with people because it's just like that. I like it being my own car, and but even still, when it always used to be the case. Now it's all like I don't really care, whatever. But it used to be the first braking zone of a race, and it's like my left leg was just made of jelly. It was like this is not going to work. And that's where you have those people, lap one, where they completely miss their braking zone, and they take a load of people out. It's not because they're trying to go for moves most of the time. It's more because they just got very nervous on that run towards the first corner. It certainly happens. It used to happen in commentary booths as well, but alas, certainly not anymore. As we'll see once again, Niox literally peppering the rear end of the Williams Esports car of Darren McCormack. He could not get much closer.
No, he nearly ran out. It was so close for him to run out onto the blue sandpaper, as I call it. That's what it's basically.
Bland paper.
Yeah, something like that. And nearly, it would have cost him the chance of winning this race 100%. You see he's getting so much tighter to the left-hander, opening up the final corner than Dara is. Dara is being a lot more reserved, so that means that he's able to carry a bit more speed onto this straight. They've got a couple of back marks. I think that's Arnage Competition, the all-black cars today, because they've not got a livery.
Correct.
So they'll be hoping for them to get out of the way. It's just, again, fascinating stuff here. It is genuinely like a game of chess at this point. It's not really it's Yeet. I think it's Yeet Esports as well. And they're just praying that everyone gets out of the way for them so they can fight this out. Because the last thing they want is for them to both be taken out and do a Jean Girard and Ricky Bobby and run across the line.
I mean, I'm really excited to see where this championship's going to go, because it doesn't seem as though it's comfortably found a home just yet, and that's exactly what we wanted. Part of me's also, this is again Unicorns of Love you guys and all of the fans and stuff around. I am glad Unicorns of Love aren't a part of this fight, because I don't think my brain could take a third car being involved in this that's not involved in the championship. You know what I mean?
No,
I like the fact that it's just these two. They're just fighting. It is for the win. It is for the championship, and it is just between these two. I like it.
Yeah, I think the Arnage competition car, they're going to catch this car at the wrong time. If that car gets out of the way. So Williams are going to get it done. Do BS competition get? I think they're going to lose a lot of time here. I'm not sure they're going to quite get this done unless they are really kind and do move out the way, and they have done. Oh god, they're going to go through so tightly onto the apex. You can tell by Niels, he's animated there, he's furious. But wow, the Williams car is the one that loses out so much there. You just don't need to put yourself in that position if you're the back marker there. Just get out of the way. Obviously, you're fighting for position with the car behind you, right? But don't put other people's races at risk there. That was a bit naughty, I think.
Oh, you remember how I asked earlier as to whether you thought the instance coming down to that second chicane was going to get reported between BS Competition and Williams Esports? Because I said that, it got reported. Of course, right. NFA, because of course it was, because there was nothing in it. And they also reported...
But that's actually clever, because it gets Williams thinking as well. The management would be like, well, we need to appeal this. They'll probably be thinking about the appeal process already if there was a penalty. So they're not thinking about the actual race. They're not trying to think about strategy or anything like that. So it's actually quite a clever thing to do, even if it's going to be a no further action. It just gets them thinking about something different.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a bit petty.
A bit petulant, isn't it? But
yeah,
I understand why.
Like I say, I get it. Also, the thing is, they're sat there being like, "Look, we kind of need to report it, because like if it is a penalty, then obviously we want them to get a penalty. If it's not, then it's not. No skin off our backs. All we're doing is like typing into a form to be like, what we want this reported. Like I get it from both sides. I just don't think it's the most sportsmanlike conduct. But obviously when you're battling for race wins and championships, then fair enough, and each their own on that one. But I do think it's a little bit petty.
In real life, you've got to pay for that. You've got to actually pay a fee to get something looked at in terms of stewarding.
Really?
Yeah. That would be in your championships as well, mate.
Yeah. No, I tend to like shy away from that kind of stuff. It's just like, I had
€1,000
no race control. Whew.
In DTM trophies, €1,000 if you wanted anything to be looked at in the race.
Was it always that? Like, do you get that money back if you're right, or if it is a penalty? No, it's just €1,000. Fair enough. Yeah. Like I say, most sports expensive. Let's see if he's going to lift out or anything. Niels Niox is going to go to the outside. We've seen him try this one a couple of times. What he might do is lift out to try and get straight up and underneath him, as he's tried a few times on the McCormack. He's almost timed this one perfectly, and Niels Nyox, he is alongside as they head down towards a double right-hander. Could this be it? They've tried this one a couple of times as they head down there. McCormack's trying to hang it around the outside. 20 minutes left to go in the championship. Is this one going to work? McCormack's there. He's hanging it all the way around the outside. It is superb from McCormack and Nyox. Absolutely incredible racing, and Williams Esports hang on to the race lead. It's been beautiful from the pair of them. We want more of this.
Oh, fair play, lads. That's absolutely exceptional from both of them. Niels set him up perfectly well, but ultimately it just wasn't enough. I can't wait to see that again in a replay. That was phenomenal. Although we're probably, by the time of replays, that is going to be happening again. These two are on the absolute top of their game. Nothing to report in that one. It was clean as a whistle. Here we go, part 2.
Where is the move going to come? Is it going to be down into turn 1? Niels Nyox is once again very close. Dara McCormack might take the defensive line. He pulled him all the way over to the right-hand side before they got onto the start-finish straight, really. It was so early as a move. Onto the brakes heavily, over the curb massively on the left, over the curb massively on the right. Differing line through the first couple of corners. A much more aggressive line for the exit going for Niels Nyox, but it's not worked out on this occasion. And Williams Esports once again starting to pull away as Dara McCormack is clearing off. Oh my goodness me, that was almost a send from Nyox. He was a little bit later onto the brakes there and almost caught himself out. Certainly caught us napping, but that was very scary indeed. And again, I just don't know which way this is going. It is a proper nail biter if you're not on the edge of your seat when it comes to the world of sim racing. I just don't know what'll get you there.
Yeah, well, yeah, okay. It's got to be something unexpected now. You can't be trying to make a move, at the usual places here, because after 6 hours they've all learned how to cover each other off. So right now you've got to just find yourself an opportunity somewhere. That was nearly perfect there, where he made it look like he was going to stick around the outside, but then went for the undercut, and it was nearly perfectly executed. He might be trying to go for this again. He might try to fake it, as Dara does move over, and there's an opportunity here. Niels now is just going to keep his nose around the outside, then force Dara to run wide. It's now an opportunity for a part 2. Dara gets straight across. And wow, that is a very clever bit of defending. He's forced BS to be on the outside, and he's a little bit too close then to do the over and under once again. Dara McCormack, wow, his defensive displays here right now are absolutely tremendous.
Again, it's beautiful. I'm loving it. I am absolutely loving it. Nyox, like you said it on the last lap. These are two drivers that are absolutely at the top level of their ability, the top level on ACC. If you want to see the very best racing on this platform, well, you're watching it. Yes, they might not be racing in GT3s, and I don't really care, to be honest. This car has delivered some fantastic racing on the run around Circuit Paul Ricard. I mean, it's not normally the greatest racetrack in the world, but we are being delivered a great championship finale between two of the very best. Just playing each other tactically. They're trying to think of their 3-4 corners ahead, trying to think about where their next opportunity is at all times, thinking, looking backwards, playing their cards beautifully. I just don't know which way this is going to go. I agree with you from what you were saying earlier. I thought McCormack was going to get to the lead and was going to go. I thought we were going to be talking about a 2 or 3 second gap by this point, that Nyox was going to be there in case there's a mistake, but not there for a move. Well, I'm glad I'm wrong.
Yeah, absolutely sensational stuff from Nyox as we come through the right-hander onto the back straight. That's turn number 7. Now we head down towards the back straight here. Once again, how close is Nyox? Runs out of road there ever so slightly. Not sure he's as close as he has been previously, but as we head onto that back straight, he is actually very close indeed. So maybe an opportunity. And now I saw this on the last lap. McCormack moved over to the left far too early for me. So right now, I'm expecting Niels to close up and make it look like he's going to go around the outside and then send one up the inside at some point. Because Dara McCormack did move over very early indeed. So now we're going to move over to the left. And will Niels look to now go up the inside? No, he's decided against it here. But yeah, McCormack is kind of leaving maybe a half a second window for an opportunity here as he gets across Niels Nyox's bonnet. Niels looks to potentially make another move through the inside there of turn number 9. Look at them, almost high-fiving each other, almost a bit of contact, having to react to those brake lights at the back of that Williams Esport car. Oh, sensational stuff, Lewis. We've still got 15 minutes left. we are going to have earned our beers.
Oh yeah, and I'm definitely hoping there's a few left in the fridge when I get downstairs in a few moments' time, because it has been my voice is going to. I think both our voices are going to start struggling in the next 15 minutes if this race carries on. I know there shouldn't be any shouting in the commentary booth, but sometimes needs must, and this is certainly a need to be just so excited and joyed by such an occasion. Once again, Niox. I felt like he didn't have quite the run that McCormack had there. I can't imagine what the conversation's like between each of the teams. All I can say is it seems like Niox is having a big chat with, of course, up the camera at least. I'm sure Philip Keeder's around. Potentially might have gone back to bed because it's incredibly early in the morning in Australia. You can see by the amount that Darren McCormack's mouth is moving, he ain't chatting at all. There is no conversation happening right now. He is purely focused on what is going on. I'm glad because I can see he's in a channel with about 8 different people in it.
Yeah, no, it is just all about business right now. You can see that actually it's a bit of a mistake there from BS Competition. Might lose a bit of speed. You can see the slide there on the exit as we head then onto that back straight once again. Definitely not as close as they have been previously. So maybe this is the time where the initial start of this stint, Dara didn't really push to make an overtake, did he? He just stayed behind Niels. Has he saved something in terms of tyres? Niels will close up, but he's nowhere near as close as he's been previously.
Oh yeah, my things are starting to calm down. My heart's coming down a little bit when it comes to the heartbeat. The 911 Hello YouTube car is going to get a warning due to returning a position. So they've fulfilled that part of it. They've not ignored it like what we saw earlier on, where
I love that.
A team ignored.
Perfect.
Well, the race control say return a position, you get a warning. Yeah, I'm fine with it. It's sometimes that's all that's needed. It stops a battle from being spoiled, which sometimes 100%. A penalty can do.
Yeah, and then they know that next time it won't be a warning,
Exactly.
Even if you return a position, you've just got to... just don't punt someone off. It's pretty much the lesson there. Just don't take someone out all at once.
Do better. Easier said than done. I know that there are other teams in this race, by the way, who are sat there thinking, can you focus on the battle further down the order and all this kind of stuff? And I'd be like, yes, normally on occasion, we'll check in with some of the other fights, but
surely no one's saying that.
Surely not. I've not seen anyone say it.
Yeah, right.
I'm just saying if anyone's thinking it. If
okay.
I want to look. Nah. Not when there's this fight going on. Not when it's for the race win and the championship, and it's nothing between them. We're heading into the final 12 minutes, the final 5-6 laps of this championship. There is nothing being left on the table from the pair of these. Niox still, despite losing quite a bit of time over the previous lap, dropped back again to that kind of region where we were like, maybe it might be swinging its way to McCormack. Bang, he's right back there again. These two are just showing that they are the very, very best, the absolute class of the field. I'm kind of curious to see what kind of lap times they're playing out in comparison to the rest of the field. Yeah, they're faster than pretty much everyone. Fantastic. Of course they are.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff from both of them. They've got a couple of back markers to deal with. Niels, though, is very close this time round. You can see that his face has gone very straight indeed. He realises this is the opportunity. And is this the time where he fakes to go around the outside and sends one up the inside? I think Darren might be getting a little bit of a toe in front, but it won't be anything astronomical. So this is the opportunity there. And as you can see, it's 1.8.9 kilometers all the way down this long back straight. We head up towards where the chicane would be if it was a Formula 1 race from back in the day. There it is. But we continue. We run all the way down then to the sweeping right-hander. Absolutely flat out here. So Niels has set Dara McCormack up. Now he goes out one way. Dara covers it off. So I think he's got to make it look like he's going to go around the outside, then potentially take the inside line before corner entry. But as we can see here, is he going to try and keep that overlap? He's going to run wide. Now he's going to be forced to go around the outside. I just don't see the benefit of having you trying to hang your car around the outside unless there's a potential over and under. But I'll tell you what, he absolutely is going to put it there. Dara McCormack closes that door, almost contact between the two of them. It's absolutely perfect from Niels Naljops and Dara McCormack once again. These two putting on an absolute clinic.
Yeah, really are putting on the show we want to see. Like I say, I could see that up and under coming from Niels Niox. The fear was that McCormack might have drifted off of the apex and was coming back round to it. Did manage to give just enough room. Obviously, there was the run into the inside where you can actually kind of take a little bit of the curb. But realistically, yeah, nothing between the two of them. Almost contact, but almost contact's not contact, so you could absolutely go for it. And Niels Niox, you can be sure. I think if that was the last lap of the race, I think Foot would have been pinned.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, they're definitely going to send that. Almost contact is definitely not contact. That's true. That would hold up. Head down towards turn number 1.
I only say factual points on broadcasts.
That is true. Yeah, core law, that would hold up. So that's good. Through turn 2 we go. And as we head then down towards turn number 3, they are still relatively close. And again, on the shot here, look at the shot on the right-hand side of your screen, and look at the slight different lines they're taking there. Dara able to carry more speed on entry, but you see Nils is able to carry more speed on the exit. He's a little bit slower through the corner, but on the exit, he sees a bit of a slide there from Dara McCormack. They've got the Symphony of Pistons car in front of them, I believe. It's again a car that is a lap down, probably going to be 2 laps down now by the time they exit this straight. Is that the Symphony of Pistons? It's one of the pink cars. It's tough to see.
I think it might be Queen's design. It is quite hard to tell in the light. It's not Symphony of Pistons because it's Symphony of Pistons actually has a lot more white on it today.
It does actually.
Unacceptable.
Are they going to get out of the way though and make this easy for the race leaders? Like just drive your car off the track. There they are. Well, no. Why? No, don't get involved.
I think it was more.
They're going to let them go. Cool.
I think it was McCormack following for the slipstream.
Yeah, maybe. That's a good point, actually. But again, because of that back marker, there's not really been any action on this lap. And then in front of them, who's that? Was that Visceral?
I don't know, but that was a bit of a mistake from Dara McCormack. I can't really see which one it is coming through the foreground. I believe you are right. I think it is the Visceral car. But almost carries a little bit too much speed into the corner there to Dara McCormack. That was very scary. And Nils Niox nearly had his opportunity, nearly absolutely went for it. It's actually Aspar, the car ahead.
Right.
So that
liveries.
Well, it's red. The colour red.
Yeah.
So, oh, great, yeah. Everyone in it, right? Oh, the pink's not red. Yeah, no, it's not. But from a distance, yeah, great. Do you think if it was the last lap of the race, if they were this close, do you think Neil was just going for it in the final corner?
You have to, don't you? I think
at least look.
Yeah, and hope that the other team then outbrake themselves to try and avoid contact. You almost got to force them to drive themselves off the road. If you create contact, you know you're done, right?
Yeah.
But then if you're Dara, you just turn in. If someone's sending it, you just turn in, right?
Yeah, I mean, the faking it in the final corner worked. I mean, it was 2014 and the V8 Supercars Championship Race 2 at Adelaide, I remember, with Scott McLaughlin versus Jamie Whincup. I'll never forget it. It was one look, Jamie Whincup went straight on, going into the final corner of the race after a fantastic battle, by the way. But is that Aspar just off the road?
Oh,
it is.
Kind of a nice thing to do, but Christ, that would have been 50p, 5p time for these two cars.
It's where like if you want to get out of the way, there's a way of doing it, and driving straight on or cutting a corner.
Predictable.
Just do what you do. I get that you want to kind of jump out of the way of them, but that'll only make potential mistakes. They're not distracted by that. If it were me behind the wheel, I would have gone straight on with them. But these drivers are a lot better than this, so you know.
I would have gone further left.
I would have gone so far off the track, it would have ended up in manicure, mate.
I'd be like, we got what was going on? We got to drive off here? Is that how it works? I'm just following what I'm seeing here. We head then down in towards turn number 9 once again. Dara McCormack's going to run a little bit further wide, a little bit of a dab at the brakes there just to get the car settled. Nils Niox has to do exactly the same, so it's normal service resumed. We've got ourselves just under 6 minutes now to go in this race. So what are we looking at? 4 laps from? Oh no, less than that, right? It's going to be 3 laps remaining once they cross the line next time around, and it's between, as it has been pretty much for the entirety of this race, BS Competition versus Williams. They had a sprinkling of Unicorns of Love, but they're now down in 3rd position due to a drive-through earlier. Would have been interesting to see where they would have been if they didn't have that drive-through. But these two have been the stars of the field today and the championship. And well, Dara McCormack had to make an overtake during the stint to get himself in the lead of this race, and I figured he was going to drive away. We both figured he was going to drive away. That has not been the case. Nils Niox has kept his car right behind him as we cross the line. It's 3 to go, and well, it is basically as simple as this. Whoever finishes ahead of each other here, whoever wins this race, will be the FLExTREME VCO and LFM champion.
You're certainly right. 3 laps left to go. Niox, McCormack, Williams, BS Competition. I think we're in for a proper. I'm genuinely. It's been a while since I've commentated on a proper championship finale like this, where it's been nothing separating them in the final moments. It is breathtaking, especially when even now, whilst you could say, yeah, sure, maybe Williams Esports, because they've got track position, they're in the favoured position. Of course they are. But who's going to win this championship? And genuinely, with 3 laps left to go, I couldn't tell you with 100% certainty. Not even remotely.
Yeah, there's no chance either of these teams will be saving tyres now. They are throwing absolutely everything at it. This is as close as Niels Naujoks has been to the back of that Williams Esports car. Is this the defining moment of the championship? Is this the defining moment of the day? Niels Naujoks closes into the back of that Williams Esports car. Plenty of straight to work with here. And which way do you go? He's forced to go around the outside. Does he have enough overspeed though? By the time they come down to the sweeping right-hander, I tell you what, he's got to give it a go. Darren McCormack forces him out wide. He has to sweep it around the outside. Does he have the grip though? And it's been the same story all race long. There just isn't any grip around there. Darren McCormack will return back into the lead, and well, you can see that Niels Naujoks trying to get underneath him, but there just won't be the grip there. Darren McCormack will get straight across the bonnet, and wow, that is as close as they've got to an overtake since Dara got into the lead.
Yeah, I was very concerned there. I thought the BS competition car was going to get straight back to the inside through the double right-hander. We've seen a couple of times, but I mean, these two are good enough. They know how to judge it. Again, if it was me, that car would have been round because no spatial awareness. But these two, absolutely fantastic, thrilling stuff as we head onto the penultimate lap of the race and the penultimate lap of the season. Out wide there, Dara McCormack. Could it be another opportunity? Niels Naujoks is right there. The race down towards the first corner. The opportunity on the horizon. Who's going to be winning this championship? It does seem though as though, despite missing that apex, the drive off of the corner has been more in favour of the Williams Esports car. BS competition taking a look down the inside of the first corner. Naujoks is going to just fill the mirrors. It's not going to send it.
Oh, I figured he had to do it. I honestly thought he had to do it there. He's actually lost more time doing that, I'm sure of it. The gap's come out. I'm just not sure why he's even tried to send his nose there unless he's making that potential overtake. I think you've got to try and force something here with 2 laps to go. I want to see them race cleanly, although there's a slight mistake here from McCormack. He will send the car out too far wide, and ultimately this does give Niels Naujoks another opportunity, but just not sure he's as close as he was previously. And in all fairness, actually, he might be even a little bit closer. We're onto the back straight once again, Lewis. Is it this time, the penultimate lap, the time the BS competition get back into the lead?
It was unbelievably close the previous lap. Let's see if it's going to be so this way. Of course, Darren McCormack's going to pull it all the way over to the left, then straight back over onto the right-hand side, trying to break that slipstream, trying to make sure he's taking the correct line so that he can take it in back over to the left, slightly back over to the right. We're going one way, then back the other again. McCormack with the inside line running up towards Scene. It's going to be close once again. BS competition's closing in. Could this be it for the championship? He's not going to be alongside enough. He's tried this one a couple of times, but it could be the up and under that might work for Niels Naujoks. He's given that one a go a few times, but I think the front left is absolutely screaming.
No, that's perfect from McCormack there.
Yeah.
McCormack has just slowed a little bit more there to force him to stay on the outside, so he can't go through the back of his car, right? So he was just, they had enough of an overlap there for McCormack. I'm going to give him the credit for that. Maybe I'm completely wrong, but I think he's just dabbed the brakes there so that there was no opportunity for Niels to go underneath him to take the lead. It's, again, normal service resumed. One more and a bit lap to go for Darren McCormack and would seal the championship for Williams. BS competition, they've got to throw the kitchen sink because everything else has been thrown out there. It's just the kitchen sink left. One to go, and there's a mistake there from McCormack, and I'll tell you what, this could open up an opportunity down to 1.
Yeah, I mean, is your heart racing? Because my heart's racing. Here we go again. One final lap for the VCO LFM FLExTREME, and it's Darren McCormack against Naujoks. Once again, a slight mistake at the final corner, but he's got the straight line speed. He seems to have the drive off the corner and heading up into that first sector. Once again, mirrors being filled from Niels Naujoks. He tried it on the previous lap. It's not going to work on this one as they head round the first corner for the final time, down into that awkward chicane for the final time, the run onto the Mistral straight for the final time. This is it, last chance saloon. Is Niels Naujoks going for anything? It's just about filling the mirrors right now. Here's an overtaking opportunity, but it's not one I think Naujoks will pounce on. But is it going to be close enough coming down into Scene? That is the question. Out onto the Mistral straight, and Darren McCormack still holds on.
final opportunity then for Niels Naujoks, currently residing in second position in the number 89 car for the championship. This would mean they reside in second position. There's a smile on Naujoks' face. Maybe he feels like there's no opportunity to do this. We can see that Darren McCormack is trying to get the toe from a back marker here. They need to get themselves out of the way. They do drive off the track entirely. As you can see, though, the BS competition car is closing that gap. This is the perfect opportunity now for the over and under, because there's no overlap to work with. So you're going to see Niels pull out to the left here and then try and dive underneath Darren McCormack once they get through the apex of this right-hander. And has he got enough speed here? Darren McCormack will shoot the car straight across, and now it's the outside line for the Zebra. The Zebra now going to try and do exactly the same move once again on the exit of this corner. Runs out of room there, unfortunately, but Darren McCormack just about holding firm. A couple of corners to go here. It looks like Williams may have sealed their fate, but still, BS will push.
Yeah, it's whether there is going to be that final move. We were speaking about it. If they were this close coming on to the final lap, is there going to be an opportunity in that final corner from Niels Naujoks? Just a couple more for Williams Esports to come out on top, but the BS competition fancy something here into the penultimate corner. Last one left to go. It's a tight right-hander. Naujoks taking a lot of speed, and of course he's going to send it, but has it been read brilliantly? It has! And of course, Darren McCormack out of the final corner. A brilliant stuff between the two of them, and it's going to be Williams Esports winning the very first VCO LFM FLExTREME. Darren McCormack across the line, Naujoks in second, but massive applause to the pair of them. That was absolutely sensational from two of the best teams on Assetto Corsa Competizione at the absolute edge of their powers for 6 fantastic hours at racing to round out the season. Incredible stuff.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, Darren McCormack, Niels Naujoks, BS competition, Williams Esports. Sim Racing needed that finish. That was absolutely outstanding. Of course, Niels was going to send it around the final corner. It was read like a book, though, from the young, no pretender, just a young superstar in Darren McCormack. And Williams Esports come across the line, picking up the FLExTREME Championship. It was delicious. We're on board of our P3 as well. There is a podium, of course. Unicorns of Love doing the business. Felix Arndt then for Get Closer Racing picking up a P4. And then, well, we're on board now with Jesse Kalpanen. But Lewis, incredible final hour here of our 6-hour race. It went down to the wire. They swapped positions a couple of times. They didn't swap paint. Outstanding.
Honestly, if you ever want an example as to see how two teams can go toe-to-toe, that is it. Because considering what was on the line, it's the championship. There's prize money as well. You know, €1,000 going to the champions of the series, 600 to second, 400 to third. There was prize money on the line. There was the championship on the line. Top honors, you know, to win the very first championship of the season. Very season of the championship. I'll get that one the right way round. Oh, God, we're getting a bit lost for words here.
You're allowed a mistake now, Lewis. You're allowed one.
It's just incredible to see such close fights. A couple of other close ones up towards the line as the Absolute Motorsports Assetto car will get past the Hello YouTube one up the run to the line. So Piffet getting his way past Ogorognikov. But with the race over, with the championship over, I've got to say I was on for the last 3.5 hours of that race, and it didn't feel like it. That was incredible.
It feels like the start for me. The adrenaline's all pumping. I was nervous and really excited all in one. But yeah, that was... I've had a couple of races in this series where at the end of the race, I'm like, Christ, thank God that's done. Today is not that day. I could have done with another hour of that. That was absolutely sensational. Like you said, 2 drivers at the top of their game, 2 teams at the top of their game. And it's just a shame that the championship's come to an end, really. But yeah, a worthy winner in Williams and a worthy vice champion BS competition. They've been the absolute standouts when it comes to this championship. And do you know what? How nice it is that we actually know who's won once they've crossed the line. No, there's going to be no steward's inquiry or anything like that. We know who's won this championship. It was fought really hard, but so fair.
Yep, absolutely. Of course, there were a couple of reports in there from BS competition to Williams, as you were expecting, but when it comes down to it, there was nothing wrong with any of the fighting they were doing. It was just absolutely fantastic between McCormack and Naujoks. And we will, by the way, try and get interviews from the top 3 in our championship, which coincidentally, the top 3 in the race when it comes to the teams. We'll try and get Williams Esports in here because we desperately want to chat with them. Of course, BS competition as well as Unicorns of Love. We want to chat with all 3 teams. We'll probably chat with them ad nauseum. We'll leave it at one question apiece because otherwise we'll be here all night. I'm sure they've all got an awful awful lot to say. I think I need a little bit of a breather after that one. I could imagine the adrenaline is going to be through the roof, particularly for Williams.
Yeah, 100%. I need a beer, man. I haven't got any beers here either. I don't have to go to the shop. I have to go outside
terrible.
and see the fresh air and stuff.
You didn't prepare?
Unbelievable. No, I didn't prepare. I didn't expect it to be exciting, to be honest with you, Lewis.
Mate, I went out at 8 o'clock in the morning and filled the fridge with cider, not beer, obviously. So.
Good effort.
Thank you.
Fair play.
I looked ridiculous in Tesco this morning.
Yeah, especially when you started drinking them outside on the bench.
Yeah, exactly. And then got in my car and drove away. It was madness.
Oh wow, even better. Yeah, this is a good day today. Again, Arjuna being a part of it as well. He's obviously now doing his other championship, but yeah, phenomenal way to end things. And that's all I want is the final. You know, whether it be a sprint race or whether it be an endurance race, the final laps just being nice and clean. You know, someone's going to send it at some point if it's championship's on the line. That's absolutely a minimum requirement. McCormack knew that Nils is going to send it that final corner. Like, you just got to make sure that you don't get hit. And even if you get hit, you're not going to lose a championship, right? Because there'll be a penalty and whatnot. I just want to see it done cleanly like that. It was exceptional. I think the only hairy moments really was to do with some back markers not being predictable, in all fairness. But it wasn't that bad. I'm just very thankful. Like, yeah, great stuff. Dara, Nils, I'm sure there's been some bad blood between the teams. I don't think it's anything too crazy where they hate each other or anything like that, but there has been some negative things between the two teams. But I'm sure virtually they can have a chat and genuinely shake hands and go, we gave a bloody good show here. And to anyone watching at home, yeah, phenomenal stuff. You've been treated to a really good spectacle today, and it's great for sim racing.
Well, whilst we'll see the championship standings, those are the ones before we went racing, so don't panic too much about that. It will be Williams Esports ahead of BS Competition. I think before we see the race results, we did see try and pop up. Let's just go and grab the interview because they are waiting in the interview room. We'll drag in, first of all, Williams Esports. We'll go to Dara McCormack first because we want to catch that raw emotion. I mean, that felt like something special up towards the line, Dara. I mean, you are the champions of the very first VCO LFM FLExTREME. Talk to us about how it feels, about that final battle with Niels Niox. It had us on the edge of our seat.
Yeah, well, I'm half asleep because I just did 2 hours stint, so yeah, I mean, that stint was absolutely crazy. Utmost respect to Niels for that battle. Like, no touching, it was completely fair. I'm over the moon. What a battle. And the season, I mean, everything was thrown against us. We did our absolute best to try and beat these guys. Like, they really put it to us. So, kudos to BS. What a championship! Like, oh my god.
Well, Dara did allude to the fact that he did two stints at the end there, a stint at the start of the race. It meant that he had to steal a stint from someone. And who was that someone? Of course, it was Tinko van der Velde. I mean, does it kind of feel a little bit like, was it your decision about the extra stint for Dara? Was that sorted out before the race, or was that something that you had to adjust on the fly? Where does that decision come from, and how do you feel about it?
It was more like I had lag, so I didn't want to risk another stint with that. You could probably see it on the stream, me warping on the straight, so it was a bit tricky, and Dara's also quicker, so for me it was easy choice to just let him do the last stint and just get him to do what he always does. Incredible what he did and showed.
And Igor is also here, even though we can't see him on the screen. It's absolutely fine, don't worry, I'm not offended by it. The last couple of rounds of this championship, you three as a team have had, it feels to me like more consistency between your pace. It's not just that Dara kid being quicker. Igor, where does that pace kind of come from? Have you found something in ACC? Have you and Tinko just found some speed? What's happened there?
So basically, this year I started. So Williams and the partner supplied me with a lot of equipment. So this helped me a lot. And driving with both Dara and Tinko made you instant improve because they are always pushing really fast, and you need to be on pace with them.
Well, we'll let you get off to the raw emotion because, let's be honest, it has been a very, very long day and a very hard day for the three of you. Dara McCormack, Tinko van der Velde and Igor Rodriguez, our champions of the very first VCO LFM FLExTREME Championship. Well done.
Thank you very much, Lewis.
Well done, lads.
Thank you.
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, guys. Bye-bye.
Oh, what a special moment for the squad as they'll jump back up to have a little bit of a chat with those waiting in the interview room, because I think I'm gonna hand off BS competition to you, Luke, and you can have a little bit of a chat with Arthur Camera and Niels Niox.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations, lads. It's a worthy fight for a championship. Arthur, I'll go to you first. You set it up so nicely for Niels. Your consistency today was absolutely exceptional, actually, to be honest. Obviously, you're going to be a little bit disappointed, but how proud of you of your performance today?
Not particularly, I guess, because I lost 15 seconds in my last stint almost 15 seconds against my last stint against Dara, which I don't know where and how that happened. So yeah, I guess kind of my fault. Niels had to fight that much. I think eventually Dara would have caught Niels. But certainly the overtaking was only possible because there was a mistake.
I still think you did really well, mate. Niels, first of all, I got to say thank you, mate. I got to say thank you because that finish was absolutely exceptional. We've had some negatives in sim racing over the last few months, and the way racing, racecraft itself has kind of taken a back step in the last couple of years. I think you'll agree with that, especially from when we were first in sim racing. It's a lot cleaner. There's a lot more competition now. So thank you for that. Second of all, how were you feeling in that last hour? Because that must have been unbelievable.
Yes, unbelievable is probably a good start. I felt good though, because even though he passed me, when he caught up, I know, okay, it's probably not wise to fight it or to try to pull away or something. It's just going to ruin the tires. So immediately took pace out of the lap, especially the two long right-handers in the last sector, middle and last sector. And so I tried to save the tire, so I'm ready once the finish comes. And I think I had the better tire in the end. I could stay with him after he passed me. Had a little mistake there, and because we were on 3 cuts, I just had to lift there and give him the opportunity to go alongside. And he immediately seized the opportunity, really. Little touch, but I think in the end it's really, really tricky to measure how fast you're going, how much space there's going to be. So it was the slightest of touch, and we were still side by side 2 corners later. So overall, good pass. He needed just 1 shot, really. And I had several attempts on the long straight, but even though it's 5 kilometers long, it's barely enough to get alongside. I think there was only 1 situation where I was really nose to nose, and I think I had a few situations into that fast right where I did the over-under, kind of worked, and he quickly learned, and that didn't work ever since. Then around the outside, he just gave me the room that I needed and still couldn't get it alongside. But also the game did a fantastic job here, because I think in the last weeks, people were praising Rennsport a lot for being on the LAN environment, having insane contact physics, so to say, but that's down to the ping, and we can see if both drivers take a lot of care and being able to measure their skills, their speed, their space very good, then we can race really, really closely, even with 50, 60, 100 milliseconds or so. So it's not always down just to the game, but how good both drivers are fighting. And there's probably no better guy to fight currently in ACC than Dara, because he just knows in every second on the track, he knows what he's doing. He never really goes too wide or too tight, or he's very aware what the car is capable of in any situation, and that's why it's so difficult to get alongside and eventually pass him, which didn't work because he did a fantastic job there. So kudos to Williams winning the championship. Bit heartbroken about that, but I think this was great for sim racing. Period.
Yeah, I'll say 2 things to you. Like, congratulations on that performance. I think you're exceptional. But the BOP of this championship was all your idea. Yes, you're a massive nerd, and you can send people to sleep with the amount of interest you have in making championships be nice and balanced. But it's a success because we've got Lamborghini, BMW, Honda, Porsche, Ferrari, Aston Martin, and Bentley as the top 7 cars in the championship. Of course, we have the Spec Series with today and the Porsche Cup. So congratulations on your performance, and congratulations on an exceptional championship.
Yeah, cheers. But true, you're right. Speaking about the BOP, and I think it owes to the championship and the design of it. And only blaming myself for this working out. No, seriously, it's really good. We never talked about BOP really. I mean, you probably did in the broadcast, but between the drivers, between the teams, this didn't matter. Like, there was no complaining between the rounds that a certain car was the fastest. It was always going to be unfair. So we took that, I think, pretty much entirely out of the equation, and that is something that I think, GT3 racing suffers a bit from. And, well, we solved that to some degree.
Awesome stuff. Well, we're going to hand over to Lewis now with the Unicorns of Love, but well done to Arthur Camera, Niels Nayox, and Philippa Bokida taking P2 in the
Oh yeah, kudos to Philippa for driving middle of the night in Australia.
We'll let her know.
Super effort, lads. Anyway, go off and enjoy yourselves, Niels Nayox and Arthur Camera. Thank you so much for joining. I don't blame Philippa Bokida, by the way, for not being here. Just to clarify, next team we'll be taking on, of course, will be Nick Hoban and, of course, Bastian Richter. Now, Nicholas, obviously, Unicorns of Love, jumping in. You're still fairly new to the team. To come through a championship this and still grab yourself third in the championship. Would you say it's been a successful season? Yay or nay?
At least for the 3 races Simon, it's pretty successful. We did not max out the this and the race before, but apart from this, I think feels good. The result in the end is probably the best we were able to get, at least in the championship. And yeah, I'm fine with that.
And Bastian, after taking part in what has been a super competitive season, there's been a fairly large gap. Speaking of where you are in the championship, third in the championship, did you come into the season expecting to fight for the championship? And if so, what kind of went wrong? And then in the end, what went right? Because there's certainly a lot of things clicked this round.
Yeah, I mean, there are mixed feelings coming into the championship already, because after SRO the whole year, obviously the winter break is also always something which we like to enjoy, where we want to have some free time as well. So we wanted to try our best, but also we will not always have our A lineup, let's say, on track. So we knew that it will be pretty tough to fight for the overall victory. So overall, I think we can be quite happy with P3 in the end. But looking at the individual results, there would have been much more possible as well, because there were a few races where we did a few mistakes and didn't maximize the results. So could have went better, but P3 overall is still good.
Well, as Tobias Grunewald's not graced us with his presence, I'll ask you a little quick bonus question. This one goes out to the pair of you, because we know that Unicorns of Love have an awful lot of fans out there. When are we next seeing you on track? Bastian first?
I think... actually, I'm not sure exactly, because in March, there are no big events planned. I think in the VEM, there will be a UL car, but that will be also more like a fun race, where we will join with a few content creators, and then once SRO starts, we will be there.
And Nicholas, when we seeing you next on track?
Good question. Probably the same answer, just a few minor leagues. Or just to stay in the rhythm and sweating for the SRO quali. So
classics. Yeah. Well, thank you for joining us here. Thank you for grabbing third position. Thanks for putting on a good show, Aussie, earlier on in the race. Bastian Richter, Nick Hoban, and of course Tobias Grunewald. He's not here. It's fine. Good luck and enjoy.
Cheers, guys. Thank you too.
Bye bye.
And there we go. We are done with the season, Luke. That's it. It's over. What a fantastic championship it was.
Yeah, it's been good. You look like, I don't know, you look huge in the camera, by the way.
Thank you. I'm stonking, mate. I thought
God.
This next to our junior earlier. I was like, whoa, hello.
Yeah, massive. It's been a good championship. But, I think there's things that we could fix for sure in terms of the format. I think we can make it a little bit more fun. Maybe have some rounds a little bit similar to our World Cup, where we have like a knockout day, for instance, and stuff like that. I think there's a place for endurance racing. I don't think it needs to be every single week. I like the BOP that they did. I think that was actually exceptionally well done. I give credit to Niels there. I hate giving credit to Niels, but here we are.
That's horrible.
And the fact that we had 2 spec series during the race with the Porsche Cup and indeed the M2, it made they were the best 2 races. So maybe there's something in that as well. But overall, I think for a first season, it's been pretty good. Lots of sim racers made a few, made some money, and that's all I really care about is these sim racers making a living, and this has served that purpose.
Certainly so. It does seem as though you need to go and get Williams on that little board of magnets behind you and put them right at the top of the list after the performances that they've been putting on today. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see the championship standings with all of it sorted out. Williams Esports on top, 1,178, or you could say 1.1 million points, each of their own. Of course, BS Competition, a fair few behind, but incredibly tight. Unicorns of Love moving up to third after Yaz Heat dropping down a little bit in the point standings, but still remaining up there. Again, a lot of different manufacturers inside the top 10, exactly what we want to see when it comes to the balance of performance and how open it's been. As you were saying there with Niels, I think it's been a fantastic experiment, and I love seeing experiments being made in what is effectively live championships because it's been fantastic. Let's hello YouTube, by the way, 31st. I still maintain I think they were the big surprise of the championship, but not in a positive way. I still think that they were. They're a strong team, and they just never really pieced it fully together this season, but you can't win them all, and neither can we. So we'll say goodbye to you now after 6 rounds of the VCO LFM FLExTREME. It's been a brilliant championship. Arjuna does not want to take us through to the end, but from myself, from Luke, from Mike Yowiwell, who's been bringing us the broadcast all the way throughout, from all of the competitors in the cash split, the rivals and the challengers, we thank you all so much for your time, and until next time, we'll see you then. Bye-bye.